Hello, everyone, and welcome to the live stream here at the Four Horsemen Comics and Games in West Virginia. Last weekend of Set 4 Planetary Qualifiers. I'm Josh Snyder. I've got Michael Conrow here with me, a Planetary Qualifier winner himself. Michael, good to have you here, and looking forward to some good Star Wars action today.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like I'm here with casting royalty. Got the famous Josh Snyder. He even give me a PQ win that I don't have yet, so I appreciate that. We're starting on a good note.
I know. You didn't win a PQ? I thought you did.
Now, I got mine from Richmond, but PQs are way too hard. It's an
Oh,
impossible
okay,
tournament.
okay. You had a runner-up finish, right? Is that
Yeah.
okay? All right. So my apologies. Yeah, Michael hasn't quite got the win yet, but he does have a bye into day 2 of the Galactic Championship, and that's what these players will be playing for today. This is the last weekend for players to try and get a day 1 bye at the Galactic Championship coming up just a month away now. And so a lot on the line for these players. And round 1, it looks like we're going to start off with some beautiful showcases. We've got Kira Data Vault, and it looks like Obi-Wan Kenobi Data Vault.
Yeah, like we brought the spice in round 1 immediately. The Obi-Wan Data Vault's a pretty uncommon deck to see, but I think people really love these blue-green kind of Data Vault piles, kind of inspired by Rey.
Yeah, so we've got blue-green heroism versus blue-green villainy. Now, Kira has been so good for quite some time, and really one of the premier decks of the format right now. What are your thoughts on Kira at this stage of the season?
I feel like, especially after Minneapolis, where Wu like won with Kira, I think she's kind of been the de facto best deck in the format. Like, not that she's unbeatable, but I think she's the best Data Vault deck, which is a really good place to be when almost 50% of winning PQ decks are Data Vault at this point.
Yeah, absolutely. Data Vault has been everywhere ever since the Jump to Light Speed set released. And now round 1 here, it's going to be, this is interesting. So we've got Andrew versus Andrew. Andrew from Team Sekrit versus Andrew Carter. So the showdown of Andrews here in round 1. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, Michael, but I do believe Andrew from Team Sekrit, he does have a PQ win. He is the defending champion of the West Virginia PQ.
Yeah, that's true. I think West Virginia's gotten one PQ in both seasons, I believe, and literally all Andrew from Team Secret has been talking about is I'm going to Morgantown to defend my title. This is the one that he wants.
There you go. Yeah, he's ready for it, and we've got him featured here in round 1. Now, the interesting thing, though, about Andrew from Team Sekrit is he has been pretty heavy on Cura ECL, and it looks like now he's made the switch over to Data Vault.
Yeah, I think honestly, this has all of us a little concerned. Like, I feel like he's a little bit of a broken man at this point. Like, he fought the ECL fight for a long time and had really good success with it. But I mean, Data Vault's just really good, and like being able to play timely intervention and get 8 extra health to start the game is a really big deal.
Yeah, I think that's a great point for sure, and certainly makes life a bit easier in the aggro matchups, no doubt about it. Now, it looks like for game 1, Andrew from Team Sekrit will be starting with the initiative here. It looks like we are making a final resource decision, and we're going to get this planetary qualifier underway.
Yeah, looks like Andrew doesn't have the dream of the turn 1 Pershing, but it looks like he does have some ramp lined up, which is ultimately probably the most important thing in this matchup. But we start with an A-wing on the other side.
Yeah, ramp obviously so important for these Kira decks especially, but wouldn't be surprised to see maybe some ramp in the Obi-Wan deck as well. Could also run things like Spark of Hope and Resupply. But turn 2, we're going to follow up with Power of the Dark Side to take care of the A-Wing. So Andrew taking out the early board presence here, and then we're going to see Andrew on the right following up with another threat in the space arena. Blue leader just coming out as a 3/3.
Yeah, I think this is really heads up. Like you don't know what the Kira player has, but if you play a ground unit here and the Kira player ramps next turn, they can still flip immediately and get a big kill on whatever ground unit you played. And blue-green heroism really struggles to deal with any unit that just has a couple HP remaining without trading an entire card for it.
Yeah, that is an excellent point. Now we're going to see some of that ramp. You mentioned, see Super Laser Technician coming out here, and now we're going to see Fleet Lieutenant coming out for Andrew, our Obi-Wan player, and he is going to attack with Blue Leader for 5. So the first damage of game 1, and then the Kira action ability, dealing 2 damage and defeating the Technician. The Technician giving Andrew that extra resource, and Kira's going to be deployed right away here.
Yeah, and this is exactly what I was talking about here. So Andrew on the right really needs a way to deal 1 damage to this Kira, ideally. Like maybe if he's playing Admiral Akbar unit to finish it off, because otherwise this is a 7 power leader that's going to trade with the next thing that you play, no matter how big it is.
Yeah, Kira with 7 power right now, having the grit ability and 7 damage on her. So very threatening right now, Kira. Now, Michael, we'll make it a little easier for the viewers here. So we've got Andrew Carter on the right, and is it Andrew Strouch? Is that how we pronounce your teammate's last name?
That's right. Yeah.
Okay, cool. So I'll just refer to them with their last names. That way we don't get so confused here. Now we're going to see a good play for Andrew Carter playing takedown, taking out Kira. That's a very important play here.
Yeah, that's a really big deal, and it looks like Andrew Strouch, comes back the other way with the Vigilance to kind of reset the board. So, kind of left with no damage on anyone's base, and Strouch is up 1 resource.
Yeah, what a turn, back and forth removal here. The Vigilance cleaning up the space arena on Andrew Carter's side, and also taking away that 5 damage that was dealt the previous turn. So we are now heading to turn 5. Keep in mind, Andrew Strouch has ramped 1, so he is up to 7 resources, while Andrew Carter will be on 6.
Yeah,
now, I was just going to say, the one positive here for Andrew Carter is he is yet to deploy his leader, and Kira has already been taken care of.
Yeah, that's a really big deal. I mean, he gets essentially a free 4/7 Sentinel at this stage of the game. It's just very tricky to navigate because the villain late game is so much better in this matchup. I think on like raw power level right now, as it looks like some kind of big 7 drop. Yeah, there's a Maul coming down immediately, and Andrew Carter just has to find a way to kind of navigate this late game at this point and try to fight against the Star Destroyers and 7 drops that Villainy has.
No doubt about it. The Villainy late game is so good. Maul ambushing and defeating the Sundari Peacekeeper. A couple damage to Andrew Carter's base. First damage to his base here in this game. Maul still has 5 HP remaining. Now we've got Obi-Wan being deployed. Andrew Strouch just claiming the initiative. Obi-Wan gets in for 4, and now Andrew Carter going to push a little bit more on the board. We see a second copy of Blue Leader coming out here. Once again, just a 3/3 in the space arena. But one thing that these heroism decks need to do, because as you mentioned, the Villainy late game is so much stronger. The one thing you can do is try to push wide on the board. You need as many threats as possible because, it's very tough to go toe-to-toe with these big power units that we're going to see from Andrew Strouch.
Yeah, and I can't tell exactly what's in Andrew Carter's hand at this point, but I have seen some very important cards. Like, it looks like he has a Chewbacca and a Timely Reinforcements right now. So, those are both very good late game threats where you can go wide in space and maybe put down a hard to answer ground unit. But the Maul being able to kill the Peacekeeper and then also kill the Obi-Wan for free and still be alive is a pretty rough spot to be in.
Yeah, Maul absolutely clutch for Andrew Strouch here, taking care of Obi-Wan Kenobi and, as you mentioned, the Peacekeeper as well. So Maul has gotten so much value here in this first game. Now we're going to start out with the Hylobon Enforcer. First resource used this turn for Andrew Strouch. And now we're going to see the Timely Reinforcements. We just talked about it. Now that is going to be 4 X-Wing tokens. You get to create an X-Wing token for every 2 resources your opponent has. So Andrew Strouch with 8 resources. That's going to give Andrew Carter 4 X-Wing tokens. So now he really has that go wide strategy in the space arena right now.
Yeah, this is huge, and it requires some pretty specific answers from the villain side. Like, Snoke would obviously be the most ideal, but even an overwhelming barrage on the Maul here will kill most of the space units, but it definitely forces them to have an answer very quickly.
Does he have an overwhelming barrage? Yes, he does, right away onto Maul. You called it, and that is going to clean up the X-Wing tokens. 9 total damage coming through. The 4 X-Wing tokens defeated and 1 damage onto Hylobon Enforcer, making the Hylobon Enforcer a little stronger here with grit. What a play. I believe Andrew Carter just claimed the initiative, and now Andrew Strouch taking advantage of the Cura action ability. 2 more damage to Hylobon Enforcer. The Enforcer getting a shield token, now swinging for 4, so there's 11 power in the ground arena right now for Andrew Strouch.
Yeah, I think things just kind of went from bad to worse for Andrew Carter. Like, he kind of had his trump card, but Andrew was ready with the answer to it immediately. I think I do see a Chewbacca organized play promo in his hand. If I'm in his seat, I might be desperate enough at this point to just slam it on the blue leader and hope that goes the distance.
Let's see, first action for Andrew Carter. Definitely in a rough spot. Maul has an MVP so far for Andrew Strouch. Then the big overwhelming barrage to answer the swarm of X-Wing tokens from Timely Reinforcements.
Yeah, I mean, I think the base damage is pretty close at this point, and with Andrew Strouch representing 11 damage on the ground, like, we definitely need, like, the Fleet Lieutenant's good, obviously pushes damage quickly, but we kind of need something a little more powerful, I think, to catch up, like a U-Wing Reinforcements type card, maybe.
I think Andrew Carter would love U-Wing Reinforcement here. Now, does get in for 5 damage with Blue Leader. Second time this game we've seen that line. Fleet Lieutenant allowing Blue Leader to attack for 5. So 12 damage on Andrew Strouch's base. And now Andrew Strouch, the door open a little bit here. Maul's just going straight into base for 7. That's 9 damage on Andrew Carter's base. We're going to see Bright Hope coming out, bouncing that Fleet Lieutenant back to Andrew Carter's hand. He gets to draw a card. Now we're going to see more damage coming through in the ground arena. 4 damage from Hylobon Enforcer. And Andrew Strouch still has all of his resources available. We're going to see no glory, only results. Taking control and defeating the Bright Hope. And now Power of the Dark Side to clean up the last unit in play for Andrew Carter. Board wiped. And Andrew Strouch still showing 11 damage in the ground arena.
Yeah, that's just a really clean turn. You won the damage race that turn. You ended the cycle with the only units on board. Importantly for Andrew Carter, he did pick up a copy of the 7-cost Luke off of that Bright Hope draw, so we can at least kill one of these ground threats, most likely the Maul, and at least stabilize a little bit for the time being.
Luke Skywalker, one of the most important, if not the most important card for these blue heroism decks. We're going to see Andrew Carter once again with the initiative. I wouldn't be surprised at all to see Luke come out right away. It at least takes care of one of these threats. Maul, the most threatening right now, going in for 7. But still, as you mentioned, tough spot for Andrew Carter to be in. Has to find a way to deal with this ground arena.
Yeah, I mean, if he does choose to deploy the Luke, I would definitely kill the Maul, because worst case is if you kill a Hylobon, the Maul can just kill the Luke by attacking it. So I feel like you kind of have to stabilize a little. He's going to go with the Chewbacca instead here, which is nice. I mean, this doesn't die to conventional removal spells, and you just saw Andrew Strouch play one of his no glories, so this could force a trade as well.
Now that Chewbacca unit from Jump to Lightspeed, very good. He's just a 5/6 in the ground arena, but cannot be directly defeated by the defeat effects, right? So you can't return him to hand. You can't defeat him with things like, Power of the Dark Side, Spell the Dragon, things like that. So the No Glory only results, as you mentioned, just used up for Andrew Strouch. That's a good option for Chewbacca. Another 7 damage from Maul, and now 4 from Hylobon Enforcer. That's 21 damage on Andrew Carter's base. See a Fleet Lieutenant coming out. Now we've got Pershing. Oh, and he's got another No Glory only results. He's going to take control of Chewbacca and then defeat it. He had another one. What a play.
Yeah, that's tough. And I think you saw this turn cycle, how far ahead Andrew Strouch feels like he is. And we do see maybe just a fist bump for a cool play there. But I mean, Andrew just went all base on that turn. And I want to say he learned that from us. He actually called us dirty basers on the Minneapolis stream. So
there you go. Yeah, Andrew Strouch going to base here, and now just needs to find 12 more damage. He's got 11 showing in the ground arena. Andrew Carter once again with the initiative, but only has the Fleet Lieutenant in the ground arena. So we'll see. Of course, you mentioned he has Luke. I think Luke very likely needs to come out here and take out that Maul, or Maul gets in for another 7. I guess he could trade, right? He could just trade first. Fleet Lieutenant could attack the Maul. So he does have options here, but I don't think he can take another 7 from Maul and have a shot at this game.
Ooh, this looks good. He's got the timely from Smuggle. Looks like he can pair this with the 7-cost Luke. Maybe clean up 2 things at once, stabilize the board a little bit.
Yeah, there you go. Smuggling the timely intervention. Luke Skywalker coming out. Now, the tough part here is that if he ambushes Maul, Luke gets defeated. So it looks like that is the play here. The when played ability on Luke is going to take out Hylobon Enforcer, triggering the bounty. Andrew Carter draws a card and then attacking and trading with Maul. Now he should restore 3. I don't know if he reflected that on the dice.
I think he did. I believe Andrew Carter was at 24 previously, but I definitely saw him spin the dice down when the Luke attacked. So I can't see exactly what the life total is, but I think he caught it.
Okay, all right, good deal. So now we've got another big threat coming out for Andrew Strouch, the Reinforcement Walker. We're going to see.
This is really the main card that Heroism struggles with, I think, is Reinforcement Walker, because there's no way to deal with this card where your opponent doesn't come ahead on the value proposition. Like it's just, it draws so many cards if it even lives for a little bit.
Reinforcement Walker. Great card engine right now for Andrew Strouch because he's not in danger in terms of base HP. He only has 15 damage on base, so he can certainly draw some cards with that Reinforcement Walker. Now, Inferno 4 coming out as well. And Andrew Strouch able to draw another card using the Dr. Pershing action ability, damaging the Inferno 4. So right now,
yeah, Andrew Carter definitely needs some kind of removal spell to just stay alive at this point. But from what I can tell, it looks like he's staring at a hand of vehicles and pilots for the most part.
Yeah, I think he would love to have something like a Fell the Dragon here to take out that Reinforcement Walker, but the handful of units that won't quite do the trick. Andrew Carter with the initiative once again. Staring down 8 possible damage on Andrew Strouch's side of the table. Now it does look like he's holding until the event in his hand, if that's Ewing Reinforcement or maybe that's something else like a Rebel Assault. It's like
I do believe it's a Rebel Assault. Yeah, okay. I think he's been holding that one for a little while. It does look like his deck is actually pretty Rebel focused for a blue-green deck. Like most units he's played outside of this Obi-Wan's Aether Sprite have been Rebels, and that card's been in his hand for a while. So I think if it was a U-Wing, he would have played it in an earlier turn.
So the Obi-Wan's Aether Sprite when played ability, dealing 2 damage and defeating Inferno 4, but now Andrew Strouch getting in for 6 with Reinforcement Walker. That's 27 damage on Andrew Carter's base. Fleet Lieutenant getting in Andrew Strouch's base for 3, and now we're going to see Darth Vader. Vader will come out, certainly ambush and clear out that Fleet Lieutenant, and of course Andrew Strouch now being able to search the top 10 cards of his deck, and it looks like Andrew Carter going to scoop it up here in game 1. Andrew Strouch with Team Sekrit taking the early lead in round 1.
Yeah, that's kind of that villain late game we were alluding to a little bit, right? Like once the hits start, they kind of never stop coming with the Maul into the Walker into the Vader unit. Like if you're not ahead at that point, it's really hard to catch up as a heroism deck.
Yeah, that is a great point, and it is interesting because we did see the Rebel Assault and Andrew Carter's deck. So as you mentioned, the deck seemed a lot more Rebel focused. You had the Fleet Lieutenants, you had Rebel Assault. So this particular blue-green heroism deck really feels a bit more aggressive. So I think for Andrew Carter, if that's the case, he needs to try and push the board early and get some good cheap units out as quick as he can, because Andrew Strouch with this particular blue-green villainy deck, obviously he has great options with 1-for-1 removal. And I think it's just tough here. If Andrew Carter can't stick multiple threats on the board early, I think this is a really tough matchup.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, he has some avenues that could snowball the game. Like we saw 3 copies of Chewbacca Pilot that game. So an early space unit into a Chewbacca does kind of force a no glory or die type situation. And it looks like he does have, he has prepared for the matchup. He has timely reinforcements. It looks like he has some of that late game, some of the blue removal. He just kind of needed to draw them in an order that lets him be ahead after the leader flips, I think. Not being able to deal with that Maul was really problematic that game.
Yeah, Maul was value city for Andrew Strouch because it took out 2 units. It took out the Sundari Peacekeeper, and more importantly, it took out the Obi-Wan Kenobi leader, and then it dealt at least 14, maybe more damage to base. I mean, it did so much work for Andrew Strauch in game one.
Yeah, and it was a great target for the OB. It killed most of the space arena that game too. Even got a cheeky self damage on the Hylabon Enforcer. It kind of did it all.
Yeah, absolutely. So we get ready for game two. I do believe, and you mentioned it early on, a great answer to the timely reinforcements, which is good for Andrew Carter in this matchup. But Andrew Strauch brought in Supreme Leader Snoke from the sideboard. You could see it on camera. So that's certainly another option. Like you mentioned, Supreme Leader Snoke and Overwhelming Barrage. Great answers to the token swarm. So I think generally those are the answers you're looking for. Those are much more impactful than something like a Super Laser Blast where you're having to reset, and then Andrew Carter could potentially still get the upper hand and have units on the board, and Andrew Strauch then has to reset with nothing.
Yeah, for sure. Like a lot of times, if in this matchup, once the heroes and players playing the timely reinforcements, they've probably lost the ground arena. So you really don't want to super laser blast your own 7 drops away. Like you will if you're going to die to the X-Wings, but it's a much cleaner answer to have the Snoke and just, you get to keep all your ground units. It neutralizes the card they just played.
Yeah, definitely. Now, again, we talked about it a little bit before this match started, but this is the last weekend of Set 4 Planetary Qualifiers. We've had 9 weeks. This is the 9th week of PQs for Season 0 here in Set 4. So, last set of PQs before the Galactic Championship. And the next set of PQs we have, Michael, will of course be Season 1, and we'll start having a point system. Looking forward to seeing how that shakes up.
Yeah, that should be exciting. I don't think they've released a ton of details on it yet, but we know I think the first points gathering event will actually be at the Galactic Championship, and I think the first person to qualify for the 2026 Galactic Championship will be, whoever wins this year's, right?
Yeah, absolutely. So very exciting stuff for sure. And having the point system, the next Galactic Championship, you do have to qualify for. It'd be very interesting to see how the point system works. And it definitely makes the season of planetary qualifiers, in my opinion, a lot more exciting as we follow all of these players hunting points and kind of tracking that. It just creates so many interesting storylines, and it'll be a lot of fun to watch and keep track of. So definitely looking forward to season 1 and how it all plays out. But looks like we're about ready to go for game 2 here in round 1 of our West Virginia Planetary Qualifier. Andrew versus Andrew. Andrew Strauch from Team Sekrit, again, a former Planetary Qualifier winner. He is the defending champ of the West Virginia PQ, so he is trying to defend his title. Andrew Carter will start with the initiative here in game 2. We'll see if Andrew Carter can respond and force a game 3, or if Andrew Strauch can finish things up here in game 2 and be off and running here in this tournament.
So looking at both sides, it looks like they both have access to some haymakers. I think I saw an early timely, and Andrew from Team Sekrit there looks like gets to open with the Dr. Pershing, which is by far the best start this Kira deck has.
I totally agree with you. Pershing so good early, especially in the Data Vault version of this deck, being able to get that early card draw engine, so important. So we've got Dr. Pershing and the Gamorrean that the Gamorrean Retainer?
Yeah, the Gamorrean
Yeah, the
Retainer is
Retainer. Yep.
a 3/2 for 2, and it has Sentinel when you have another command unit in play. It's kind of an interesting inclusion. It's not a rebel like we were talking about last game, but still a pretty well statted Sentinel that early in the game.
Yeah, absolutely. So we're going to get some damage in here. The Gamorrean Retainer getting in for 3. Pershing using that action ability, damaging himself. 1 card for Andrew Strouch. And now we're going to see a Sentinel coming out. The Phase 3 Dark Troopers. So now a Sentinel unit standing in the way. I see Andrew Strouch really trying to get some big value out of Pershing here.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like he's going to get at least 2 cards, which is, always where you'd love to be. But honestly, I don't hate this spot for Andrew Carter. He has a free. Okay, well, he decides to take the trade here, but either way, he is at least winning the board more in this early game compared to the last game where the power of the dark side kind of cleaned it up. But I think I spoke it into existence here.
That's what I was going to say. Speaking of power of the dark side, Sundari Peacekeeper immediately defeated. Going to see another copy of the Gamorrean Retainer. Pershing drawing another card. And Andrew Carter going wide here on turn 3, also playing a Restored Arc in the Space Arena. After Pershing gets another card for Andrew Strouch, Kira action ability now shielding up the Pershing.
Yeah, so I think Kira is still going to be a pretty relevant deck next set, and so that last turn is kind of something to think about. Is pre-Kira flip, it's actually okay to trade your units and take damage because the Kira flip is basically going to reduce your units HP anyway. So I really would have preferred to see the Sundari Peacekeeper kill that phase 3 there and kind of nullify the power of the dark side a little bit. But we're still at a pretty big board advantage here with Andrew not having any actual power in play, just the Dr. Pershing.
So early on here for Andrew Carter with the initiative. First action, Gamorrean Retainer getting in for 3 again. That's 6 damage on Andrew Strouch's base.
Looks like Andrew Strouch is holding an Agent Callus, but luckily that Gamorrean Retainer, not a unique unit, so at least won't get to draw a card as he ambushes and takes something out.
Looks like Andrew Strouch is going to go ahead and use that Dr. Pershing action ability, dealing 1 damage to itself, and because it had the shield token on it, will not be defeated. So getting another card, Pershing still on the board as the Restored Arc gets in for 2 damage. That's 8 damage now on Andrew Strouch's base, and we are going to see that Agent Callus you just mentioned will ambush and defeat the Gamorrean Retainer. And Callus will still have 1 HP remaining. Now it's just time for Andrew Carter to load up the Space Arena. We see Bright Hope coming out.
Yeah, they've kind of gotten into the same spot again where Andrew's won the ground arena and Andrew Carter's kind of going to space here. But we did see it looks like there is an Overwhelming Barrage lurking in hand again. So it's a great card to be able to clear out the other arena safely from ground.
Yeah, Overwhelming Barrage, arguably one of the best cards in the game. Of course, one of the best cards for Command Villainy, but one of the best cards in the game since Star Wars Unlimited released. Such a powerhouse event. Now we've got Andrew Strouch with the initiative. He has not ramped this turn, so this game, both players on 6 resources. We're going to see the Clan Saxon Gauntlet coming out in the Space Arena. So that is a 4/5 Sentinel in the Space Arena.
Yeah, it's a 4/5, and it can get even larger when it's attacked. I know this card is maybe not picked up in popularity, but definitely some of my teammates have been playing it recently to help shore up their Vader 4 matchup. And it's kind of coming in clutch here. This is if you attack it, it can become a 5/6 Sentinel, which is very hard to deal with.
Yeah, absolutely. I know that Andrew Carter, that is probably the last card he wanted to see. He was hoping to continue generating pressure in the space arena, but that Clan Saxon Gauntlet going to slow things down. Now, Obi-Wan Kenobi is deployed here.
Yeah, this Obi-Wan looks good. I mean, this is going to force the Kira to flip, most likely, because Obi-Wan cleans up too many things by himself here, I think. But at least, like, this is a much more controlled flip, right? You're making the Kira flip while she still has, or while you still have all your resources available to deal with her, potentially, if you have something like a blue leader or a takedown.
Yeah, that is a really good point. Now, it looks like Andrew Strouch contemplating using the Pershing action ability, but I'll think through it a little bit more here. And Obi-Wan Kenobi does have Sentinel, so Kallus attacks. It has to be into Obi-Wan. I think you make a great point. I mean, he could deploy the Kira here, maybe just worried about something like the blue leader that you mentioned. Andrew Carter still has all 6 resources open.
Yeah, and the Obi-Wan's really interesting here. So, yeah, they catch that he has Sentinel, but Obi-Wan's ability to move damage around is threatening all of Andrew Strouch's 1 HP remaining units here, which is both the Kallus and the Pershing. So I think if he doesn't flip, the Obi-Wan attacking is just going to get to kill at least one thing for free.
Right. Yeah, that is a really good point. So, again, Andrew was... I know we are going to see the Pershing action ability here, going to be 1 damage to Pershing, so Pershing finally defeated, but my goodness, Andrew got so much value out of that Pershing. Drew at least, what, 4 cards? Was it 5 cards?
So he played it on turn 2, and we're on 2 resources, and we're on 6. I think he's drawn 1 every turn, so he's got 4 cards out of his 2
yeah,
drop.
That's crazy.
Yeah. I don't know if Andrew Strouch caught this. Agent Kallus does count your own unique units, so that Pershing killing himself should have actually been a draw too, which is kind of sick.
Yeah, that is crazy. I didn't catch if he drew the card, but that is such a good combo there. And we've got it on screen again with Kallus. When another unique unit is defeated, so it can be your own, it can be the opponent's, you get to draw a card. You only use it once per round. That was potentially more card advantage there for Andrew Strouch. Now we see Obi-Wan Kenobi get in for 4. And did Andrew Strouch just pass there, and then Andrew Carter claimed, I believe?
Yeah, it looks like that's what happened. I couldn't tell what was in Andrew Carter's hand, but I feel like this Kira is being held hostage a little bit because it doesn't want to like do a bunch of damage to the Clan Saxon Gauntlet. You just spend your whole turn playing. So honestly, I don't hate this. I mean, this was you are ahead on board, and if the Kira still doesn't want to flip, then he needs a 7-drop to come clean up the board somehow.
Here we go for 7. It's going to be Maul again. It's such a good card against Obi-Wan Kenobi because it has the 7 power. It defeats Obi-Wan, and it only takes 4 damage back, so Maul's still on the board with 2 HP remaining. Kallus trigger here. Andrew Strouch draws a card. That is a fantastic play.
Yeah, it's such a brutal interaction. Like, at least if it's Vader, they kind of have to gamble that they find the Death Trooper, but the Maul just cleanly answering these 7 health leaders is so important.
All has been excellent for Andrew Strouch in this round 1 feature match. Agent Kallus is going to trade with the Gamorrean Retainer. Now the action back over to Andrew Carter. Believe maybe Andrew Carter just passed there because Andrew Strouch has claimed the initiative. So Andrew Carter does leave some resources available. And that Clan Saxon Gauntlet has been great because ever since it came down, it has just completely stunned the Space Arena. There has been no action over there since.
Yeah, this is a really tough spot for the Obi-Wan deck at this point, because at some point you probably have to answer this gauntlet, but the Kira hasn't even flipped now, and so she's almost a free removal on any bomb that you deploy to the ground, and I said the Maul is racing you pretty effectively at this point, because you only have 4 power in space.
All does get in for 7 damage right away. And now Andrew Carter, looks like we play direct hit. Direct hit will open up the Space Arena here. Clan Saxon Gauntlet defeated.
Yeah, that is the answer he needed to at least start pushing damage. He is ahead in the race, but the bomb train has started, and Reinforcement Walker is joining Maul, showing Andrew another Reinforcement Walker, depending on how many bombs he'd like to have. Okay, he will decide to gain the life.
That's crazy. Yeah, Reinforcement Walker finding another Reinforcement Walker. Andrew Strouch healing 3. And now we're going to see Rebel Assault. Andrew Carter has the opportunity to play it for the first time in this match. So a total of 6 damage will be dealt to Andrew Strouch's base. Andrew Carter gets to restore 1 from the restored arc. But this ground arena for Andrew Strouch certainly a lot more threatening than Andrew Carter's Space Arena.
Yeah, we need either an answer or a very aggressive space unit soon to kind of flip the math back in our favor. I think we are starting from a much higher life total, but attacking for 13 on the ground with the option to gain 3 life each time is pretty tough.
Andrew Carter is going to expand his presence in the Space Arena, playing a blue leader. So it's a total of 7 power now over in the Space Arena. 13 total power in Andrew Strouch's ground arena. And I do believe I saw a copy of Overwhelming Barrage in Andrew Strouch's hand, which could really clean up some of that Space Arena.
Yeah, it feels a little bit inevitable at this point with Pershing drawing 4 or 5 cards, the Callus drawing a card. Walker has at least seen 2 cards now. You can probably assume they have an Overwhelming Barrage, which I agree. I think he does have one in his hand.
Andrew Strouch has a stack of cards in hand right now. That is a massive hand, at least 8 cards in hand right now, as he decides once again what he wants to do with this Reinforcement Walker. The on attack trigger, taking a look at the top card. He can either draw it or discard it to gain 3. And it looks like he's going to draw another card, so yet more card advantage for Andrew Strouch. Blue leader getting in for 3. 22 damage on Andrew Strouch's base now. Maul's going to fire back across for 7. And that's 19 damage, I believe, on Andrew Carter's base.
Yeah, I actually don't know which one you prefer to see when you're facing down a Reinforcement Walker and you feel like you're trying to kill your opponent. Like, if they draw the card, that's probably not great for you. But gaining 3 life also doesn't feel good. So I'm not sure if Andrew Carter's happy or not seeing that Reinforcement Walker draw.
Yeah, given the damage total on Andrew Strouch's base, Andrew Carter has to be concerned about the card that was drawn. Here comes the Overwhelming Barrage on Maul. We saw it in the first game. We're going to see it again here. That's 9 total power for Maul, 9 damage being distributed. Blue leader and Bright Hope defeated.
This is a very good follow-up. I think right after the pseudo board wipe, you want just any card to go wide, so either a U-Wing or a Timely there, and he does have the Timely, so I mean, Andrew Strouch is at 24 damage on base, and we do have 10 power, now 13 power. This does demand an answer.
Yeah, that was a beautiful follow-up for Andrew Carter. What timely reinforcements indeed. We've got 4 X-Wing tokens, as you mentioned, 13 power in the space arena. Now, there's one problem. I'm almost positive that Andrew Strouch has a Devastator in hand, and that can immediately come out now because Andrew Strouch is at 10 resources, and that would literally just mitigate everything that Andrew Carter is trying to do right now in the space arena.
Yeah, so it is a little scary for the Kira player. I mean, you don't know exactly what Andrew Carter has. It's like a combination of some type of Fell the Dragon effect plus a pump spell. Actually, probably does kill you this turn because you can't kill him on the ground arena. So I'm not sure what other options Andrew has. He might decide something like a Vigilance is the safer bet at that point.
Right.
Just because Devastator is only taking off 3 damage and is really relying on your opponent to not be able to answer it.
Oh, it is a great point for sure, but definitely an option for Andrew Strouch, who has the initiative here. It looks like he's contemplating just guaranteeing another attack with the Reinforcement Walker. Now, Reinforcement Walker or any healing here would bring Andrew Carter just out of being able to deal fatal without a pump. So we're going to see Maul actually getting in for 7 first. That's 25 damage on Andrew Carter's base. He's going to follow up with a U-Wing reinforcement.
Yeah, the U-Wing's interesting here. What do you think Andrew's looking for? Probably some kind of Sentinel plus a pump would be the most ideal situation.
I think if you can protect your base here from getting walloped for 6 from Reinforcement Walker would be really nice. Of course, something like a Luke Skywalker, it's not as impactful here because it can't defeat the Reinforcement Walker. It can defeat Maul, but of course Maul has already done his job, right? He's got in for 7 already this turn. So we're going to see multiple little units here. We're going to see 2 Battlefield Marine in a Sabine's Masterpiece. The problem is it does not stop the Reinforcement Walker from coming through.
Yeah, it's not going to stop the Walker, and this kind of opens the door. If Andrew wants to play the Devastator, it's extremely safe now. That's probably not another great sign when your opponent discards a Snoke and you have a lot of X2s in play. But yeah. No lethal to be found without the pump off U-Wing, so Andrew Carter scoops it up, and I think Andrew from Team Sekrit's going to get that one 2-0.
There you go. What a great match for Andrew Strouch. Just too much card advantage at the end of the day in game 2. He had probably close to 10 cards in hand at the end of that game, and Andrew Carter just couldn't keep up with that. And then the big late game threats. Maul, I think, the real MVP of this match, being able to take out Obi-Wan Kenobi in both games and get in for at least 14 damage. Both games, what a fantastic play Maul was in this matchup for Andrew Strouch. But Andrew Strouch, the defending West Virginia PQ champ, taking the early win and starting out his title defense with a win. Great start here in West Virginia.
Yeah, it's a little unfair, abusing Pershing like that before Ki-Adi-Mundi gets released in a couple weeks. But heroes and fans can rejoice at least, as you can also have a hand of 8 cards in set 5. So.
Yeah, we've got Kia D is going to be generating so many cards. Is Kia D one of the best cards in the set for you, Michael?
I, I think he definitely is. I mean, it's obviously a very narrow card in what decks you can play him in because you do have to dedicate to that force package. But I think once you've already committed to that, honestly, he's probably one of the best cards in the game. Like the card advantage is extremely good on such a relevant body.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I am very excited for the new set. I can't wait to see how the new meta shakes up, and the first big tournament with the new set is going to be the Galactic Championship. That is going to be epic. I can't wait to see it. We are off to a great start here in West Virginia for the Planetary Qualifier. We are going to take a short break, and we will come back for some more action from round 2 of Swiss. Stay tuned. We'll be back shortly.
father before me. like my father before me.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the live stream here on the Sekrit YouTube channel. The West Virginia Planetary Qualifier at Horsemen Comics and Gaming. I am Josh Snyder, and this round we've got another special guest. We've got Ryan Conrow. Ryan, good to have you here.
Thanks for having me. Saw round one. It was great.
Yeah, absolutely. Great match for the defending West Virginia PQ champion, Andrew Strouch. Now, it looks like here in round two, we're going to have two different decks. We've got Han 2 Data Vault and Sabine ECL. Now, any particular thoughts on this matchup, Ryan?
For this matchup, I believe I would rather be in Sabine's seat right now, just because of the early pressure you can apply, and if you don't hit the certain type of units you want in Han 2 Data Vault, it can be tough, big struggle. But if you do hit that blue leader early and kill that Sabine, it can be very swingy.
Absolutely. I think blue leader could be very important for Brandon in this matchup. Now, this is Brandon from Team Sekrit. So it's Brandon on the right piloting Han 2 Data Vault, and George on the left piloting Sabine ECL. And it looks like for game number one, Brandon will start with the initiative. Now, if you are just tuning in, we are going to be having some giveaways on the stream later today. The store owner of Horsemen, the Horsemen Comics and Gaming, we've got Ron doing some awesome giveaways for us. We're going to have some giveaways later in the stream starting at the end of next round. So stay tuned for that and make sure to share and get as many in here as we can. Now, we've got some goals today. I believe if we get to 300, I guess 300, excuse me, 200 viewers. If we get 200 viewers on the stream, they're going to give away a sealed Jump to Lightspeed booster box. If we get 400 or more viewers, then they are going to be giving away a Legends of the Force booster box. So definitely want to get those numbers up there so that we can get those booster boxes given out. But we have some other giveaways that will happen regardless starting next round. But here we go. Looks like we're ready. We've got the resourcing decisions, and we are going to get started with a Han 2 action ability used right away. And it's Cassian Andor coming out for 2, be a 3/3 in the ground arena.
Yeah, that's a great start for Brandon right there, just because if he played Sabine unit and that was his only ground drop, like he can kill that with Cassian living. But it looks like George is going to start in the space arena here with a classic red A-Wing.
Early ground versus space, we are going to see the Sabine action ability right away from George. 1 damage to each base. Brandon is able to hold on to the initiative. Now, I misspoke a little bit at the start of round 1. Michael was a PQ finalist, but not a winner. Now, Ryan, you have won one of these planetary qualifiers, correct?
Yeah, I've won 2 planetary qualifiers, both in the Northern Virginia area, one in Baltimore and one in our local store.
Awesome. So you've got your day 2 bye, and now someone else today looking to grab a day 1 bye for the Galactic Championship. Both players trading 3 damage to base. Cassian getting in, Green Squadron A-Wing getting in, and now the Bright Hope coming out. Turn early for Brandon, coming out with a couple damage, and now we see Sabine's Masterpiece for George.
Yeah, Masterpiece is a good answer to that Bright Hope here because he can attack or deal 1 damage to the Bright Hope and finish it off with the Masterpiece living next turn.
The Masterpiece generates so much value if you have an aggression or command unit out. You can either get that ping or get that experience token, and really creates big value, some good trades, and see how Brandon responds here, because as you mentioned, that Bright Hope could be taken out by Masterpiece. Masterpiece stay on the board.
Yeah, I think that's like kind of a weak point with this Han 2 Data Vault deck. Until you drop that Hammerhead, like the early space round is just up for the taking. So if Sabine can apply a lot of space pressure early, then you can just see it snowball, and then the Hammerhead might be too late by the time they drop it.
That is an excellent point. Now Brandon does get in for 2 quick damage with the Bright Hope, kind of seeing the writing on the wall here for that Bright Hope. And George is going to attack into Bright Hope with Sabine's Masterpiece. Maybe, maybe not. There we go. And he is going to use the on attack ability, dealing that 1 damage to finish off Bright Hope. And as you mentioned, kind of leaves the space arena open for now. Brandon does get in for another 3. So 10 damage on George's base, but this is the Sabine flip turn. The question is, does Brandon have a good way to respond to the flip? Damage coming through from the A-Wing. It looks like we're going to see the Han action ability. Look at this. Poe Dameron coming out a turn early.
Yeah, that's very good. Can kill that threaten that Masterpiece next turn if George doesn't answer this right now. So he might have to burn that ECL early if he wants to get rid of it this turn.
George still using that Sabine action ability. And here comes Sabine. Brandon has just claimed the initiative, and Darksaber being put onto Sabine. Now I guess there's options here, right? Like, does he go for the Poe, or does he just be aggressive here?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like if you're going to commit to the Darksaber, you have to get rid of the Poe because it just threatens the Darksaber and your Masterpiece, and you can't get 3 for 1 there. So you do have to take out this Poe.
Excellent call there, and George certainly agreeing with you. Poe Dameron defeated. 6 damage back onto Sabine. On attack ability did go through. That's an extra damage to Brandon's base. So 11 damage on George's base, 10 damage on Brandon's base. But of course, Brandon running Data Vault has an extra 8 HP on his base over George. Now that Sabine leader unit, just 2 HP remaining. The Darksaber giving it an additional 3 HP. So now Brandon, with the first action, going to trade with Sabine. Cassian and Sabine leader unit defeated.
Yeah, I'd say the Sabine's still in a good spot here. Even though he put a Dark Saber on, he was able to kill 2 units. He still has his ECL up for the leader flip, so we see if he has a potential answer with that. And still, Brandon hasn't responded in space.
We see the 4 damage coming through from Masterpiece, and Brandon is going to play Wrecker here on an empty ground arena. Wrecker coming out with 5 total resources, couple damage on. So Wrecker essentially a 7-4. The action back over to George. And we're going to see the Fleet Lieutenant coming out. Fleet Lieutenant's going to let the Green Squadron A-Wing attack with a couple extra power. That's 5 damage getting into Brandon's base, 19 damage. And now Brandon feels as though it is safe to deploy Han.
Yeah, he feels really safe about it, especially since he spent 3 resources. Like, there's nothing for 2 resources that can ECL into his Wrecker or leader. So good deploy. This will be an interesting turn right here because if George claims, I'm assuming he has an ECL play for next turn, or if Brandon's going to just hit for 7 next turn, it's going to be game ending.
So George does decide to put some more threats in the space arena. We've got 2 Green Squadron A-Wing over there now. And Brandon's just going to get into base for 3 with Han, so 14 damage. This is going to be super tight. If I am doing my math correctly, I believe there's 13 total damage showing right now for George. And there's 10 damage showing for Brandon. So both of these players, with the way the board sits, 1 damage shy of fatal.
Yeah, I mean, that's definitely a spot where you want to be with Sabine because you have all these pumps like this Rebel Assault and Flora Cause and Fleet Lieutenant. So being 1 damage short isn't really a problem for Sabine. As you see, he action compresses there and deals, 8 damage?
Yeah, that is a big time hit for George. 8 total damage with the Rebel Assault, Fleet Lieutenant, and Green Squadron A-Wing both attacking for 4. Now Wrecker is going to get into base here. That's 7 damage, 21 damage on ECL. Brandon has 27 damage on Data Vault. Does George have a way to win on his next action? And here it comes. Here comes the big ECL play. Poe Dameron coming in. Where does he ambush here? I'm assuming he probably goes into that ready leader unit. That is where the ambush goes. So Leader Han defeated. He discards a card to deal 2 extra damage to base. And now he is showing fatal with Sabine's Masterpiece.
Yeah, this has been a brutal turn for the Han 2 player. I mean, starting off with the Rebel Assault and then the ECL Poe to kill his ready unit. I don't know if he had a buff to push that 1 extra damage, but I mean, as you see, George is going to take this game 1 by just having a superior resource 6 turn here.
Yeah, it was like Brandon was, in that position where he was trying to race George, and it is sometimes just so difficult to race Sabine. They can push out so much damage out of nowhere, like we saw with the Rebel Assault. 8 damage in 1 action. And then you had the big Poe ECL play. So things went according to plan for George in game 1. He has the early lead over Brandon. Good start for George as we get ready for game 2. Now, without knowing exactly what these players have in their sideboard, what are you looking to do here for Brandon? Like, what kind of cards are you looking to potentially have in your sideboard that can change this matchup potentially in your favor?
So I've seen a lot of Han 2 players starting to play Bombing Run for the Vader 4 matchup. So as we can tell from game one, he kind of took over space early and just pressured him with like consistent 7 or 9 damage from the space units. And all those have 3 health, so that could be a potentially good card to help you catch back up on the race. Um, if he has some sort of sentinels that he could bring in or start looking for those, I think Blue Leader is a really big card in this matchup, just to kill Sabine Flip and live by using Hantu's ability.
Yeah, I think that's probably going to be one of the most important cards for Brandon to look for. Generally, Blue Leader, of course, in the main deck of these on 2 builds, and didn't see it in the first game. Brandon would love to see it here in game 2. Brandon, originally from LA, he is a PQ winner as well, so another one of the Team Sekrit members that has a PQ win under his belt. So Brandon, of course, looking to potentially add another win to his resume.
Yeah, Brandon won the North Carolina PQ about a month ago, and since then I've seen this guy play pretty much every deck you can think of. So you can really tell he's trying to figure out what he likes after the winning with Kira Data Vault. He's tried out literally every deck known to man. So it's awesome to see him play something new every week.
Yeah, no, that is super cool. Definitely not on this level in terms of planetary qualifiers. That's something that I like to do as well. We've got a local store here in the upstate of South Carolina that we've got a great group of players and like to just bring a different deck each week, right? Just explore, have some fun, try out different decks each week. It's a good time. And I think if you're on a grind, for instance, like next season, right, when you're trying to get points, there's arguments that, you're going to try and just grind out with maybe the deck you know best, deck that has the best shot at winning, that you do really well with. But in this spot where you already have a day one bye, why not experiment a little bit?
Yeah, it gives you a lot of freedom to play what you want, have some fun while you are in this kind of like last week of PQs and right before Galactics. But it does look like he pulled Blue Leader from this Mon Mothma, which is huge.
Yeah, this is an excellent start for Brandon. Once again, starting with the initiative here in game 2, the early Mon Mothma, he gets to search the top 5 cards of his deck for a Rebel card and finding the Blue Leader. You talked about how important Blue Leader can be in this matchup against Sabine. And George, knowing that it's in hand now, will have to try and play around that a bit. We're going to see Battlefield Marine on the other side of the table coming out for George, and the early Sabine action ability again.
Yeah, I think it's very interesting with the Han 2. Like, you find the card that you really need in this matchup, but you are kind of surrendering like a turn 1 play by having out a 1/3. So we'll see which arena George chooses to kind of be aggressive in now that he kind of has the ground on lock right now, or if he continues to go back to space.
Turn 2, first action on Brandon's side. We are going to see red 5. An assortment of prestige spaceships for Brandon here in game 2. Red 5 certainly relevant.
Yeah, now he can put that 1 damage into that Marine and then threaten to kill it next turn, which is going to be huge.
A great combination, those two. Mon Mothma will put the damage on Battlefield Marine, and as you mentioned, unless George has some way to pump up the Battlefield Marine, Red 5 would be threatening to take it out with the on-attack ability. Next turn, we're going to see the Sabine action ability once again. 5 damage on Brandon's base. Brandon just claims, and it's an early for a cause I believe in. Not really what I was expecting, but see an early for a cause, and it's going to hit for 4, so that's another 4 damage going on to Brandon's base.
Yeah, it looks like there's a Poe he can put on top there too.
Yeah. So George gets to decide if those cards get discarded or go back on top. And it looks like he's going to put the Sundari Peacekeeper and Poe Dameron back on top of the deck. So we know a couple very important pieces of information. Brandon has Blue Leader ready to go for Sabine deploy. And then George will have Poe Dameron ready for the Han deploy.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting chess match here these next couple turns. But if I'm on Brandon's side right now, I feel pretty good that your turn 2 play was for a cause. You didn't continue to develop the board, and first action, we get rid of your turn 1 play. So now it's like Sabine can't really action churn or delay what she's going to do. So you kind of got this wait for her to flip, and maybe you can ambush her right away, or just keep passing to see what they do.
Red 5 getting the good early value for Brandon, taking out that Marine, so important. And now the action on George. He is going to play K2SO. We're going to see Brandon using the Han action ability. He's just going to go ahead and play Poe here. Poe once again coming out on turn 3 with just 4 resources, 2 damage on Poe, so essentially a 6-4.
Yeah, I like that claim a lot by George. Just get rid of that Poe first action next turn. Save your leader flip, because you know if he has that blue leader. So not a terrible spot, and you still have our ECL up. Red 5 is still a problem that we're gonna have to answer at some point.
A very interesting positioning from both of these players here in game 2. George with the initiative, as you mentioned, very likely wants to immediately answer Poe. Of course, we know that George has Poe in his hand, so that will be an option this turn. We're going to see K2SO trading with Poe Dameron, and the when defeated ability on K2SO going to deal another 3 damage to Brandon's base. That's 13 damage now on Data Vault. It is going to be a quick deploy on Solo now in the ground arena. Let's see if George responds with Poe. It looks like he is going to once again. ECL, epic action used. Here comes Poe Dameron with ambush. Now George has to decide if he wants to use that on attack ability.
Does
Potentially.
look like George has that Peacekeeper, Fleet Lieutenant, and maybe a Rebel Assault in his hand. Yeah, it looks like he's going to deal to the Rebel Assault, or with the Rebel Assault to Red 5.
There you go. So Han Solo ambushed and defeated. 2 damage to Red 5 off of the on attack ability. As Rebel Assault gets discarded. Rebel Assault not important here, with George just not having the Rebels in play to take advantage of it. We do see Red 5 come across for 3. 2 damage to Poe Dameron with the on attack ability. And Brandon's just... Now Brandon's in an interesting spot, because the action is back on Brandon. You know he has the blue leader and 5 resources, but if you just pass here, George would be super happy with that and just claim. So we're going to use the blue leader to trade with Poe Dameron.
Yeah, I wonder if like it doesn't feel good to claim there, but like if you do claim, you do threaten the kill of the Poe, and you assume that he is going to flip if you claim. So then you set up that blue leader play for next turn. So you kill the Poe first action next turn, and then you blue leader to kill the Sabine. I don't know if that's the correct path, but it's definitely a different angle you can go from.
Yeah, no, that is a good point. So after blue leader coming out And defeating Poe Dameron, George has the opening in the ground arena with Sabine. As Sabine gets in for another 3 damage, so that's 17 damage on Data Vault now. Brandon will have the first action. Red 5 still in the space arena, but won't get any extra value as of now. Sabine is not damaged.
He did get him to burn the ECL, so they are kind of on even playing fields right now. So it's a matter of what Brandon has to finish this game off, and that's a good start with Riken.
Yeah, absolutely. General Riken coming out. Riken will get Sentinel for the phase, so that is a 5/7 Sentinel unit in the ground arena. That will keep Sabine on lock right now. Now here comes Fleet Lieutenant. The question is, does George run Sabine into Riken? And it looks like that is going to be the play. So Sabine would attack Riken for a total of 4 damage. And the on-attack ability, 1 damage to Brandon's base. Sabine defeated. I think if you're Brandon, you have to like that play.
Yeah, I mean, you got rid of the leader without having to really trade anything. Still have a threat down, and I love our position now because we claimed, and if we are just trying to race, we can send that 5 to base and then make him Sentinel again, and then he has to trade another unit. Or you could just kill the Peacekeeper straight up and give him Sentinel, and then he has to trade his whole board into it. It's a very good spot to be in by Han 2 right now.
Yeah, General Riken coming in clutch for Brandon here in game 2. We've got 18 damage on Data Vault, 13 damage on Energy Conversion Lab. Brandon has the first action. Let's see if he decides to race or just clean up that ground arena. It looks like Brandon is going to race. 5 damage to ECL here. 18 damage on both bases, but obviously that means Brandon has a big advantage with that 8 HP buffer on Data Vault.
Yeah, this Riken has been huge. Oh, there's the Wrecker. Okay. It's a little scary.
Yeah, absolutely. Wrecker is going to come in, defeat a resource. And that will be 5 damage to Riken. So Riken is defeated, which means the ground arena currently open for both the Peacekeeper and Fleet Lieutenant. So Brandon will get in for 3 with Red 5. 21 damage on. Needs to find 4 more damage to win this game, but that math will change as soon as the Sundari Peacekeeper swings for 3. Restoring 2.
We got something big coming down.
Brandon using that Han action ability, and it's the Gorilla Attack Pod. That is showing game. It comes in, it's ready because there's a base with 15 or more damage. It has grit, 2 damage on, that's 6 power, and that is showing lethal. George scoops it up. We're going to game 3.
Yeah, that was the Gorilla Attack Pod is one of my favorite cards. People never expect it. And as you can see, it just wins the game right there. And that's probably why Brandon didn't decide to go the killing the Peacekeeper and giving it Sentinel route with Riken, because he knew he had the lethal in hand no matter what the Peacekeeper did.
Absolutely terrific game for Brandon there. The Gorilla Attack Pod can be crucial for these Han 2 decks. And it goes so well with Han because, it comes in with that 2 extra damage. So we're threatening with 6 damage out of nowhere with the attack pod is so good. It is exactly what Brandon needed in game 2 to close it out. And now as we go to game 3, George will start with the initiative for the first time in this match.
Yeah, as we can kind of see from like the difference between game 1 and 2. Game 2, George went to the ground. I think that kind of plays into Han 2's favor because he has so many ground units that he's just trying to slam every turn. Whereas game 1, he pressured that space arena early, and we saw Bright Hope doesn't really get the job done in terms of killing those units. And that's why George was able to pull out game 1.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's a really good point. I will see if George can find some more early space threats in game 3. He will have the initiative. Sabine generally wants the initiative. See how this deciding game 3 plays out. Again, thank you so much to everyone for tuning in. We'll be doing a giveaway at the conclusion of our round 3 feature match, so make sure to stick around for that. It looks like George is happy with his hand. Brandon going to take a mulligan here.
Yeah, I believe this Han 2 deck is like, I haven't played it too much myself, but I know Blue Leader is such a good card in this matchup that I feel like if you don't have it, you kind of, and you have like a mediocre hand, that you kind of just want to hard mulligan and try and see if you can get it in the hand.
Yeah, we saw the difference in game 2. Blue Leader able to trade with Poe Dameron. Of course, it also holds Sabine hostage. Brandon did not have that option in game 1. And he fell in game 1, so Blue Leader could absolutely be a big part of the difference of winning and losing for this Han 2 deck. And here we go. Now, I do have to say, Ryan, these Team Sekrit sleeves have got to be the best sleeves out there. Every time I see them on stream, I'm like, man, I need some of these.
Yeah, Andrew did a really good job designing them. It's a little hard sometimes with the logo colors, but like if you find the right color, it really pops, and I think they do look awesome on stream.
Yeah, absolutely. So here we go. Game 3. We are underway, and it's going to be Sabine coming out for George, and it's a Battlefield Marine for Brandon.
Yeah, that's a really good start for Brandon. The Sabine almost has to trade into this Marine because it's going to die if it doesn't kill this Marine, and the Marine gets to live with 1 health. So that's a great start for Brandon, getting the trade with the turn 1 plays.
Battlefield Marine, one of the best turn 1 plays in the game. Just such good stats for 2. And a staple in really any green heroism deck since the Spark of Rebellion days of this game. And we're going to see Fleet Lieutenant coming out. Fleet Lieutenant is going to have Sabine, and we're going to attack into base for 5 damage here. Now, it does open up that line you talked about. Battlefield Marine is going to attack and defeat Sabine and remain on the board.
Yeah, I mean, even though it did 2 extra damage to your base, I still like this spot from Brandon. Like, we still have a unit that can trade with the next unit. So now he's got a little early lead with this Poe Dameron, and I'm assuming he's going to equip them in space. So now he has a 4/5 in space along with a 3/1 that can trade with the unit. Very good spot to be in.
Yeah, that Poe Dameron is so good in this Han 2 deck. My goodness, you cost 4, and of course, Han, with his action ability, you can play a unit for 1 less. So he then costs 3, and when played as a unit, so you play him as a unit, create an X-Wing token, and then Poe can attach as an upgrade to a friendly vehicle unit without a pilot on it. So when to attach Poe to the X-Wing token, that 2 damage that goes on to Poe from the Han action ability is erased. So then you just get a 4/5 in space for 3, which is an extremely good rate.
Yeah, I mean, we saw last game too how much work Red 5 put in from the Space Arena. I'm assuming that this Poe Dameron plus X-Wing token is going to do a similar amount of work by just pressuring space.
So it's going to be some early attacks for both players. Fleet Lieutenant getting into Data Vault for 3, and then the X-Wing token coming across for 4. Now we do see a Wing Leader. First time we've seen Wing Leader in this match. Fleet Lieutenant will get 2 experience tokens. That's now a 5/5 Fleet Lieutenant.
Yeah, that creates a little bit of a problem for Brandon here. Not sure. Yeah, you kind of have to go base now because 23 damage into a unit without killing it's not really going to do you much good.
I guess the Wing Leader was probably the punish for not just trading with that Fleet Lieutenant right away. Brandon, I guess, keeping that Battlefield Marine maybe for a different threat. And then, of course, the Wing Leader comes out and is able to buff up the Fleet Lieutenant. Now we're going to see the Wing Leader here coming out and into the ground arena with 2 experience tokens. It's a 5/5 with 2 damage, so essentially a 5/3, and it looks like he is not going to ambush here.
Yeah, it's a little surprising. But I guess he's trying to just get the whole value train going by killing Sabine. But I don't know if he can afford that extra 5 damage if he doesn't trade it off right away. But I mean, like we've talked about, Data Vault has that 8 health buffer, so maybe you do have some time to get that extra value off.
Sabine deployed, gets in for 3, so it's 13 damage on Data Vault now. Brandon does have the initiative, and it does look like the value trade is what he wants here by not taking out the Fleet Lieutenant. That Blue Leader set up to take out Sabine and stay on the board. Both players up to 5 resources. Of course, Han could be deployed. Keep in mind, Energy Conversion Lab is available for George. Now we're going to see the Sabine Leader unit taken out right away by Blue Leader. Blue Leader will remain on the board with 1 HP left.
I think a Poe right here, ECL Poe could be very devastating. If Sabine has it, he can kill 2 units. Looks like he's going to go with the Rebel Assault though and just try to race, I'm assuming.
Yeah, looks like that is the play. Rebel Assault coming out. That's going to be 9 damage coming through here. 6 from Fleet Lieutenant, 3 from the Wing Leader. And just like that, Brandon has just 11 HP remaining on his base. Now, he does have an immediate answer for Wing Leader. Going to go 3 to base with Battlefield Marine. It's 12 damage on Energy Conversion Lab now. What it looks like we're going to see Energy Conversion Lab use with the next action. It's going to be K2SO coming in, and this is going to be a lot more damage here.
Yeah, it's going to be at least 6 because both ground units are at 1. Oh, okay, so he decides not to kill the Blue Leader off. So it's going to be 3 overwhelm, and now you have a guaranteed 3 damage from this K2 once you kill it off. This is definitely not a good spot for the Han 2 right now.
Brandon going to base, 16 damage. George is tapped out here. He will take the initiative. What does Brandon have? He's going to deploy Han. That's at least 3. So he can get the Energy Conversion Lab up to 19 damage on, but he's just going to take out K2SO here. When defeated trigger happens, that's 3 damage to Brandon's base, 28 damage on. Now we're going to use the on action ability for Riken. but it only has Sentinel for the phase.
Yeah, so he's just dead first action, right? Next turn with the Fleet Lieutenant, right?
Yeah, I think Fleet Lieutenant just swings for game on the first action here. He didn't have a way to answer the Fleet Lieutenant. And I think this one is going to go to George. There it is, 5 damage to base, and George taking it in game 3 to remain undefeated here at the West Virginia PQ.
Yeah, that was a great series. I mean, every single game was very close, so very tight play from both players.
Absolutely some great play, and George with Sabine ECL able to take down the PQ winner, Brandon from Team Sekrit on Han2 Data Vault. Falling down to 1-1 now, 2 rounds in. Now, real quick, we'll talk a little bit about the results from last weekend. PQ results from last weekend. So, Ryan, last weekend there was 16 planetary qualifiers that took place around the world, and Cura Data Vault was the most represented last weekend in the top 8. It was by a good margin. We had 17 Cura Data Vault decks show up in the top 8. Vader 4 was the second most represented, 11. Then we had Raid Data Vault with 10, and then Han2 Blue and Sabine ECL, which we just saw here. They were 4th and 5th. And interestingly enough, though, Kira was the most represented, but didn't get one win. Wasn't able to convert any wins last weekend. Whereas Raid Data Vault, 10 decks make the top 8. 4 Ray Data Vault won a PQ last weekend, so Ray was on top big time in the win category. What are your thoughts about that from last weekend, and what it may mean for the players this weekend, and how they were making their choices for today's event?
Yeah, I mean, I think Michael touched on it earlier today, where Akira is just kind of like the pseudo just best deck overall. So I think a lot of people are just going to play it just because it gives them the best chance to try to get that last second buy for Galactics. But I've not been too surprised by Raid Data Vault. It's just always kind of overperformed with how many people actually bring it. That was kind of the storyline at Minneapolis, where I think it was only 17 or something decks Raid Data Vaults brought, but like 6 or 5 of them like made it to day 2. So it's always been overperforming. I think it kind of just like lulls your opponent to sleep with value and stuff. So I'm not surprised that it does well in this kind of meta right now, because some Kira players don't even know how to play that matchup very well.
Right.
But other than that, it doesn't really seem like too many surprises. Like, you kind of always have to be ready for these Vader 4 decks because it is so polarizing of a matchup. That's why you see a lot of people with like anti-space in their sideboards, because if you don't bring it in and you don't interact with this Vader 4, then he's just gonna go off, and you can't really deal with it if you don't have the right tools.
Yeah, no, that's an excellent point. And generally speaking, the Raid Data Vault decks, they struggle a little bit against Vader, correct?
Yeah, I can confirm that. Michael can also confirm that. We played Reflex and Frank from Boston Network. I think it was round 2 of day 2 in Minneapolis, and we were fortunate enough to sit next to each other and just look at each other while we were getting blasted by Vader 4. So
Yeah.
we can confirm that's a not very easy matchup for Ray Data Vault.
So this is kind of my theory, and it could be off, but if you go back, not last weekend, but the previous 2 weekends, Vader 4 was the most represented previous 2 weekends. I mean, it was the most played. It was showing up in the top 8 quite a bit. It had several PQ wins. And then last weekend, at least the report from a Duluth PQ from Ian was, because he was still on Vader, was there was a lot of Vader hate. So my theory is there was a lot more Vader hate last weekend because of the success that we saw. I mean, you have to respect that deck. And so then if there's a lot of hate for Vader, I think you have something like Rey come in and have a great weekend, because Rey had not been putting up the results it did last weekend for like previous 3 weeks. So that's kind of my theory. I don't know how accurate that is, but I think that that with Vader being hated on a little bit, I think it opens the door a little bit for Rey, if Vader is being hated on and maybe not quite as represented as it had been.
Yeah, I mean, I totally agree. I mean, it makes a lot of sense, right? Like, you see all these Vaders pop up after Minneapolis, and they're doing well with these PQs, and then it's kind of like people have had enough, and so they're finally just like, all right, I've got like at least 5 cards on this sideboard for Vader 4 if it decides to show up. And Vader 4 being a very inexpensive deck to play, and it's also very, it's not the most complicated lines. When you're playing it, like, you kind of just do your thing and hope your opponent doesn't really have an answer. So I think that really uh, plays in favor of like newer players that are just getting into it, that are maybe looking to go to Galactic for the first time, or they're just trying to get that PQ win by hoping they can spike that PQ.
Yeah, absolutely. So shout out to some of the chat. We've got the chat pretty active right now. Thank you everyone for tuning in. Big shout out. We've got C Raptor here, David, Tony. Thank you guys for stopping by. Super Rider, Endo Deck Tech, Trevor. That's one of the local players here from the upstate of South Carolina. Just won. He was one of the Ray Data Vault winners last weekend at the Duluth PQ. Big congrats to Trevor. Thanks for stopping by. And yeah, no, we're looking forward to a great event today. And it looks like David asked, do we have a breakdown of different decks at the event? So I will, when we take a break, we're going to be taking a break here in just a brief moment. I will ask and see if we can get a count, because on Melee, there's not even half the field, I believe, submitted their deck list through Melee. So it is a little bit tough to get an accurate, like we could get what we have, but it would be nice to get you guys a full leader breakdown. So that would probably have to be done manually by somebody running the event. So I'll check in and see if we can get that maybe over the next round or so. But again, thank you everyone for tuning in. We're going to step away. We're going to take a short break, and then we will come back for some round 3 action from this Planetary Qualifier in West Virginia. Stay tuned.
safe? Is she all right? This is the way.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the live stream of this West Virginia Planetary Qualifier at Horsemen Comics and Gaming. We are set to have your round 3 feature match. We've got Han 2 Data Vault back at the feature table. We just saw Han 2 Data Vault fall to Sabine ECL in round 2, and this time we've got Quinlan Tarkentown on the other side. So I'm Josh Snyder. We've got Michael Conrow back with me here doing some commentary. Michael, good to have you back and looking forward to an exciting round.
Yeah, I'm excited to be back. I mean, they have 2 extremely good local players to the kind of DMV Northern Virginia area. Brian from Team Sekrit. He's kind of the last Team Sekrit member looking for his invite still. And then on the other side, we have Paul Heaver, who I believe is the 3-time X-Wing world champion, so extremely proficient game player.
Yeah, that is absolutely awesome. I first met Paul back at the Richmond 4K last year. I think it was back in May because it was May the 4th. So
Yep.
Star City Games put on the Richmond 4K last year, shortly after the game released, and Paul Heaver was there. Got to meet him. He was at the feature table. He was featured on my channel for a top 16 match, I believe. A couple matches. I think there was a final round of Swiss and top 16. Super nice guy, very strong player, and like you mentioned, yeah, former X-Wing champion, multiple X-Wing world champion. That's crazy stuff. So we are going to get round 3 underway. Brian from Team Sekrit with the initiative, starting out with L337. And then we've got Paul starting out with Battlefield Marine.
Yeah, it's a little unfortunate to have to go first as the Quinlan player. You would like to at least threaten the turn 1 Tarkentown activation because you start at such a big life deficit, but it looks like we're immediately reaching for the Hotshot Blaster to take the favorable trade here.
There you go. Yeah, very nice play. Hotshot Blaster taking out the Battlefield Marine, or the Hotshot Blaster on 337. And now we're going to see that explosive turn 2 Poe Dameron off of the Han 2 action ability, creating that X-Wing token, and then Poe going to go and pilot that X-Wing token. So Paul getting the early 4-5 space arena here in game 1.
Yeah, that's such a great reason to be playing Han 2 right now. I mean, this is essentially a stolen hauler with no downside. I mean, it's a little weaker to waylay type effects, but a 3-cost 4-5 in space is just so above rate.
Yeah, it really is such an efficient play for these Han 2 green decks. And as we get ready for turn 3, Brian with the initiative, L3 getting in for 4 with that Hotshot Blaster equipped. Action back over to Paul. We've got the piloted X-Wing token. We'll see if Paul has another explosive play. Now, generally, this is a tough matchup for these Han 2 decks just because, you're putting damage on the units. You're kind of feeding into the Quinlan pings and the Tarkentown, so it can be tough. We're going to see the Delphi coming out as a 4-6, allowing the X-Wing token to go ahead and attack, but didn't have the initiative, so just swinging for 4.
Yeah, but I think Paul has navigated this early game really well. Like, he hasn't given the Quinlan player an easy Tarkentown in the first couple turns to get tempo, and playing this at Delphi now, like, you can see at the front of Brian's hand, he has a Kira that he probably wants to play this turn, and Paul's not letting his turn get bricked by, the Kira naming that card, so he gets to kind of set the pace going into the next turn.
We are still going to see the Kira come out. Brian gets to take a look at the hand. It looks like Rebellious Hammerhead is the call here. So Hammerhead, I believe the call from Brian. That will cost Paul an additional 3 resources to play. So it will be some time before the Hammerhead could come out if Kira stays on the board. Paul will take the initiative. And yeah, as you mentioned, I think Paul has done a very good job of navigating the early game. He's really putting on some serious pressure over there in the space arena.
Yeah, Quinlan's not a deck that's super well equipped to deal with large space units. So he's gonna have to find an answer quick because they're both at 4 damage on base, but Paul started at 33 versus the Tarkentown's only 25, and he's representing 8 damage in space every turn.
Both players trading 4 damage to the bases. X-Wing token getting in, then L337, and then Adelphi as well. So, as you mentioned, 8 damage coming through in the space arena for Paul, 7 total damage in the ground arena for Brian. So both players using up their units and all the actions they could attacking. Now we're going to have to start playing something.
Yeah, and this Poe is a really great choice from Paul because the Quinlan on 5 resources always wants to play Plo Koon for the most part. So while Brian could still hit this Poe with the Quinlan and then Tarkentown it, it's at least you're making him use a lot of resources there versus just getting the free trade with the Plo Koon.
Now both players deploying their leaders. Quinlan deployed first, then Hans. So the action back over to Brian. And it looks like Brian is holding on to Plo Koon, but just trying to decide how he wants to go about the situation. Of course, Plo Koon in this spot would have that coordinate, so would be able to ambush for a total of 6 power. Take out either one of the 2 ground threats that Paul has presented.
Yeah, so I think if I was on the Quinlan side right now, I would be looking to still Plo Koon into the Poe, and I would send my Quinlan ping at the Adelphi so that I could finish it off with the Tarkentown. I just think it's really important to start limiting some of the damage that we're taking right now.
Yeah, I think that's a great point with the 8 damage coming through in the space arena. Brian is on a 2-turn clock just with the space arena. So we're going to see Plo Koon is coming out. So now he's got to decide where that damage goes. So he could theoretically ping any one of these units on the board with Quinlan's triggered ability.
That's true, and it's a tough call. Like you can see, he's kind of in the tank here. He knows he has to play the Plo Koon. It's just really what do you hit in this situation? I think with 12 damage already on your base, you just have to. Something has to kill the Poe this turn, whether it's the Tarkentown or the Plo Koon himself. Like someone has to go there.
So he's going to decide to put that 1 damage from the Quinlan triggered ability on the Adelphi Patrol Wing, brings it up to 3 damage on, which makes it susceptible to the Tarkentown. So Han defeated, Tarkentown taking out Adelphi, but Poe remains on the board and Paul has the initiative. It's a big swing coming up.
Yeah, this is tough. I mean, if Brian has an answer to this X-Wing before that attacks, because we can kind of assume the Poe attack is going to be first, then we can still stabilize this game potentially, but it's scary to be at 20 damage on base in a deck like Quinlan where there is no healing.
Yeah, absolutely. So, first action for Paul. Let's see if he... No, looks like he's going to play. Oh, he's going to play Adelphi Patrol Wing with initiative. That's going to be 10 total damage coming through to Brian's base. What an explosive play here.
Yeah, that has to be the nightmare situation for Brian when you thought you were taking 8 and instead you take 10 and it sets up a 1-action lethal immediately.
Brutal situation. Brian now in a spot where he has to answer the X-Wing token, or we are going to game 2. Here in round 3, Paul has really played game one perfectly to this point. We are going to see force throw, and he's just hoping to hit something that costs 5 or more, right, to defeat the X-Wing token.
Oh, it's so close. He had the 4, not the 5. Yeah, that game was a little closer than it looked. Brian did have 13 damage showing, I think. Or no, sorry, 16 damage showing and a surprise strike in hand. So if he could survive that one action, he actually did have lethal. It's just 1 damage too short on the force throw.
Wow, so close. Yeah, that's interesting, right? I mean, if he was able to deal just enough to take out the X-Wing token, he completely turns it around. So while Paul played perfectly and really appeared to be in the driver's seat, Brian still was right there in the end. So it's definitely shaping up to be an exciting match as Paul Heaver with the game one win here in round 3. And now both players going to the sideboard. Now, I do want to mention for everyone that is tuned in right now, at the conclusion of this match, don't go anywhere. We're going to do the first giveaway of the day. Ron from Horsemen Comics and Gaming has been extremely generous, is providing some great things to give away on the stream. The first giveaway will be a Jump to Light Speed pre-release kit. And that giveaway, again, will take place right at the conclusion of this match. And correct me if I'm wrong, Michael, but I think we're going to have a lunch break after this round.
Yep, I think the plan that we heard from Sonny, who's our ears on the ground, is the store's going to be doing a lunch break after round 3, and then we'll be back probably about an hour after that.
So now as both players going to the sideboard, are there any particular cards you're looking for here, Michael, for either player?
So as the Quinlan in this matchup, it's not something that I sideboard a ton for. I actually think this is a relatively good matchup for Quinlan. I do think it's a big deal that Paul has to go first now. Now, Paul could pass on turn 1 and try not to play into the Tarkin town, but it at least makes it a little bit better for the Quinlan. But on Paul's side, I played him at a PQ a couple weeks ago. I think the big card that he's bringing in is Salvage, and Salvage both acts as more copies of Home One, which is a very difficult card for Quinlan to deal with, but it's also critically a 0 cost. So if they force throw you, they don't get that value that they were expecting to.
Yeah, no, I think that's super important. If you can ever try and insulate yourself from the force throw, that's great. Yeah, I think Salvage is really good here. What about on the Quinlan side specifically? Of course, you mentioned, having Paul go first is important. Are there any other particular cards you might be looking for that Brian wasn't able to find in game 1?
Yeah, so I like bounce effects like Waylay or Clear the Field a lot in this matchup, actually. I think anytime that they play the 4-cost Poe pilot, you really want to have some kind of Waylay type effect in that situation, because it's just a hard removal spell. The pilot doesn't go back to hand, it does go to the discard pile. Other than that, I would probably be looking for more ambush type units. Like Han 2 is not quite as aggressive as Sabine, but they are playing a lot of those same early game cards because they're in the same colors. So you want to establish board control and then just kind of grind them out from that point, and any kind of ambush units help with that.
Yeah, absolutely. So Brian happy with his hand here. We see Paul take the mulligan. Definitely interested to see how Paul navigates this one going first. Does he potentially pass, as you mentioned, or does he play something early? Potentially setting up some Tarkin Town value for Brian. We didn't see, Brian was in a spot last game. He wasn't able to use Tarkin Town until, I believe it was the 6 resource turn, right? So it was a 5 resource turn. I think it was when Quinlan deployed.
Yeah.
So,
And I think if I was the Han 2 in this situation, I would probably be passing. I feel like this deck scales better into the late game, so you don't need to give them turn 1 Tarkin Town value. But you're also a Rebellious Hammerhead deck, so if both players pass, you just got +1 damage on that card, and that's a card that's really good in this matchup anyway.
excellent point for sure. We're going to see Paul does pass early. Brian going to play Sabine, and now Paul is going to play Battlefield Marine. So Brian will get the initiative, and now he is showing an answer for Battlefield Marine, but it's kind of a similar situation. We saw it last round in the Sabine versus Han matchup, where, Sabine is kind of in a position where, very well need to trade with that Marine, or else the Marine can come across, take out Sabine, and live.
Yeah, it's an awkward spot. I mean, I could see the Sabine going to base if Brian has another 2-cost unit he's planning on deploying this turn. But yeah, this is, I think, kind of expected. You just trade 2 drops, and honestly, against these red-green hero decks, that's kind of the plan on turn 1 anyway, so it's okay for both sides.
So now the action back over to Paul, and I believe Paul just passed once again. So Brian is going to play red 5, and now Paul plays his own red 5.
Yeah, and that's great sequencing by Paul again, is if your 3-cost, only has 4 life to begin with, like you don't want to play into the ping plus Tarkin Town, and Brian's already shown he's willing to play first, so you might as well wait.
So here we go. Brian has the initiative and will play Ahsoka right away. That's going to force Paul to discard a card, and if he discards a unit, Brian would then be able to exhaust red 5. Paul's going to discard the Gorilla Attack Pod, so red 5 on Paul's side of the table exhausted. And then we see Heavy coming out on Paul's side.
Yeah, Heavy's a really interesting include in these decks. It does trade well into all of these X5s, actually, because if they hit it, they'll take 4 and then 1 from the on defeat trigger. But he also just threatens a ton of damage when he's attacking with that coordinate ability.
That is a really good point. He gets raid 2 when the coordinate is turned on. So Paul just needs to get 1 more unit on the table, and Heavy is going to hit very hard. First damage to either base dealt last turn, as Brian's red 5 was able to get in for 3 damage.
Yeah, and this is going to be a really big turn for the Quinlan player. There's 2 4-life units in play, and it's a lot easier to navigate the ping on your flip turn, when it becomes so much more flexible with being able to ping units that cost the same or lower. So I think he needs to get out of this turn with a solid board advantage to be in a good spot in this game.
Heavy does get in for 4 here, and now we're going to see the force throw with Ahsoka in play. Having the force unit, whatever Paul discards here, Brian will be able to deal damage equal to the cost of the discarded card. So very important decision here for Paul as to what he discards. It's going to be home 1, so that's going to take out either one of these units.
Yeah, and that's such a tough situation for Paul. With the red 5 on Brian's side, even if you discard a 2-cost card, that red 5 is going to get to attack and kill your unit for free. So he might have had something cheaper and just decided, it's going to die either way. I need to make sure my hand's functional.
So home 1 discarded. Paul's red 5 defeated. Action back over to Paul here. He is going to go ahead and deploy Han. Oh, and it's another force throw. Double force throw. And he did have the 2-cost unit, or the 2-cost card. Mon Mothma discarded. Now Brian has to decide where that damage goes.
Yeah, but Brian, I guess, is still in the same situation. You put that 2 on the heavy. The red 5 hasn't attacked yet. And I mean, double force throw is amazing here.
Yeah, so good. Force throw is such a good card, and it is set to become much better once Legends of the Force, once that set releases. Now we're going to see 3 damage to Tarkin Town from Han. Ahsoka gets into Data Vault for 3, and now we're going to see Anakin, the big 5-drop coming out, another 6/6 option for Paul.
Yeah, and I think that was Paul's last card in hand. So, that is a big unit to drop on the end of this turn, but definitely a rough spot as Brian's kind of developing good board control here.
Absolutely. Now we do see Red 5 getting in for 3. The on-attack ability defeating Heavy, which did send 1 damage into Ahsoka. Quinlan is deployed. You see 3 damage into Anakin. Tarkin Town defeating Anakin. And here comes the Gorilla Soldier.
Yeah,
3 indirect damage coming through.
Yeah, this is a personal favorite of mine. I mean, the Gorilla Soldiers is just so good and has made this Quinlan deck so much more aggressive. And I mean, said he needed to come out of that flip turn ahead on board, and I think it went even better than I expected it to, with 4 units to 1 here.
Yeah, I would absolutely dare to say that Brian is very ahead on board now. Han just 3 HP remaining. Paul will have the first action, but as you mentioned, he lost his hand, and now going up a resource, he only has 1 card in hand. And with all of the discard available for Brian, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised at all if Paul just has to immediately play whatever's in his hand.
Yeah, that's the risky run, right? It's you could play the card in your hand to play around discard, but then you lose your Han for free on board. Oh, this is great that he has the timely, so maybe he gets to do a little bit of both worlds here.
There you go, timely intervention smuggled. So he plays the Echo-based Defender. Echo-based Defender will have ambush here. The question is, maybe he's not ambushing. Maybe he's just putting the unit out, or he's thinking of where to ambush.
Yeah, I think he's deciding where to ambush, because this is a tough decision. You could hit the Gorilla Soldiers, which is the cleanest kill, and now you're kind of worried that Quinlan's going to ping it off, or the red 5, as we see here.
Red 5 once again getting some excellent value for Brian. 3 damage to base, defeating Echo-based Defender, and now we're going to actually see Han trade with Quinlan. Ahsoka gets in for 3. Paul claims. We've got 15 damage on Data Vault. And now the action back over to Brian. He's going to smuggle Cassian in. Cassian readies. That's another 3 damage. 18 damage on Data Vault. And just like this, game 2 has completely turned to Brian's favor. And Paul's in big trouble. We may have a deciding game 3 here.
And this is such a strength of the Quinlan deck that probably isn't talked about enough. Is the smuggle package in red yellow heroism is so strong, and it gives this deck such a strong ability to grind, even though the curve is so low, just through all these Cassians, the hot shots, and the L3s.
Now we see Paul once again. He does resource. So just 1 card in hand. That 1 card, General Riken, coming out. It is going to slow things down for Brian here. That's a Sentinel unit in the ground arena. A 5/7. standing in the way of these 2-3 power units. Ahsoka and Cassian. Now Brian still has 3 cards in hand.
Yeah, it looks like a surprise strike, maybe another Ahsoka. And I think last turn he had a force throw that I assume he still held on to.
I tell you, it seems very tough to lose games when you draw all 3 force throw. I don't think I've lost a game with Quinlan when I drew all 3. Yeah, I do think he has force throw in hand. Now Ahsoka is going to attack Riken for 6 with surprise strike. And once again, red 5, Value Town on attack ability, defeating Riken. More damage coming through with Cassian, and Ahsoka's going to come out again as well.
Yeah, I would say the issue with drawing Ahsoka and 3 force throws is what you see here. Paul doesn't have any more cards to discard.
Right, exactly. At this point, Ahsoka just a 3/5 in the ground arena, but it is turning on the extra ability for force throw. Now we're going to see, oh, look at this timely intervention smuggled in. Rebellious Hammerhead dealing 2 damage to Cassian. And the red 5 ambushed off the board. And now Millennium Falcon coming in ready. That's fatal. And we are going to game 3. Brian ties it up here in round 3.
I don't know if there's a more sad feeling in the world than having to play a Hammerhead with 0 cards in hand.
I mean, he just had to answer the red 5. My goodness, what a game for Brian there to come back with his back against the wall, force a deciding game 3. You mentioned it earlier, Brian, one of the Team Sekrit players looking for the day 1 bye at the Galactic Championship. Brian has 2 top 8s already in planetary qualifiers, but hasn't been able to seal the deal and get that bye. So Brian hungry here and looking to go the distance with Quinlan as we head to game 3. Now for game 3, I'm assuming that Paul probably gives the initiative back over to Brian. And, I think we saw it in the first 2 games. Paul is just not going to play the first unit, I don't believe.
Yeah, I don't think there's any reason to really. There's maybe a small exception where if you have to use Han ability on your first unit, so it's going to be Tarkin Town no matter what, you might just play the unit so that way you can keep initiative going into the Kira turn, essentially. But if you're planning on playing your own 2-cost unit, I think there's no reason to play it first in this matchup.
I think if you give them the early ability to just take out your first play, I think you're behind early for sure. And we've seen Paul do exactly that when Brian started with the initiative. He just went ahead and played the opening unit. And then Paul, when he had the initiative, he passed. So do see Brian starting with the initiative and players getting ready to start this deciding game.
Yeah, I can't see exactly what's in Paul's hand, but he does have Poe Pilot, which is, I think the most important card in this matchup. So if the hand is functional at all, I would be leaning towards keeping it. But it looks like Brian does have some potential sideboard cards here as well. I think I saw the Hidden Sharpshooter as well as an Open Fire, which are less common in the main deck, so probably coming in out of the sideboard.
So it looks like Paul not satisfied with that hand. You did mention he had Poe Dameron, the 4-cost Poe, but maybe the rest of the hand just not good enough. Potentially didn't have any early plays. Maybe no turn 1 play, so Paul feels as though he needs to mulligan here. Brian is ready to go.
And that's something that, especially in game 3, like Brian has already shown that he's willing to play his 2-cost unit even if you pass. So you can't really keep a hand without a turn 1 play at that point. You kind of have to commit to the board and make Brian trade.
Both players playing so well right now, looking to move to 3-0 on the day, and we're going to see once again Brian's just going to open up with the early play. He plays Green Squadron A-Wing, and we're going to see Cassian Andor come out on turn 1 with Han's action ability. And Brian, he's got a turn 1 Tarkentown target for the first time in this match. Cassian defeated with Tarkentown.
Yeah, that's, people said this kind of kept Han 2 out of the meta for a while when both Django and Quinlan were around with Tarkentown. So it's tough that half your turn 1 plays just die immediately against these decks, but at least it's out of the way, and he's just got to find a way to stabilize now.
Paul will start with the initiative, and we are going to see the Poe Dameron coming out on turn 2. And he will be piloting that X-Wing token that was created off of the When Played ability. So Paul getting the 4-5 in the space arena, getting in for 3 with Green Squadron A-Wing. We see Cassian coming out as well, but I think that's probably the best response for Paul on turn 2.
Yeah, I mean, this is a great follow-up. I'm very curious to see what Paul does here. I played Paul in the last round of Swiss a couple of weeks ago in this matchup, and he was very aggressive with these Poe pilot units. I would really like to see a trade here, but I'm curious how he views the matchup. But with the Adelphi, that is definitely going base.
Here we go, yeah. Big swing from Adelphi, allowing that X-Wing token to swing for 6 to Tarkentown. That is... Well, he certainly answered that question. Paul's going to remain aggressive here.
Yeah, and Paul's basically asking the question now. It's, once again, I have 8 damage in space. Can your deck deal with that? And Brian does have a disabling Fang Fighter kind of pulled to the front of his hand here, which is pretty nice. That can kill half of the Poe pilot at least, and just leave the X-Wing behind.
So here we go. Cassian gets in for 3, 6 damage on each base. But yeah, I mean, the recipe for victory in game 1 for Paul was that 8 damage in the space arena between Adelphi and the X-Wing token. Now we're going to see the disabling Fang Fighter come out, defeating the Poe pilot upgrade, leaving the 2/2 X-Wing token. So now the Green Squadron A-Wing is going to attack and defeat the token. So certainly a much better situation for Brian this time around because he is able to deal with that X-Wing token rather quickly.
Yeah, and I think Paul's probably going to pile on in space here. It looks like he has the Rebellious Hammerhead that can answer one of Brian's space units here, and it feels like it's going to be hard to win the ground back at this point because we're going into the Quinlan flip turn. He's threatening Plo Koon again.
So the Adelphi Patrol getting in for 4. 10 damage on Tarkentown.
And the good news for Paul is, unlike game 1, there is no Tarkentown available. So this 4/4 Adelphi is pretty safe at this point. Okay, so we're going to use the surprise strike to clear it out. And that's not a terrible trade because that's, 5. The Quinlan doesn't have 5 resources available to threaten Plo Koon anymore this turn.
So the Adelphi Patrol Wing taking out Rebellious Hammerhead. The immediate response for Paul, when played ability defeating the disabling Fang Fighter. Now we're going to see Han and Quinlan both deployed. 3 damage to Tarkentown. From Han, that's 13 damage on, and things are getting really tight now for Brian because one swing from Hammerhead leaves you with just 7 HP remaining. The action is back over to Brian. He has Quinlan ready in the ground arena with 3 ready resources. And Quinlan is going to base here. 12 damage on Data Vault. Paul claims the initiative. And now it's Millennium Falcon. Falcon comes in ready. That's another 3 damage. So Brian being aggressive here. We've got 15 damage on Data Vault.
Yeah, it's a very good turn for Brian. I do feel like Paul is a little bit ahead right now, just because the number of actions both players need to get to lethal, I think favors Paul at the moment. But it looks like there may be another surprise strike, and I think Brian played this Falcon to try to set up a surprise strike kill into the Hammerhead on this following turn we're about to go into.
And Paul is going to get in with the Hammerhead first. So that's 18 damage on Tarkentown. Action back over to Brian. Now he does have 5 ready resources. He paid 1 resource to keep the Falcon in play.
I mean, this is just such good sequencing from Paul. Like, it feels like he really sussed out this surprise strike, because now he can't kill the Han in one action without using the surprise strike, and that means the Hammerhead's going to live. So while Brian can kill all of Paul's existing units this turn, it means he's going to take at least 3 more damage, and then Paul gets to play a new unit. So yeah, so we use the surprise strike to clear the Han, but now the Hammerhead is pretty safe.
That is an excellent point. So Cassian taking out the Han leader unit with the help of Surprise Strike, getting that additional 3 power. Cassian remains in play with 2 HP remaining. Oh, and here comes another big play for Paul. He plays the Gorilla Attack Pod. Now, it's not damaged. It's not played with the Han action ability. That is 4 damage being threatened here by the attack pod. Quinlan is ready, but of course with just 3 ready resources remaining, Plo Koon not an option. Oh, this is a tough spot.
I mean, we'd really love to see a waylay, but I don't think that's in hand, or that would have been slammed already. And I mean, now you might be looking at an early claim, but the issue is, you can't kill either of these units in one action next turn easily either.
A very tough spot for Brian now. Paul just needs to swing 2 more times, right? With either of these units. 2 attacks and it's game over. Action on Brian.
Yeah, and he didn't have the answer. It's just because the Quinlan can't even chip the Gorilla Attack Pod down because it has grit, so you have to leave it on 6 life. Then there's a 5 life space unit in play, and I mean, that is too much for a Quinlan to deal with in one action.
What a match. What a clinic that Paul put on here. This is a tough matchup. As you mentioned, Paul's sequencing was spot on throughout this match. He takes it in game 3. Paul Heaver moving on to 3-0. Brian falls down to 2-1, but certainly still alive and still push to try to get into the top 8. A great match here, and that was lovely. 3 great games between 2 really strong players. And, this is at least locally, when we've had players on Quinlan, they've just done so well against Han. So it's really interesting to see, kind of the route that Paul took throughout this match to make it work.
I mean, I felt like Paul played that third game about as perfectly as he could. I mean, there was even lines in there that I don't think I would have seen. Like, attacking with the Hammerhead before the Han on that last critical turn is I don't know. It's amazing foresight. Like, he put him on exactly Falcon Surprise Strike, which Brian had. And I guess you don't become a 3-time world champion in a game without being good. But
That's right.
Paul knows this matchup.
Yeah, he did so well. All right, so we talked about it. Talked about the first giveaway. So we're going to go ahead and do that first giveaway now. Again, Ron, the store owner of Horsemen Comics and Gaming, wanting to do some giveaways on the stream here. The first giveaway is going to be a Jump to Lightspeed pre-release kit. So how this is going to work is we're going to ask a question here. It's going to be a Star Wars related question, and the first person to type in chat the correct answer will win. All right, so that's what we're looking for. So I'm going to ask you a question. I'm going to ask chat a question. You guys put the correct answer in. The first person to put in that correct answer will be the winner of the Jump to Lightspeed pre-release kit. So here we go. Here's the question. So after being defeated by Dooku and Asajj, Savage Opress searches for Maul using the help of what type of animal? What animal did Savage use to search for Maul? So that's what we're looking for. So the first one to put in the right answer will be the winner.
And that's a Clone Wars deep cut from Sunny D.
Yeah, that question does come from Sunny, and it is from the Clone Wars series. Anaconda. Now, so it's
correct.
It's not,
yeah.
Is that one it? Okay. All right.
Yeah, that's honestly more correct than I even expected, to be honest. So
right, it wasn't the answer that Sunny gave me, but it's more specific, right?
Yeah, no, that is the specific Star Wars species. So
yeah,
congratulations
awesome.
to Ale.
All right. Yeah. Ale? Yep, that absolutely great. So Elle, what you're going to have to do is make sure you are subscribed to the Sekrit YouTube channel here. And in the description of this stream, you should be able to find the link for the Team Sekrit Discord server if you're not already there. So make sure to join the Team Sekrit Discord server, and you'll reach out to Sunny there. DS is the screen name on Discord, and reach out to him, and he will get you the information you need to get your Jump to Lightspeed pre-release kit. So very good, very specific. I love the specific answer there, and that's going to do it. So we're going to have more giveaways throughout the day. We'll do another one next round. We are going to be taking a lunch break, though, so we're going to have a lunch break after this, and then we will come back for more action, some round 4 action from Swiss. Michael, you got anything before we cut to break?
No, another great round, and we will see you guys after lunch. Thank you for tuning in.
Stay tuned, guys. We'll be back in a little while.
safe? Is she all right? We don't serve their kind here.
Jedi, like my father before me. father before me.
Where is Padme? Is she safe? Is she all right?
hard, sir. They're here. Round timer ended.
Don't know the power of the dark side.
I am a Jedi, like my father before me.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the live stream here on the Sekrit SWU YouTube channel. I'm Josh Snyder, and we have Ryan Conrow back in the booth with me. Ryan, good to have you back, man.
Yeah, glad to be back.
Well, we had a little bit of lunch break here. I got some food in me. I'm sure all the players did as well. And we are going to get right back into some great action. We have seen some really good games so far through the first 3 rounds. And now we are going to have Sabine Data Vault here at the feature table. We've seen Sabine ECL earlier, but now we're going to see Sabine Data Vault. And I believe this is Nigel on the Sabine Data Vault. A little bit of information from David earlier. Nigel coming down from Toronto, only 16 years old, has a top 4 appearance in a PQ already and finished 10th last weekend in the Toronto PQ. So this young man has been on a roll lately, looking to go further than he ever has.
Yeah, and bringing a little bit of spice with the Sabine Data Vault, which we really haven't seen do too much since that, what was it, the sector in Europe?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, the one in Lille, Sabine Data Vault came in, and I don't even remember in that particular tournament. I know the eventual winner with Sabine Data Vault maybe only lost like 1 match or something. I mean, it was incredible the run that it went on, and that's where it debuted. And you know, you're right. We haven't really seen this particular Sabine have a lot of success since then, but we did see Justin from KTOD get his PQ win last weekend with this particular deck. So he'd get a PQ win last weekend, and we'll see how Nigel does with it. He's 2-1 coming in here, and it looks like going to have, if Melee's correct, it looks like we're paired up against Admiral Piet. So we're going to have Piet on stream for the first time.
Yeah, Piet was one of those leaders coming into set 4, like early on. Like you thought, like, oh wow, like he gets to play a lot of this big stuff early and just play these drop big ship after big ship. But he didn't really put up quite the performance we thought initially going into the set. But it looks like he's doing well today.
That's an excellent point. There was so much hype around Piet coming in. And even locally with my play group, there was a lot of interest in Piet and, you know, really some belief that this was going to be a real player in the meta, but didn't really pan out that way. But Piet blue versus Sabine Data Vault. We've got Nigel on the right. We've got, I believe that's Christopher on the left. Both of these players sitting at 2-1 here. So looking to get their 3rd win on the day and their hopes of live at making the top cut here in Morgantown, West Virginia. Big shout out to Horsemen Comics and Gaming. I've heard a lot of great things about this store. They give out tremendous prizing. For instance, the prizing for this PQ was huge. I mean, I think they're giving out booster boxes all the way through 16th place. You've got carbonite boxes going to the top 2. I mean, just I think they've got a choice of the 2024 convention exclusive box or a carbonite box. I mean, so much excellent prizing being given out. We've got the giveaways going on stream here today. So big shout out to Horsemen Comics and Gaming. If you're ever in the Morgantown, West Virginia area, please be sure to stop by for all of your comics and your gaming needs.
Yeah, and just to build on top of that, Tad from KTOD has been raving about this PQ, so excited the whole time. I know he's been talking about it for like the past month or so, about how the owner's awesome and the prize support is just like top notch. Like you can't ask for something any better, you know, than getting some carbonite or a convention exclusive pack if you win this whole thing.
Yeah, absolutely. So we are underway. Game 1 of round 4. Nigel with the initiative, playing Ketsu Onyo to start things out. And we do see Dr. Pershing or Christopher. So Christopher looking to get some early card advantage here.
Yeah, we kind of saw that earlier in the day with the Kira Data Vault matchup in round one, where Pershing round one is great. Build up that card advantage, see more of your answers, hopefully.
Absolutely. All ground early for Nigel and this Sabine deck. We've got Cassian coming out on turn 2. A Dr. Pershing action ability used. Christopher able to draw a card. Phase 3 Dark Trooper now being played. So Christopher presenting a Sentinel in the ground arena, but Nigel does have the initiative here, and with Cassian on the board, going to swing right in, take out the Phase 3 Dark Trooper, and Cassian stays on the board with 2 HP remaining. Now we are going to see Corvus coming out here for Christopher. That is a 4/5 in the space arena with Restore 2. Sabine action ability used. Now Nigel deploying, and Nigel has the door wide open here. Look at this board, playing a couple 2-cost units, one in space, one in the ground arena, and now he's going to get in for at least 6. 3 from Sabine, 3 from Ketsu. Wow, what a great start for Nigel here, putting on some big pressure.
Yeah, he obviously knows what he wants to do. I mean, he's playing so fast, which is it's awesome to see, because he's just like, I'm doing my game plan. You have to stop me, and hopefully your big ships don't get an overwhelming barrage and punish me for this board state.
And first action, Christopher with the initiative. Corvus attacking and defeating the A-Wing, restoring 2 on the base, back down to 8, and then Cassian comes through for 3. So now the action back over to Christopher. And, you know, while Pershing is great and we're drawing cards, Pershing is not answering any of these units in the ground arena. Now we're going to see, was that the Invisible Hand, I believe?
It does look like the Invisible Hand, which I don't know if you can really pull anything unless they're playing that cunning 3/1 droid just to hopefully hit off of Invisible Hand that has Sentinel, but doesn't look like it hit anything there.
It looks like a miss from the Invisible Hand. You get to search the top 8 cards of your deck for a droid unit. Cost 2 or less, you can play it, but he doesn't find any droids. So another 3 damage to base. Piet is deployed. Now Piet is going to attack and defeat Cassian, so that's one of those units out of the ground arena. But another 3 from Sabine, and just like this, 17 damage on Christopher's base, 13 HP remaining. Nigel's yet to use any resources, and here comes Poe Dameron.
Yeah, that's
My
huge.
goodness.
Just slamming Poe there. Like, it's going to be tough to answer this because you can't play power because he has 4 units. If you want to play like a big removal spell like No Glory, then it's like your whole turn. Like, you really have to hope for overwhelming barrage, but that only really takes out Poe. So it's like a very difficult spot from Piet right now.
I mean, this very well could be overwhelming barrage or bust. Looks like we are paying 5. It's not barrage. No Glory only results. That's going to at least take control and defeat Poe Dameron. But look at this. Great response for Nigel. Wrecker coming in, defeating a resource. 5 damage to Piet. Piet's defeated. Now Corvus comes across. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I mean, if you're Sabine right now, you are just like loving life with this board state, right? I mean, you got everything in the ground arena that you want that's doing 3 damage. I mean, you have a Wrecker now. He already used one of his targeted removal spells. So, like, unless he has like a overwhelming barrage to just take out this Wrecker, it's going to be a death by a million cuts over here.
Yeah, absolutely. Another 3 coming through. My goodness, what a game so far for Nigel. Christopher needs a way to wipe this board. turbo laser salvo, maybe overwhelming barrage. He needs some way to wipe this ground arena. Salvo would actually be really good, right? On that invisible hand, could just wipe out the ground arena, but I don't know if he has it.
Yeah, that's like the answer that you need, and it looks like he is going to scoop here. But yeah,
There
like
we
he's only
go.
drawing to salvo there.
And what a fast game that was. Nigel able to flood the board, and Christopher not able to find any kind of removal to take care of multiple threats in one action. No barrage, no salvo. And game one is in the books in less than 8 minutes. Nigel with the early lead here in round 4.
Yeah, Nigel knows that we just had lunch break, right? He's not playing for another one right after this round.
We saw, I don't remember who it was, but earlier in the day in chat, someone made a cool comment. They said that, whenever you're playing Sabine, you get a mini lunch break every round. So, that is very true, right? A lot of these Sabine decks, they end up, finishing with plenty of time left in the round one way or the other. So you can take a little break, get you a snack, whatever you need to do. That is one upside to running Sabine.
Yeah, I can definitely attest to that. I mean, I've played Sabine. I've also played a little bit of Han 1 Green with the pilot version. Any aggressive deck in these tournaments can be like a huge advantage with these like 20 to 30-minute breaks because it's less time thinking and like just less decision making overall throughout a tournament. Whereas like when you play like a Ray Data Vault, you're making so many micro decisions that like you're gonna get exhausted mentally faster. And so like if someone who's fresh playing an aggro deck who's made it just as far as you have playing that Ray Data Vault kind of deck, it can be a big advantage mentally just going into those games.
Yeah, absolutely. I know you've had some success with Sabine before. I remember, Ryan, we go back all the way to Baltimore last year. I don't know if you remember the Star City Games tournament in Baltimore. You ended up making the top cut, you and Michael both, and you were on the feature table, recorded one of your matches there. So I know you've had success with Sabine. And then you talk about Ray. Were you on Ray in Minneapolis?
I was, yeah.
Okay,
Michael
yeah,
and I both were.
right.
And going back
Yep.
to that Baltimore, I actually played William, who won the Richmond sector in that feature match. So that was pretty cool.
Yes, yep. Yep, I do remember that. That is on my YouTube channel. That was a great match. And it was one of the few, it's actually the only match that I've witnessed where one of the games actually ended in a straight draw.
Yeah,
I think you were able to come back in that game and use the Sabine action ability to force a draw. And
yeah,
yeah, that was very interesting. The only time I've actually witnessed that at a tournament, so that was cool.
yeah. It was like I remember I had like 5 units on board and he had 0 and he like 4 caused or something to put me down to 24. He already used his ability and I'm just like, well, I can't win because I'm 1 off, so I guess might as well
Right.
draw, right? I never knew,
Yeah.
I didn't even know the draw rules, so I was like, I was very confused as well.
Yeah, it was interesting for sure. That game ended up being a wash. So good times indeed. And, yes, you're absolutely right. There's a big difference when you're playing Sabine in a tournament to playing a deck like the Ray Data Vault. That is such a grindy deck. A lot of matches are going to go, maybe not go to time each round, but you're going to have these long matches round in and round out. And I think that, it absolutely can be advantage, mentally playing something like Sabine, getting that downtime, getting those breaks, being able to rest a little bit, certainly can play an advantage in a long tournament.
Yeah, I mean, I think if I recall correctly, like other than the 2 matches I played against Sabine with Ray Datable in Minneapolis, like I think every match ended with like sub 5 minutes left on the timer in the round. So it was like it was
Wow.
very exhausting day one because it was like 9 rounds and every time was going to time. Just like I need today to be over. Like there was no lunch break or anything to reset. Like it's just 9 rounds of straight Star Wars.
Yeah. Now, we do have a question in chat here. How come Tata isn't on stream? Do you have something against KTOD? Absolutely not. Nothing against KTOD. I'm sure we'll have Tata here very shortly. Tata, the hometown hero. Of course, this is his local store. He's been so excited about this PQ, like Ryan mentioned, and I'm sure we'll get him on very soon. This was a request. David had requested if we could get Nigel on, and we wanted to go ahead and get Nigel on the stream. And definitely excited to see this Sabine Data Vault deck, and hopefully we can get Tata on soon. I do believe, is Tata undefeated right now? I do believe he
was
is.
when I checked. We're just saving the best for last.
There you go.
do well, so I'm sure we'll see him a lot.
All right, so here we go. Game 2, we're underway. We've got the Swarming Vulture Droid. There's one of those droids that Invisible Hand can find. Swarming Vulture Droid coming out for Christopher. It's Battlefield Marine for Nigel. And first action for Christopher, playing the Phase 3 Dark Trooper, and Nigel going to quickly take the trade. Battlefield Marine for Phase 3 Dark Trooper. The Swarming Vulture Droid able to get in for 2 damage, and back-to-back turns, we see the Sabine action ability being used. 4 damage on Nigel's base, 2 for Christopher.
Yeah, I'm curious to see where Christopher goes with this. I imagine he kind of wants to keep that ground arena somewhat contained until he can get those big ships down, like what he was unable to do last game. But looks like he's just going to go with the attack here to start it off.
Yeah, with that attack, he deals 2, and with the Sundari Peacekeeper out for Nigel, it has Raid 2 and Restore 2, so it attacks for 3. It is able to restore that 2 damage that the droid dealt. So the damage count has flipped here. 6 damage on Christopher's base, just 5 on Nigel's base after the Sabine action ability. And look at this once again. We've got two cost units being played on turn 3. Luke Skywalker and Sabine in the ground arena.
Yeah, that's clearly Nigel's strategy here. It's just going to go wide early as he can. He did that game 1 where he went to 2 drops on round 4. It looks like he was playing around the tank down because Christopher kept passing. It's smart to claim after you've used all your resources and your opponent hasn't. So.
Yeah, absolutely. You were playing around the takedown. He's able to claim, get in for a quick 6 damage here already this turn. We do see Piet attacking into Sabine. It's not enough to take out Sabine here. It would only be 2 damage.
That's an interesting play. I wonder if he's setting up a barrage or something for later.
Yeah, it is an interesting play for sure. He could have taken out Luke, right? Luke Skywalker only has 2 HP. That would have been a unit he could have straight up defeated with Piet, but Sabine gets in for 3. We see another Vulture Droid coming out. And Nigel being consistent here every turn using that Sabine action ability.
I mean, that's got to be the advantage of having Data Vault, is like you get 8 more pings with your ability that you couldn't get in ECL, right? So you just take advantage of it every turn.
Really good point for sure. Having that extra HP definitely makes the Sabine action ability a much easier choice. We're going to see Sabine deploy here. Another 3 damage. That's 19 damage on Christopher's base. Christopher has already just claimed the initiative. So we're going to move on to another turn. And now it's K2SO. 5 units in the ground arena. My goodness, another swarm for Nigel here in game 2. He's showing Fatal on board.
Yeah, I mean, Christopher has the swarming vulture droid, but I mean, Sabine's got the swarming army on the ground.
Yeah, absolutely. Swarming ground arena, no doubt. And there is an overwhelming barrage. Now that's going to be a total of 5 damage coming through. The Vulture Droid gets +1 for each other friendly Vulture Droid. So 5 total damage, taking out Sabine and K2SO, but the K2SO, when defeated ability, another 3 damage to Christopher's base.
Yeah, I think that puts him to 22. Is that right?
I believe, I think he was at 19, right? Maybe I'm mistaken, but looks like they've got it right here. We're up to 25 now. Yep, it looks like Nigel informed him that it was 22 after the when defeated ability, another 3 from Luke. So 25 damage on Christopher's base. Now, Swarming Vulture Droid gets in for 5 here, but again, it's game on the board, and with the heroic sacrifice, 5 damage coming through with Sabine, it's all over. Nigel with a quick 2-0 victory in round 4 over Piet Blue.
Yeah, I mean, there really wasn't much Piet could do there. You saw like he was setting that overwhelming barrage play up, but it wasn't obviously enough to take out enough units. And we saw Sabine just like, I'm gonna play a bunch of dudes on the ground, try to stop me.
Absolutely. I mean, he put Christopher in a spot where it's like, if you don't have some kind of board wipe for this ground arena, there's nothing you can do here, and that's exactly what we saw both games. So Nigel with the 2-0 win, advancing on to 3-1 on the day. Definitely a rough match for Christopher. But we've got a lot of time left. Now, we talked about it, so don't go anywhere, guys. Let's go ahead and do the next giveaway. We've got one more Jump to Light Speed pre-release kit to give away. So let's go ahead and do that. So another Jump to Light Speed pre-release kit giveaway. Now, what I'm going to do, once again, I'm going to ask a question, and what we're looking for is, chat, you need to be the first person to respond with the correct answer. And the first person to respond with the correct answer in chat will win this Jump to Light Speed pre-release kit. So here we go. Here's the question. In Clone Wars, there is an episode with Hu Yang teaching younglings about obtaining kyber crystals. At the end, he exclaims, that was almost as exciting when what Jedi obtained their crystals? So what Jedi was Hu Yang referring to in that episode? First one to answer with the right answer, first person to put the right answer in chat will be the winner. It is not Luke. It's not Luke. So there it is. Yoda. So Pioneer. Pioneer is the first one to respond with Yoda. That is the correct answer. So Pioneer, a couple things. Make sure you are subscribed to the Team Sekrit YouTube channel. And then in the description of this stream, there will be a link to the Team Sekrit Discord server. Make sure to go on their Discord server if you're not already joined and a member of their Discord server. Join their Discord server. Reach out to Sunny, that's DS, screen name DS, on the Sekrit Discord server, and he will hook you up. You'll get the information needed for the pre-release kit. So congrats to Pioneer winning the Jump to Light Speed pre-release kit. We'll have more giveaways. I believe we have 2 more guaranteed giveaways. There is the next giveaway we're going to do is a Mandalorian action figure. And then the last one, I believe, is an R2-D2 Bop It. So those are the 2 things that we're going to guaranteed be giving away over the next couple rounds. But if you guys will help us out, and if we can get to 200 or more viewers at one time, so we need 200 viewers at once, at one time viewing the stream, at least 200, there will be a Jump to Light Speed booster box giveaway. And then if we can get to 400 viewers at one time, there will be a Legends of the Force booster box giveaway. So help us out, share the stream. Let's get as many people in here as we can from the community. We'll have a good time. We're getting close, just a couple more rounds before we cut to the top 8. Hopefully we can get those booster boxes out to someone in the community as well. We do have some time left here. Ryan, is there anything you want to touch on maybe before we jump to a break?
I mean, why don't we, while we got the time, kind of see what's kind of doing well in these top tables, so we can
Yeah, absolutely.
what people expect to see. So I mean, like we talked about it, John Tata is on Ray Datavolt. He's near the top tables playing Brandon from Team Sekrit earlier. Looks like we have a Boba Fett from JTL on Datavolt that's near the top table. So we got a little bit of spice up here, for sure.
Yeah, definitely. No, love to see it. But yeah, I don't think that Tata will be dodging the feature table much longer, right? He was 3-0 coming into this round, and let's see if there is not reported yet. So his current match not reported. John Tata is facing off against Brandon from Team Sekrit this round. Saw Brandon earlier onto Data Vault, so we'll see if John can remain undefeated, or maybe Brandon can get back up to get a big win here, get up to 3-1.
Yeah, we've tried to put as many Team Sekrit members on stream as you could tell from the first 3 rounds. But two of them lost, so maybe it's bad luck. So maybe we'll throw John in here to try to get him his first loss.
There you go. So very good stuff for sure. Yeah, we've got some very interesting decks towards the top. Like you mentioned, I mean, we've got Boba 4 up there. I believe there was also a Gar deck that was 3-0. So there was a 3-0 Gar Saxon coming into this round. And unfortunately, I don't think he's one of the players that has the deck list on Melee. So I'm not sure who that was, but one of the judges was reporting that to us. So, very interesting to see Gar. There was a lot of talk about Gar right early on in this meta, and people were kind of looking at Gar Saxon. It was a very cheap yet effective deck to build. And, I think it was Michael that ran through multiple Gar Saxon decks in, was it Richmond? And then after that, there hasn't been many Gars around.
Yeah, we call him the Saxon Slayer around here, just because he I think there was 4 Saxons that he faced on combined day
That's
1 and 2.
crazy.
And he just sliced through them all, and especially with the deck, the Quinlan Targentown version he was playing, he had lots of upgrade hate.
Right.
And so he was just able to, all right, you play an upgrade, I'll just bamboozle that. And all right, now,
Yeah.
as we can tell from the Brian Quinlan Targettown games, he just had an overwhelming board state with attack to push the hill.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, Pioneer asked, who was the guy I have to message again? That's Sunny D. On Discord, the screen name is DS, capital D, capital S. That's the screen name you need to be looking for. Message Sunny DS on Discord. That way you can get all the information that they will need to get you that pre-release kit. Yeah, good stuff. Round 4 in the books. I believe we've still got quite a bit of matches left, but we are going to step away, take a little bit of a break, and we will come back for round 5 action, and we'll do another giveaway at the end of round 5. Stay tuned for more action.
Don't know the power of the dark side. Where is Penny? Is she safe? Is she all right? don't serve their kind here. I'll show you the dark side.
Rebellions are built on hope.
Jabba ruled with fear. I intend to rule with respect.
father before me.
All right, welcome back, everyone. We have an exciting round 5 coming up here from the For Horsemen Comics and Gaming at Morgantown, West Virginia, the PQ. Looks like we have 2 pretty spicy decks for you here. Yoda Green and Vader 1 Colossus. And I'm joined by my brother Ryan. Someone agreed to leave us 2 unsupervised on here.
Yeah, excited to cause some chaos on the stream in the commentary booth with you, as always.
Yeah, it's a little unfortunate. These are 2 decks that don't really go base, and that's kind of our expertise, but we'll see if we can navigate through it anyway.
Yeah, I mean, Andrew already kind of tagged us as dirty basers, so anything that's not base, we're kind of lacking of experience.
Yeah, so just right off the bat, I'm sure you're an expert on Yoda Green versus Vader Colossus. Who do you think's favorite here?
Um, I mean, if I had to guess, since these are both kind of control decks, I would kind of lean towards Vader a little bit, just because I'm sure he's got a lot more removal, a lot cleaner removal to these big threats that Yoda will play down. And usually the villain late game is better. But I wouldn't be surprised because if Yoda Green here does some stuff because it's got a good shell.
Yeah, I mean, he'll have the ramp advantage, but we start off with looks like an Onyx Squadron Brute on the Vader side, with then followed by a C-3PO that missed for the Yoda. But the source of card advantage could be a pretty big deal. And here he finds a blue leader, which is a very clean answer to that Onyx Squadron Brute.
Oh, and just a claim on this turn, and that's not what you want to see because he just slams resupply and goes to the next turn.
Yeah, that's a big deal. I mean, I don't know how much the early Yoda flip matters in this game because I don't expect this Vader deck to be very unit heavy. And if the Yoda is just killing, an Onyx Squadron Brute or a client or something small, I don't know how much the Vader player really cares.
Yeah, that's true. I guess my main concern would be like if Yoda can get to the point where they're slamming threats every turn and Vader doesn't, since they started with one less card and they didn't have a Pershing, they don't have enough removal to answer those big threats early on. But I mean, I think he's still in a good spot here. He can just ping off that blue leader once he plays a villainy card.
Yeah, so it looks like he is representing the experience with the official tokens. So he killed the Onyx Squadron and then moved to ground. So he's got the 5/3 still, which is good sequencing for blue leader. But it does look like this Vader is kind of what we predicted, a very hard control deck. He follows up with a Merciless Contest after the Power of the Dark Side. Just keep that board clear until you can get to your extremely strong Vader flip.
And there's the Pershing.
Yeah, Pershing met with the takedown. I think the Vader's probably pretty happy with that. I mean, if the Yoda's not progressing their board, I don't know how much the Vader really cares as you start to get to those super laser blast and Avenger style cards.
Yeah, and it's like in a shell, you look at takedown, like it's 4 resources and it just took out a 2-cost unit. Like those are the kind of trades that are like really inefficient from the hero side that like the villain side really capitalizes on with like their removal, like with powers and stuff like that.
Yeah, and we basically see the same trade the other way here, with Vader taking down the extremely scary village protectors. But this is kind of what I was talking about. Like, we're on the Yoda flip turn, but there's no value he can gain. So that ramp didn't really help him that much. But he's going to decide to just flip anyway and start pushing the damage.
Yeah, I mean, at some point you kind of have to just like start applying pressure here. I mean, it sucks that your leader flip doesn't do anything, but I'm not sure how much you would be able to set this Yoda flip up in this matchup anyway. So
yeah, I think that the Yoda player is going to know his list a lot better than we do, and the context matters a lot there. If you have cards that could reasonably kill an Avenger, I might have delayed the flip, but if that's going to be pretty hard, then you might as well start pushing damage while you can.
it'll be very interesting to see how this Yoda player navigates the Vader flip, which is I personally think, since Yoda didn't have any flip effect, like Vader's definitely more scary because he's attacking and he gets to put 2 damage onto units. So it looks like he's going right into the Yoda leader there.
Yeah, so he's given the Yoda player the option to just trade leaders if he wants to. Elects not to and goes to base here, but these leaders are both so big that they are kind of even in their exchange.
It looks like he went for the mill in defeat.
Yeah. We need to get our Yoda leader back in the leader zone at some point, but they can do that later.
Yeah, I mean, I think if I was going to vigilance there, like putting a shield on the Vader is like very awkward for the Yoda player to answer. Because like we just see he just blue leaders and kills it right away. Whereas like if you shield, then it's like maybe he has to trade the Yoda unit into it to try to knock it off and then ambush, or like I mean, Fell the Dragon doesn't kill leaders, right? So and they don't have power. So it's very hard for them to answer the big leader flips.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely a judgment call. You kind of have to figure the Yoda player's seen a lot of cards. He probably has a Luke, might be what he was thinking. Okay, it looks like we're trading removal now. I just feel like this is the kind of gameplay that ultimately favors, the villain deck. Is we're in the late game, the hero player has no board, and we're gonna drop Palpatine this turn. I think I saw he has an Avenger in his hand for the next turn.
I wonder if this Yoda player is playing Chewie. Listed at all. That's kind of a card I'd be looking for in these U-Wings.
Yeah. I mean, he does get the 3 wide U-Wing, which I think is the best version here, especially against a blue-red villain deck. But how do you feel about this Yoda player's not playing Data Vault and electing for just the straight green 30 base?
It's definitely interesting. I haven't really seen a blue-green heroism deck not play Data Vault in this meta particularly. But I think it's probably just maybe he feels like you're my only hopes, and like finding certain removal earlier has worked with the 30 health. I'm sure he's tried Data Vault. I'm assuming that's personal preference at this point.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely a downside in heroism, especially where you only have 3 copies of your ramp card, where villain has 6. So, playing that Data Vault, you're going to ramp a lot less, or you have to play the much worse Spark of Hope.
Yeah. I wonder what this regional governor named. I mean, obviously it didn't name Avenger. So I'm assuming it's one of the other big threats he's like maybe a Crate Dragon or something.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if it was Super Laser Blast, because he had just played 3 units. I see a question in chat. This is round 5. We'll get that updated on the overlay. Okay. Man, we see the Vanquish come out of the Vader. I'm a little surprised to see that, because I feel like that means he probably put in all 3 copies of No Glory and was like, I need another 5-cost spell that's just kills a unit.
Yeah, I mean, you see a lot of people do that with like the Data Vault, right? Where they use that like the extra cards as like we see it with Han too, where they run like 5-cost 6/6 Anakin as like their quote unquote 4th Poe Dameron.
Sure.
But here in Colossus, he's just like, no, nothing's staying alive on that board. It's just, I got every piece of removal you can think of.
I mean, I want to say every single card he's played has either been an Onyx Squadron Brute or a removal spell of some sort. So he's committed.
Yeah, it's very like reminds me of Vader Blue from set 1, kind of when Boba was dominating.
This is spicy. He plays the off aspect Cad Bane off the U-Wing reinforcement to capture the Avenger.
That is a 3 pepper spice right there.
Yeah,
that's one. There are some shenanigans going on in this deck, and I'm for it.
So it's gonna say like, oh, I guess you can play it with the discount from You're My Only Hope as well, but that is a double off aspect Cad Bane. That is a 6.
I wonder if he has what's the card, the Endless Legions. I wonder if he's playing that. Maybe he just has all these off aspect stuff in the row. And, like that's like a finisher or pseudo finisher.
I mean, if he was playing the Endless Legions, I think I would have held that Yoda flip and killed a 14 drop. Okay. Now, one of the regional governors was taken down. Okay, here goes the other one. So all our cards are back online. The question is, do you attack with this Cad Bane and give him the Avenger back? Does he want the Avenger back? Yeah.
It comes in tapped.
Yeah. I mean, no on-play effect. It looks like we have a Fell the Dragon waiting, or maybe we just drew it off Cad Bane.
Interesting. Chooses to power the dark side and keep the Yoda alive.
Yeah, he's saying damage now more important than the long-term value here. He didn't want to bright hope the Cad Bane. I think that was the ultimate spice.
I'm
But yeah.
really curious what else he's got in this deck now. I want to see some more 3 pepper spice in here.
That one did kind of come out of nowhere. Like everything felt pretty normal, and then just bam, off aspect Cad Bane off the U-wing.
I don't know what it is about Yoda players, but every Yoda player that I've played, they play some sort of out of aspect card. Like I remember in Minneapolis, I played against a Yoda Data Vault player that played a full play set of Overwhelming Barrage. So I'm assuming it's some type of theme within the Yoda community that I don't know about.
I mean, I think once you've committed to playing a 7-cost leader, you've already decided, like, my deck is greedy, so I'm just going to play crazy cards and win the late game.
I mean, that's fair enough. I mean, Sonny was on that train for a while, right? Playing the ramp on with the Cad Banes, and I forget what the other out of aspect 7 cost was, but he was playing like
Luke.
Casino Han. Yeah.
Yeah. I'll tell you, it's a theme. I
Ooh,
feel like,
okay. Some value with the Bright Hope.
yeah, we didn't get the full Mon Mothma bounce value, but yeah, in any kind of Bright Hope value is welcome.
I mean, I think for the Vader player, like he's really like what I think his mind right now is like, I'm gonna win by milling you, because we saw that vigilance earlier in the game where he milled for 6, and this Yoda player's drawing a lot of cards. So his deck is probably way thinner than the Vader's deck right now.
No, for sure. And here we got a big bomb coming out.
Ooh.
This is maybe a 1 pepper situation. I don't know. I guess when your whole deck's removal, Annihilator makes sense. I think that might have been an Endless Legion.
As you can see, he only has like 8 cards or so left in the deck too. So this Annihilator, the Annihilator Prestige card is the most confusing card to me in the game, because I never know how you play it. Like if it's tapped, like when you normally tap a card, is it actually tapped, or do you play it the other way?
Yeah, I still don't know the answer to that. Luckily, I play mostly aggro decks where I don't get to see the Annihilator Prestige in play. But I mean, in this game, so this Yoda player feels like he's really just trying to like limp across the finish line. Looks like he's done 23 damage so far of that 35 needed on the Colossus, but like he's putting some really anemic beatdown out here.
Nothing protects the villagers like throwing on a lightsaber.
I mean, that's fair. I don't know how often they've tried that in Star Wars, but if you gave more villagers lightsabers, they might have less problems.
Yeah. Who knows? I'm sure we're gonna find that answer soon in the next set with 12 new lightsabers coming into play.
Yeah. Okay. There we go. Got some home 1 action. We haven't seen. I mean, we potentially saw an Endless Legion in his deck, but I haven't seen any techs so far, which is normally a type of card I would expect out of this Yoda deck. Maybe they've all just been resourced.
Looks like Obi-Wan's Aether Sprite, is that right?
Yet chooses not to use the ability, which makes sense. I will say the Vader player is staring down quite a few threats at this point, and if that regional governor is naming Super Laser, then it's going to be hard to clean these up all at once.
Yeah, because he's at 28 damage, right? So it's like, okay, he gets rid of the one turn lethal. And now he's threatening lethal again with one action.
Yeah, you
Maybe
gotta
an
kill the Village Protector.
out of aspect overwhelming barrage will spicy pepper right back at you.
There's the no
Just-
glory. Mhm. Oh, the second lightsaber. Uh-oh.
Yeah.
And the second lightsaber on the anemic beatdown unit closes the door. Interesting. Yeah, I mean it looked like the Vader had stabilized, but once that Avenger was gone, there was nothing providing like persistent value anymore, and he kind of just got overwhelmed by a swarm of idiots.
Yeah. I mean, we talked about it. Protecting the village, you just need a lightsaber. It does the job. Give the governor a lightsaber, he'll get the job done.
I mean, if it weren't for that Kyber crystal shortage, I think there would be a lot less problems in Star Wars if you just give everyone a lightsaber.
Yeah, that's probably true. I see that Stevie Gitz is in chat saying no Tada again. I'm not. We were trying to get him on for this round, but I'm not sure what happened. Maybe he
I
was.
think
Go ahead.
I think this was our table 1 game, and it was also probably a pretty spicy matchup. And we're just gonna assume Tata will be in the top 8, and we'll get to cast him then.
Yeah,
There we go. Sunny with the comment saying Tata's opponent didn't want to be on stream.
I mean, it looks like he's playing Boba 4 Data Vault, so I understand why.
I think I did see a Chewbacca pilot while he was shuffling up there. I mean, I don't know for sure, but it looks like maybe that's a sideboard card, but there's some good options coming in against a blue-red villain deck.
Yeah, I'll be curious to see if this Data player kind of goes for the same like route to victory, like he's going to try to mill his opponent out and try to just win that way. Or, I mean, I remember back in set 1, Vader Blue wasn't really trying to mill you out with Vigilance. It was like trying to end games with Avenger, and like now they have Annihilator. So I wonder if he kind of goes more aggressive for that route.
Yeah, it felt like he really got hurt by not seeing a Pershing that lived that entire game. Like nothing he did really drew him a card. He didn't get a lot of card advantage. Palpatine was, killed 1 unit. I think Avenger got to kill 1 unit, and the Yoda player was just consistently playing, 2-for-1 style cards.
Yeah, I mean, it does kind of put you at a disadvantage when your opponent can just hold all their Fellow the Dragons because you're not really playing a threat until that like resource 7 and on. So it's like, I'm just never going to resource this card. And when you drop your 3 big units in a row, like I have Luke's and Fellow the Dragons ready for them. So kind of puts you in some difficult spots.
That's the real downside of not being in green villainy, where you get to play, the Vaders and Mauls to kind of bridge the gap of, units you have to deal with before I get to my true top end.
Right. I mean, even cards like Reinforcement Walker, like we were kind of raving about earlier in like round 1 in the Curated of all games, it's like you usually just slam that card and it's like almost game over because it's either drawing your opponent a card or it's healing you 3. It's like both are bad options for you.
Yeah. It's like our player does take a mulligan here. It's always a little scary to mulligan Colossus because you don't no guarantee that you're going to find stuff, but we do have the turn 1 Pershing, which is a huge deal, matched by a turn 1 C3PO that draws a You're My Only Hope.
Yeah, that's what we call never punished. You always mulligan into
Oh.
Pershing.
Always had it. But honestly, I mean, C3PO, if he's consistently hitting, is just a better version of Pershing. So
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I remember in Minneapolis, he was just an engine that could not be stopped, at least for me. I know you had different experiences.
yeah, my C3PO didn't want to draw any cards, so yeah, that's fair enough. It's a long day playing Ray Data Vault, and you can't draw cards the whole time. But it looks like we see the Entrenched on the Pershing. Either he's trying to draw 8 cards, or he's going to start slapping some Rebel units. I'm not sure which.
I am really hoping for the draw 8 cards.
C3PO can't really tangle with this Pershing anymore. Yep,
It's going for the draw.
Yeah, okay, fair enough. Oh, no. C3PO's hitting him. Getting hit back for a lot more.
It's like, I can't let you draw 6 more cards, make that 5 more with 1 power. Just a Luke pilot for this round. It's not the strongest resource 4 play you want to see, but still developing the board. I mean, you're forcing your opponent to basically use a removal spell on it, or Pershing takes 3 damage by killing it.
Yeah, we have a clean answer with the Perilous Position here. It's a card that's fallen a little bit out of favor. But I mean, it's not bad necessarily, just maybe doesn't line up quite as well as it did in the set 3 meta.
Yeah, I think like Django, that kind of shell of like those good cunning villainy cards early on, like your 7th Fleet Defenders and all that kind of stuff, like kind of going away from this set / meta since the ban has kind of made that card not as good because it's not killing something right away. It's usually just weakening it, and that's not good enough right now.
Yeah, plus during that meta, you had Han Yellow that still had DJ, and a lot of these Vigilance decks could not afford to get DJ, so you needed an answer to that, threatening 7 flip turn.
Right. Oh, and then we do see Chewie and a Tui.
Shout out to Alex Blandon. I mean, yeah, this has to be the best possible answer. I have found normally the first Chewie doesn't get a ton done most of the time, but it's when you find that second Chewie or when you like home 1 Chewie that it starts to be really problematic. But normally at this point they either have a no glory or they get to a Palpatine unit pretty quickly.
Yeah, it's like they like kind of how you said, they always have like the first no glory or like a Palpatine to answer the first one, but like once you've played Chewie like that 3rd time, it's usually like just backbreaking and like they don't usually have an answer for it. At least that was the case for me playing Ray Data Vault. I was like, instead of trying to home 1 Luke Skywalker, like I was just aiming for Chewie in that Kira matchup.
Yeah, for sure. I've definitely found as a blue-green hero player, you're just trying to make them have a diverse range of answers. Stuff like Chewie or timely reinforcements, like cards that present unique problems are the best.
Yeah. I'm sure this Vader player has plenty of answers because he's drawn like 4 cards or something from Pershing.
Yeah. I think the reign of Pershing might be coming to an end as the Yoda is forced to flip to deal with him. Yeah, take down off the top. I think stops Pershing at only 4 cards drawn, so yeah, fair enough.
I mean, considering where he was expected to get 8 cards drawn, I mean, really did
it's a lot of value. I don't know if we're counting the entrenched on that Pershing as -1 card or not, but he did beat up a C3PO for a little bit too.
Yeah, that was interesting. C3PO attacked into it, but we still used takedown on C3PO. She feels a little bad, but I'm sure his hand might have been a little bit awkward there to kind of force that play.
Yeah, it's a little unfortunate. It seems like the Vader player's never been able to line up a a ping from his leader ability,
Yeah,
which could have helped kill the C3PO kind of for free. And trading rivals faults on 7-cost leaders. This is not a meta that I know about. I'm just
I thought the game was supposed to be over by this time.
yeah, I do like how much he's going base here though. That's pretty good. 8 to base, 2 turns in a row.
I mean, yeah, it's like, all right, you can kill my Yoda. I still got this Chewie. What up?
Yeah, and this is the spot you want to be in. Super Laser Blast, not very effective. Only kills a 3/2. Avenger is turned off for next turn, so this turn really needs to be something like a Palpatine unit to kill this Chewie.
Going with the Snoke.
Snoke's good. The issue is, when you play Snoke into 7 open resources from Heroism, it feels like Luke is always there.
Yeah, and we talked about like how they're always holding their fells too. So it's like this is just going to be another 5 damage. And still haven't answered this Chewie. That's done what 15 points of damage now.
Yeah, and this is the worst case because you're going into the next turn and all those cards we talked about being bad are still bad, but now there's a 6/7 instead of a 3/2.
Yeah, that has restore 3. So even if we were applying pressure in this matchup, it's like such a big swing.
Yeah. If we're at 26 damage taken on base, I did see a Super Laser Blast in hand. We just think we need to kill this Chewie and then maybe Super Laser Blast next turn, ideally.
I mean, yeah, but we also know he's got some lightsabers up his sleeve. So if he fully commits to this, spending all of his resources, lightsaber could end the game here.
And big resources spent. Super Laser
Yep.
Blast just to kill the Luke, and Chewie keeps on Chewieing.
Yeah, that's 20 points of damage done by Chewie. You can't ask for a better card right there.
Is that a Starhawk? And then we draw Cad Bane, which we can now play. Oh,
Ooh, I see the line.
I think we're getting close to the fabled 4 peppers level of spice.
I wanted to see the Starhawk into Endless Legion.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, in a match, he does have the Relentless too. There is some spice.
Whoever's playing him and this guy in top 8, if he makes it, if Luke makes it there, prepare to see some spice. That's all I'm gonna say.
The Endless Legion. I mean, and a Great Dragon. Good God.
He's just showing off at this point.
Yeah, I respect it. I mean, in a matchup that I thought was going to be Vader favored, he won pretty handily. And honestly, we didn't even get to see the super spicy lines.
Yeah, I mean that Chewie just didn't work in game 2, but in game 1 we saw it was a little bit closer and he almost had him to the end, but he only played I think 1 vigilance that game 1 because he kind of went with that mill strategy. But yeah, it's hard when your opponent plays more than 1 card per turn and you're just playing 1-for-1 removal the whole game.
Yeah, I mean, that game he had the Pershing, which I think did help keep it close, but he didn't have efficient answers, mostly to the Chewbacca, which, especially in a deck like this where you don't have Maul, it kind of feels like it's no glory or Palpatine unit, or that's kind of it.
Yeah, definitely a lot of less answers because I mean, even some Vader 7-cost Vader units can get some Death Troopers to even kind of bridge that gap to get that extra point of damage. But like I said, Chewie made it tough for him game 2.
Yeah, for sure. So for everyone who's still tuned in, I think we're going to do our next giveaway. we're gonna have Sunny show off this Mandalorian action figure that's gonna be given away.
I'm excited to see what this R2D2 Boppet is. No, that's like the next
Okay.
one, but
Here we go. Yeah, so we got the Mandalorian action figure and 2 packs of Jump to Lightspeed. Just to go over what we're doing here, we're going to ask a question, and the first one that puts the right answer in chat is going to win the prize. I think we're doing no duplicates for the Swiss prizes, but if we do get to some of those stretch goals like the boxes, then that'll be fair game for everyone again. If you do win, we will reach out to you in the YouTube chat to link up in our Discord, and we can get the prizes squared away there. Okay. So if you guys are ready for the question, it's going to be, which character in Star Wars after set 5 has the most unique Star Wars Unlimited cards? So the highest quantity of unique cards of that character after set 5 releases.
seems like we got people trying to run their way to SWU trying to find that answer.
I mean, they're just like me 6 hours ago. Yeah.
I mean, I've been impressed with some of these answers in the first 2 questions.
Not Yoda, surprisingly not Luke, not R2, but the answers are coming in fast now.
Not Vader.
No, not Vader. Boba Fett's close, but still one off. Someone has surpassed him.
Need to give people more SWU trivia like this because I'm not getting the answer as fast as the other one.
This is apparently harder than the Anaconda question. It is not Leia. Leia's also close with 4 unique cards. There we go. We got our right answer from Ewoks and Heirs SWU. It is Anakin, who will have 6 unique cards after the release of set 5.
Congrats to the Ewoks.
That's very, yeah, picking up both a strong legendary and a starter set exclusive young Anakin. So we will Ewoks and Heirs, if you don't mind, if you're not already, joining the secret Discord that's linked in the description. And if you could reach out to Sekrit Sunny, he will get you hooked up with everything. But I think with that, we're going to cut to our round 5 break. Do you have anything else you want to add, Ryan?
No, excited to go into the last round of Swiss and see who gets into that top 8.
All right, sounds good. With that, there's about 20 minutes left in the round, and we will be back shortly. Thank you, guys.
Don't know the power of the dark side. Where is Padme? Is she safe? Is she all right? Don't know the power of the dark side. Where is Padme? Is she safe? Is she all right?
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the West Virginia Planetary Qualifier live stream brought to you by Team Sekrit and for Horsemen Comics and Gaming. We are set for the final round of Swiss, round 6. Before we get to the top cut, I'm Josh Snyder, and we've got Michael Conrow here with me doing some commentary. Michael, it all comes down to this.
Yeah, this is exciting stuff. Like both of these players are at 3-1-1, and the way this tournament broke out, there's this match and another match of two 3-1-1 players. It's just a straight win and in. There's 6 people ahead of them that all drew into the top 8.
Wow, that is awesome that you get 2 direct win and in matches. So we saw Andrew on stream back in round 1. And this is your defending West Virginia PQ champion. So Andrew in a must-win spot to get into the top 8 and be able to defend his title. His opponent will be Christopher playing Thrawn for Data Vault. So we've got Data Vault versus Data Vault, and it's actually blue-green villainy on blue-green villainy. This should be interesting to say the least. What do you feel about this one, Michael?
Yeah, I think this is really interesting. I mean, Thrawn 4 is not necessarily the most popular leader, but in a matchup like this where, it's more about value than trying to survive, I think he could actually have some pretty unique advantages against the Kira player here.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll see if Christopher can get some really strong value out of Thrawn's ability, being able to essentially double trigger these when defeated abilities. Now, I don't remember if it's more than one, but if we go back about, I'm going to say it was about a month ago or a little more, we had Thrawn for Data Vault win a PQ, and I was very intrigued and took it for a spin on Carabast a little bit, and it was very interesting for sure, different than your standard, blue-green villainy control shell. So really interested to see what Christopher has for us here and how it matches up against the go-to blue-green villainy shell in this current meta with Kira Data Vault. Looks like Christopher will be starting with the initiative for game 1. Looks like both players are ready to go, and we are set and getting started for this win and in match. You've got Dr. Pershing, big value for Christopher early, and Andrew just claims the initiative.
Yeah, and you can see he just picked up a Cobb Vanth as well, and this is kind of, I think, that value train that you're looking to kind of roll through with Thrawn. Like Pershing on 1, he's going to hopefully draw some cards. Cobb Vanth is, okay, you play a Power of the Dark Side, and I end up with more units than I started with.
Yeah, absolutely. So right away, value for Christopher off of Pershing. We do see Andrew getting the ramp, though, as he played Resupply, going up to 4 resources. Christopher getting that extra card off of Pershing, playing Cobb Vanth. So yeah, just right now, early ramp for Andrew and early value for Christopher.
Yeah, I think an important thing to keep track of through this match is both how many no glory only results Andrew draws and also what he chooses to deploy them on, because it's normally you play that card and you're stealing a powerful when defeated from your opponent, but against Thrawn it's almost like you're stealing 2 of them, right? So it's a super important card and you kind of have to pick at the right spots to use it.
Yeah, that is an excellent point for sure. See what kind of value Christopher can get here. Of course, that Cobb Vanth set to potentially double up on that when defeated trigger. We'll see. He's able to take advantage of that. First action for Andrew. Looks like we're wanting to pay 5. And it almost looks like he was getting ready for that gunship. Having to double check the Cobb Vanth when defeated ability here, and it is going to be gunship defeating Cobb Vanth. So Christopher gets to search the top 10 cards of his deck for a unit that costs 2 or less, and then discards it, and then he can play it for free from the discard pile this phase.
Yeah, and you could even see in Andrew's hand, he had the no glory there, and that's kind of the choice he's making. It's like, obviously this Cobb Vanth is a lot of value right now, but can I get through that value with my Kira flip that I still haven't used and kind of clear out some of these small units?
I think that's probably the game plan right now for Andrew. So first, Cobb Vanth trigger finds Director Krennic, and now we're going to find yet another Director Krennic. Now, the only issue for Christopher here is that Director Krennic, of course, a unique unit, so he couldn't play both of those if the one is still on the board. Keep both of them in play. We do have Pershing action ability used. Christopher drawing the second card off of Pershing this game. Now we're going to see Inferno 4. Allows Christopher to look at the top two cards of his deck. He can keep them on top or put them on the bottom in any order, but keeping both right where they were on top.
Yeah. And weirdly, that situation with Cobb Vanth does come up more than you would think in this deck, because the first time you trigger Cobb Vanth, like Krennic is the best 2-drop you can hit, so you want to take it. And then you get into a situation where your second one, Krennic is the only legal target. And it's like, well, that kind of sucks.
Yeah, no, that is a very interesting predicament for Christopher. So we do see Director Krennic come out. Kira immediately deployed following Krennic. So that shield token will be defeated on Director Krennic. Pershing stays at 2 damage. Looks like 1 damage on the Inferno 4 and 2 on the gunship. Another 2-cost space unit, the Onyx Squadron Brute for Christopher. And now Andrew's finally going to take out the value train. Dr. Pershing defeated by Kira.
Yeah, and this Kira's in a really good spot right now. There's nothing that immediately contests her. The gunship doesn't die to either of these space units, so she's kind of just winning the direct trades in both arenas before Thrawn gets to flip here.
Gunship is just so good with Kira. I remember when Shadows of the Galaxy first released, and we're seeing Kira starting to see some play in the meta, and it was just like Gunship was made for Kira. Such a good spaceship for her. Now turn 4. First action for Christopher is going to be Overwhelming Barrage. Now the only problem is it's not going to be a big barrage here because all of his units are only 2 power, so it's going to be +2/+2 to one of those units. 4 total damage coming across, and that is going to be enough to defeat Kira as the Onyx Squadron Brute is buffed up for the phase.
Yeah, that is a pretty underwhelming barrage, but not the worst I've seen from Andrew. I've seen some barrages off of Pershing, which are even more sad somehow. But yeah, this one's getting the job done, it looks like.
Now we've got Devastating Gunship taking out Inferno 4. Christopher is able to use that when defeated ability there, putting 1 on the bottom, keeping 1 card on top. Getting in for 2 first. Damage dealt to either base so far here in game 1. Andrew still has his resources to work with here. Again, he's 1 resource ahead. After using that early resupply, now we're going to use the power of the dark side. Christopher forced to defeat one of those units, defeating Director Krennic.
Yeah.
Now the question is, do we trade here?
Yeah, if we do see a trade, I mean, the Thrawn hasn't flipped yet, so Christopher does have the advantage of a free 4/7, but we're almost in a straight mirror match at this point, and it's going to kind of come down to who draws their top end and which ability is more powerful between either the shield or the double undefeated triggers.
Excellent point. We are getting to that late game stage now. Andrew ramping up again, playing another resupply, going up to 7 resources. So now if he chooses to resource here, he will be at 8. 2 resources ahead of Christopher. Of course, Christopher can deploy Thrawn this turn. But getting up to 8 resources, there's a lot of options for Andrew, things like Reinforcement Walker. You've got, we saw Andrew get a ton of value out of Maul earlier in the day. That could be really good against Thrawn. And we're going to see the CR90 relief runner for Christopher, and there is the Reinforcement Walker for Andrew. Andrew going to start getting some card advantage here as he draws that top card.
Yeah, and I really like this claim by Christopher here. He has a Power of the Dark Side in his hand. Like, flipping the Thrawn doesn't make much sense here to give Andrew another Reinforcement Walker attack. Just claim and deal with this before another unit gets deployed.
Power of the Dark Side, so good in these kind of situations where you have your opponent holding on to just one big unit in play. Power of the Dark Side, perfect for this particular situation. So I think you are spot on. That is an excellent claim for Christopher as he looks to clean up the big Reinforcement Walker. There's Power of the Dark Side. Reinforcement Walker defeated. Let's see how Andrew follows up. Looks like it's going to be another big play. It's another Reinforcement Walker. Andrew says you're going to have to deal with it once again.
Yeah, and this is just the dream. Like, power is obviously an extremely resource efficient answer, but each one of these walkers is drawing a card as you kill it. So this card advantage is going to stack up over time. Although he chooses not to draw the Hylobon. That was maybe the one card in his deck bad enough to heal off of.
Hylobon discarded. Andrew healing the 2 damage that was on his base, and then the CR90 relief runner getting in for 4. We do see Kira's action ability being used, 2 damage and a shield token onto the Reinforcement Walker. And Christopher puts a unit in the ground arena. We've got another copy of Director Krennic. I believe Christopher's going up to 8 resources here. So he's not quite at the, the Avenger, Devastator. He's not quite there. So if he's not holding on to something like another Power of the Dark Side, this Reinforcement Walker could actually get some decent value, Andrew.
Yeah, the power of the double resupply draw is really showing here where, yeah, it's just hard to deal with these giant units way ahead of curve.
So 6 damage into Christopher's Data Vault with Reinforcement Walker. And once again, Andrew's just going to discard the top card. It was Pershing. Healing 3 damage. Relief Runner getting in for another 4, restoring 2. And now we're going to see another devastating gunship defeating Director Krennic. That when played ability to get to defeat a unit with 2 or less HP remaining. So Krennic just a 2/2. He's defeated. And now, finally, we see Christopher deploying Thrawn.
Yeah, is there a more perfect card for gunship to kill than all these X2 shielded units? Like, it feels like that's really its primary purpose in life outside of the Kira flip.
Yeah, that gunship getting some really good use there, no doubt. Action on Andrew. Looks like he was contemplating the Kira action ability, which put a couple damage and a shield token on the gunship, bringing that gunship up to 5 total power with the grit ability. Looks like that is the play here. Action back over to Christopher. Still has all of his resources, 8 ready resources. Now staring down 2 very big threats, one in the space arena, one in the ground arena.
It does look like he's got quite a collection of late game cards in his hand here. I believe I've seen an Avenger, a Relentless, and a Devastator. So, yeah, there's some firepower coming. It's just, yeah, all of those cost 9+, and he will just claim here.
Wow, that is very interesting for sure. Christopher not spending one resource on turn 7. We do see Super Laser Technician coming out for Andrew. Now Christopher gets up to 9 resources. We can see some of those big plays on Christopher's side as well. I do like the Super Laser Technician here. It's very good against something like an Avenger, right? If that Avenger just gets slammed, you don't automatically lose the Walker or the Gunship. Christopher first has to get through the Technician with Thrawn. Defeated Trigger. Andrew getting another ready resource off of the Technician.
I think that's probably a pretty big tell for Andrew that some kind of Avenger or Power of the Dark Side type effect is coming up here. But he still elects not to kill the Thrawn. I think valuing that shield on the Reinforcement Walker really highly.
So here we go. 6 damage going in with Reinforcement Walker. Now we see the first big threat of game 1 for Christopher. It is Avenger. Andrew will have to defeat one of those 2 units. Avenger has that great win played and on attack ability. Your opponent has to choose a non-leader unit and defeat it.
Wow, it actually elects to get rid of the Walker. Or maybe he started to pick up the tokens there. I was like, that's too crazy. They might have to be Gunship.
A tough decision it looks like here for Andrew. Now, something to keep in mind is that Reinforcement Walker has 6 power, so something like an Overwhelming Barrage would be enough to take out Avenger. Avenger is just an 8/8, so if you can deal 8 damage, you can take out the Avenger. So, see what he follows up with. Here comes Darth Vader. First Darth Vader we've seen in this match. As Andrew gets to go fishing here. Top 10 cards of his deck looking for up to, or as many. It looks like we lost a signal on the camera here. Let me get that back here. Begin to search the top 10 cards of your deck for any number of villainy units with combined cost 3 or less. So he's looking for some small villainy units. It looks like he had found one.
Yeah, it looked like he was going to go with the Super Laser Technician there. I think just valuing, again, that card to insulate from Avenger and still give yourself value.
And getting word. Christopher representing the store. That's very cool. We've got the camera back with us here. And it looks as though Avenger did get defeated, so not sure what was played, but Avenger got defeated. Christopher was able to claim the initiative, and now Christopher with another big Star Destroyer. Devastator coming out, defeating Vader.
Yeah, I believe last turn Andrew had a Fell in his hands. That was most likely the follow-up after the Vader. But Andrew has ramped so much this game that he's going to be able to shield this Devastator and make it so Christopher has to have a non-damage based removal to get rid of it.
What a spot for Andrew here, being able to follow up Devastator with Devastator, being able to defeat Christopher's Devastator, and as you mentioned, using that Cura action ability, putting the shield token on his own Devastator, Reinforcement Walker, and Super Laser Technician able to get in for 8 damage. We've got 16 damage on Christopher's base, 13 on Andrew's base. And Andrew, major control of this board right now. Now here comes the Annihilator. The Annihilator is going to defeat Andrew's Devastator.
Yeah, and this is where Andrew's patience holding the No Glory on the Cobb Vanth turn is really going to pay off, because Annihilator is not a card you want to kill against Thrawn 4, where he would kill Andrew's entire board. But here, Andrew's going to get to do the opposite, right? He can kill this Annihilator and the Relief Runner, and keep all of his ground threats.
Yeah, that is going to be absolutely phenomenal for Andrew. Right now, Christopher in choppy water. Action back over to Andrew. Here it comes. There's the no glory. Only results defeating the Annihilator, getting to trigger that when defeated ability. CR90 Relief Runner defeated. My goodness, that is an epic play for Andrew. The patience, as you mentioned, has paid off in a big way as we close in towards the end of game one.
Yeah, and then we do see Christopher's hand here. It looks like he has a Super Laser Blast, a Maul, and a Relentless. So he's probably going to get to reset the board next turn. But Andrew's hand is pretty stacked with multiple copies of Avenger here. So this game will probably go on for a little bit, but we've got some grinding through big threats to do still.
One thing is for sure about this particular matchup, there is no shortage of big, exciting units. And we have seen fireworks already here in game one. Now at this point, Christopher, fully exhausted, has to claim the initiative. Andrew has the green light. He's going to get in for at least 8 damage with Reinforcement Walker and the Super Laser Technician. Gets another Reinforcement Walker on attack trigger. We'll see if he decides to draw it or heal. He's going to draw it. It was a Power of the Dark Side, which Power of the Dark Side, very important when your opponent doesn't have any units on the board, because that's an immediate answer for something big.
Yeah, and my guess is we probably won't see any more units deployed here. He knows Christopher claimed with a Super Laser Blast that he knows about, so it's just next turn make him spend 8 resources, and you can progress your board after that.
And Andrew absolutely agrees with that line, going to pass at that point. 24 damage on Christopher's Data Vault, 13 damage on Andrew's Data Vault. There it is. Super Laser Blast will reset the board. Reinforcement Walker and Super Laser Technician defeated. And Andrew has an unlimited supply of resources here.
Yeah, it seems a little greedy. Like, I think this is the 4th time he's ramped this game, and I don't know. At some point, you have to question, when is enough enough?
Absolutely. So Andrew up to 14 total resources, and he is going to follow up the Super Laser Blast with Maul, putting another big threat in the ground arena. That's a 7 power unit over there. Christopher has the next action. It's going to be Dr. Pershing. Now the question is, does Andrew push further on the board, or does he just claim and put Christopher 2 HP away from Fatal?
Yeah, I really like this claim here. I mean, whether you kill the Pershing or go base, it's, you still kind of know what you're playing around. Like, Christopher's drawn 2 cards since you saw his hand, but he clearly didn't have a great answer to Maul, or he would have claimed instead of playing Pershing. So, I don't know, just get the damage in while you can and follow up with your giant threats. And he decides that Christopher can draw no additional cards off this Pershing.
Yeah, Andrew looking to lock Christopher out of any possible ways to get back in this game. 2 damage to base. That's 26 damage on Christopher's Data Vault. How does Christopher respond? Now, Christopher has plenty of resources of his own. Playing the Commando here in the ground arena. That's a 2-2. And look at this. An immediate devastating gunship defeats the Commando. And once again, Christopher's board is cleared.
Yes, it looks like we chose to not double trigger the commando. I'm a little surprised. I thought he might double trigger the commando on Andrew's maul and then, kill that with his own maul. But he'd draw another super laser blast. That makes sense.
There you go. Another board reset for Christopher's second super laser blast we've seen here in this first game. Andrew still has plenty of resources to work with. He'll start with an Inferno 4. Take a look at the top two cards of his deck. Christopher will be claiming the initiative after this Inferno 4. Andrew keeping the cards on top. Christopher can't be pleased with that. And now there's another 7 resources for Andrew to work with. It looks like he just passes here, not playing any more threats.
Yeah, that is kind of an awkward part about the Avenger, although it looks like Christopher's seen enough. But Avenger's not a great proactive threat. Like, when you're already winning the game, it doesn't feel amazing to just play a 9-cost 8/8 that gets no effect. So,
yeah, well, there you have it. The defending West Virginia PQ champion Andrew taking the early lead here in round 6 in this win and in match. A lot of pressure on both of these players. Andrew taking the early lead over Christopher and this spicy Thrawn 4 Data Vault. Christopher going a little bit against the common blue-green villainy grain, bringing Thrawn 4 here, trying to get some great value off of those when defeated triggers. But tell you what, and you talked about how important no glory only results was going to be in this match. Andrew having that no glory on the Annihilator, I think that was the point in the game right there that it was pretty much over, and the rest was just formality.
for sure. And Christopher had a choice that turn. He was a little bit behind on board, but it wasn't insurmountable yet. He could have either super laser blasted or annihilator, and he felt like, I can still be proactive enough to play the annihilator, but the immediate no glory kind of turned that plan on its head like instantaneously.
It did indeed. Now we've got a question from Peter in chat about the clock. I don't see a clock here. I'm not sure what the time remaining in the round is, but it is a good point. This is one of those matches where games are quite long, so time could certainly be a factor as we move deeper into this match.
Yeah, so we did not get a clock running on stream, but in Melee they have 27 minutes remaining. There might be a small time extension as these players had to move over to the feature match table, but the game ran a little long. Like, you think that's almost half your clock in the first game, so you're gonna have to play a little bit quicker if Christopher starts to win this next one.
Yeah, I think that's a really good point for sure. Taking, we're almost 30 minutes into this round, but as you mentioned, there could be a small extension. We'll see how game 2 goes if Christopher has a clear advantage. It's one of those situations where this is a win and in, and I don't know, is a draw here possible? Like, if a draw happens here, is there any chance either one of these guys get in? Or is it absolutely must win?
I believe this is an absolute must win. There's, a handful of 3 and 2 players who will be playing their match. So if one of those or multiple of them will win, going up to 12 match points, and a draw here would put both of these players on only 11, unfortunately.
Okay, yeah, that's what you need to know. So yeah, must win situation. I think it is interesting for sure, because if Christopher gets in a spot where he is appearing to be a heavy favorite, looks like he's going to take the game, I think if you're Andrew, you absolutely have to notice that as quickly as possible and get to that final game, because they are going to be playing against the clock, especially if we go into game 3. It looks like both players taking a very quick mulligan here in game 2. Hopefully someone's giving them some updates. Looks like they are trying to move a little quicker here as we close in on the 25-minute mark. Christopher will be starting with the initiative here in game 2. And if you are tuned in, be sure to stick around. Right at the conclusion of this match, we will do another giveaway. So this will be the last guaranteed giveaway of the day. Remember, if we can get to 200 or more viewers at one time, we can do another giveaway, a jump to light speed booster box. If we can get to 400 or more viewers, then things get really interesting and we get to give away a Legends of the Force booster box, all thanks to 4 Horsemen Comics and Gaming.
I think you had a great point though, Josh. It's definitely something to keep in mind as you're playing these slower data vault decks. Is even the in between game actions matter a lot. Like you really need to know your sideboard plan and be able to sideboard quickly. You want to resolve your mulligans quickly. Like don't spend excessive time shuffling just because you're now in a situation where you have to play 2 games within half a round after the first game took the other half of the round. So it's tough. Like you got to move quick.
It really is, and this is just one of those matchups where it's hard. These are not 2 decks that are generally very aggressive, so it's tough to, can be tough to try and close out a match quickly when your opponent is just constantly removing your threats. It looks like both players are ready to go. Christopher starts us out. Game 2 is underway. We start with Inferno 4. We'll see if Christopher likes the top 2 cards. He does not. Both cards getting shipped to the bottom, and Andrew says, I will call your Inferno 4. He has his own.
Yeah, that decision might have been as simple as I don't have ramp in my hand, and these next 2 cards are also not ramp, and I would like to draw some ramp this match.
There you go. Yeah, looks like Andrew put those on the bottom as well, so could be absolutely right. These players digging for some ramp. We saw that it was really important for Andrew in game 1, being able to ramp, get those big threats out first. It was very impactful in game 1. We'll see how things go here in game 2. Looks like 2 damage into Andrew's base, and Andrew's going to take the more conservative approach. 2 damage to Inferno 4. Now, it's not ramp from either player. We've got Dr. Pershing, some potential card advantage for Christopher. And Death Trooper coming out. First time we've seen Death Trooper in this match. That will deal 2 damage to Pershing and 2 damage to itself. But Andrew is showing a way to answer that Pershing right away here on this turn.
Yeah, the Pershing at least gets to replace itself here at a minimum. So it's not the end of the world, but I imagine either player would have been a little bit happier to have that ramp card.
Pershing action ability, first action of this turn. Christopher getting the extra card. Death Trooper will not allow Pershing to get any more card advantage here in this game. Pershing defeated. Now the action back over to Christopher, going to be aggressive with Inferno 4, 2 damage to Andrew's base. Now Andrew will take the trade, Inferno 4 or Inferno 4, and both players will get the when defeated trigger, so they'll get to go searching again, the top 2 cards. Look at this, Christopher quickly putting the first 2 cards on the bottom, activating Thrawn to use the when defeated trigger again. And I believe he just put them on the bottom once again. So Christopher really doing some digging, just not finding what he's wanting, it appears.
Yeah, Inferno 4 with Thrawn 4 is so interesting because it's being able to look at the top 2 twice is a lot different than being able to look at the top 4 all at once. Because like, if you have an okay but not great card on top, what do you do with it? Do you leave it there just in case, or do you send it to the bottom looking for something that's really good?
It is an interesting decision point for sure. Now, Director Krennic came out for Christopher. Power of the Dark Side said no thanks. Director Krennic immediately defeated. And then we do see a second Pershing for Christopher. And I believe Andrew had the initiative. Maybe he just passed there. Christopher using the Dr. Pershing action ability, getting another card. That's 2 cards extra this game off of Pershing's. And another 3 damage to Pershing with the Death Trooper, just 1 HP remaining. And now the devastating gunship comes in, cleans up the Pershing. So once again, Pershing just replacing itself with 1 card drawn.
Here we have a pretty solid answer with the smuggled Lom Pike, though. Skirt's fallen a little bit out of favor, but I mean, it's a 4/6 for 4 is amazing, and the fact that his smuggle is only 1 more than his normal cost makes this probably one of the best smuggle cards they printed in set 2.
Yeah, this is a fantastic card indeed. Now you've got Christopher with a threat in the ground arena that, with that 4 power, can, of course, immediately defeat Kira. Now, Kira is going to be deployed. So each unit taking some damage. Of course, Kira fully heals each unit, and then deals damage to each unit equal to half of its HP rounded down. And Andrew's just going to take the trade here. So Kira's deployed, putting 3 damage on Lom Pike, and then Kira attacks and trades with Lom Pike. So Andrew right now has been very conservative, playing a very controlling approach here in this game, just trying to keep that board cleared. And so far, he's been able to do just that.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting. I think part of it is probably being up a game when there's limited time left. Is Andrew doesn't actually need to deal lethal damage this game. Like the 2 outcomes that are favorable for Andrew are, he wins 2 games in the match, or this match just ends without a winner, right? Like a 1-0 win is the same as a 2-0 win in this match.
Great point. Yeah, that is very true. So yeah, just a very control approach so far from Andrew. We see Christopher playing the CR90 relief runner and then deploying Thrawn. We see Gunship getting the 2 damage and a shield token, now +4. That is a 7 power Gunship. Insane.
Yeah, followed up with a barrage for 9 is pretty disgusting. This goes back to how good this uncommon really was for Kira.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is the perfect spaceship for Kira. Overwhelming barrage, taking out Thrawn. Right after Thrawn is deployed, 2 extra damage on the relief runner. And Andrew just going to continue to make sure that Christopher has no units on his board. The devastating gunship attacking and defeating the CR90 relief runner. We are witnessing a clinic from the defending West Virginia PQ champions so far, winning game 1, and absolute control of game 2 up to this point.
Yeah, and now we get to the part of the game where you're both players at 7 resources. Like the bombs are going to start coming out, but I mean, Andrew is starting that bomb train with 10 power in play already, so Christopher has some catching up to do here.
Absolutely. Now we're going to see a start here. We're going to see Traitor is coming out, taking control of the Death Trooper, and then it's Darth Vader for Andrew. The first of the 7 cost bombs. And that will allow Andrew once again to clean up Christopher's ground arena. As he just stole the Death Trooper. We'll see what Andrew finds off of the Vader win played ability. Finds an Inferno 4. That's going to set him up for potentially his next draws. He ambushes and defeats his own Death Trooper. My goodness, Christopher just can't get anything to stick here in game 2.
Yeah. It looks like he has access to a super laser blast, and I'm kind of expecting to see the claim and just reset the board. And he wasn't able to win the 7 cost bomb part of the game, but maybe he can win the 9+ cost bomb part of the game.
Yeah, there is one key thing to note for Christopher. If he can reset the board, obviously that would be great. I think he really needs to do that at this point, but he does have a lot of cards in hand. He's got a lot more to work with than he did in the first game, it feels like. It does appear that he's got several big game bombs or late game bombs in his hand. So we're going to see the Super Laser Blast right away, resetting the board. Inferno 4 when defeated trigger. Andrew will do some more digging here.
Yeah, you're definitely right, though. I think he got 2 cards off his Pershings, and Lompike Smuggling was essentially another card, so definitely in a much better spot. But Andrew's favorite card on 8, the Reinforcement Walker's back right on time.
There it is, another Reinforcement Walker getting value right away. Now, in game 1, we saw that Reinforcement Walker come out, and Christopher immediately responded by claiming the initiative and throwing down Power of the Dark Side on the next turn. We'll see if he does that again, or if he has another line of play this time around. Of course, it's a little bit of a different situation too. Not only does Christopher have more cards to work with in this game, but he's also at the same number of resources, right? Maybe just one behind. Is he one behind? Am I miscounting here?
I think they're both on 9 because he.
Okay, so they are the same. That's what I thought.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, he has the Relentless, which is an amazing card. It's just, you're staring down 9 resources, and you're probably pretty scared that your opponent has Avenger. But, Christopher here might. Yeah. This could be a situation where I'm down a game and I need to win, so it's like I just have to make you have it, and I'm slamming my Relentless.
So 6 more damage to base with the Reinforcement Walker. Andrew draws another card. He's got the Avenger. Relentless defeated. Christopher's board cleared once again. And I tell you what, Andrew is the one that's being relentless.
Yeah, I don't think it's a question if Andrew has the answer anymore. We've seen him play 4 times on camera. Like he has the answers.
He has the answers. He has been relentless in this game, not letting any unit stick on Christopher's side of the board. He is desperately trying to get back in the top 8 and defend his title.
Maybe looking at another board reset with the Super Laser Blast here. It's all right. We didn't win the first salvo of 9 drop bombs. It's time to run it back again. Let's see what you got.
Take 2. Take 2 for Christopher. Super Laser Blast resetting the board. Now Andrew once again will be able to replenish that board. We'll see what threat he wants to fire out this time. He had a couple Reinforcement Walkers in the first game. We'll see if he's got another one here. Just under the 13-minute mark. I think one thing is for sure, if we end up having to go to a game 3, it will be very difficult for these players to complete that game 3. So it is going to be another Reinforcement Walker. He's got it again. He'll draw another card. Value Town in game 2 for Andrew.
He drew was a Prestige Annihilator, so he's got the next answer on deck, ready to go.
Andrew nonstop keeping the pressure on here. Director Krennic comes out, but Director Krennic much smaller than that Reinforcement Walker. And keep in mind at this point, we've got 13 damage on Christopher's base. There's 4 damage on Andrew's base. What a game so far for Andrew. We are going to get in 6 damage to Christopher's base with Reinforcement Walker once again. That's 19 damage.
Stop coming. That's, if you could see that, he drew a Devastator off of this Reinforcement Walker
Oh my
attack.
goodness, no, I didn't see what it was, but that is just, it's just too good. We see a shuttle coming in for Christopher. But the problem is that is much smaller than some of these big Star Destroyers that we could see. The landing shuttle, just a 2/4, has the when defeated ability that would allow Christopher to draw a card. Of course, can be doubled up with Thrawn's ability to draw 2. At this point, Andrew putting out the bigger threats. Base damage, the race here in the damage count, not even close. Closing in on the 10-minute mark. At this point, Andrew just has to continue to put the pressure on. It's going to be a big play here. Nope, he changes his mind. He juked us.
Yeah, honestly, this is kind of the situation where obviously you're at the end of a tense game, but yeah, I think both players here need to be cognizant of how long each decision's making. 'Cause these games can swing quickly, and if Christopher, does win this game, I think Andrew's going to look back and be like, did I need to spend a minute on my 11 resource turn, or could I just slammed a bomb here?
That is a great point for sure. Now there comes the Annihilator. We saw Christopher play it in the first game. Uh-oh, but look at this. Christopher has a no glory only results in hand. The Director Krennic is defeated, but now Christopher has a response here.
Yeah, and these are the kind of swings that are huge, right? Like, Christopher's not going to get the most amount of value of doubling that Annihilator trigger, but Andrew spent 11 to kill a Director Krennic, and now he's going to lose his entire board.
Wow, yeah, that is so good for Christopher. Here comes the no glory only results, taking control, defeating Annihilator, and then that is going to allow him to get that win defeated trigger on Annihilator, defeat the Reinforcement Walker, and Andrew will have to discard that last Reinforcement Walker from his deck. That's all three discarded here. Looks like there was only one copy of Annihilator in the deck. But man, I tell you, Michael, it's almost... I would have been scared to death to play the Annihilator right there. Because no glory, man, that hurts. That really stings.
It does feel aggressive. I feel like the Relentless is probably the safer play there, or even just jamming a Vader of some kind, because Christopher hadn't played an event yet that turn. But I do think this is the maximum punish for that play here.
Yeah, definitely punished. Andrew had complete control of the board pretty much the whole game until that turn. No glory only results, turning things around for Christopher. Keep in mind, we're getting to that point, under 8 minutes on the clock. We're getting to a point now where Andrew really has to make sure he can close this game out, or this game ends without a conclusion here in game 2, which would give Andrew the win. Because I just don't see these guys being able to finish a third game with this time remaining.
No, definitely not. I mean, this game, the earlier turns went quick, and they're still 20 minutes into the game, and it looks like multiple rounds away from a winner. So I don't see a world where they could ever finish a third.
And we do see Andrew filling the board back up, playing another Darth Vader, searching and getting a Super Laser Technician. The landing shuttle getting in for 2. 6 damage on Andrew's base. Now we will see the Cura action ability. 2 damage onto Darth Vader, and you see the speed of play picking up for both of these players. Another CR90 relief runner for Christopher. It does give him some restore, and the when defeated ability also allows him to heal.
The Chimera to follow up from set 4, it looks like.
Yeah, absolutely.
But seeing the Prestige, I think, reminds me of the most important question to ask Josh is, how do you properly play the Prestige Annihilator? Which orientation is not exhausted?
Right, yeah, it's very tricky for sure. So the Chimera coming in, that's the Chimera from Jump to Light Speed. You get to trigger a when defeated trigger, or when defeated effect on one of your cards. So he triggers the CR90 Relief Runner's when defeated ability, which is heal up to 3 damage from a unit or base. He used Thrawn's action ability, his triggered ability to do that again. So he heals a total of 6 damage from base. So Christopher back down to 13 damage on his base. The damage race tightens just a little bit, and now Christopher has a very large space arena.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting. A little bit of late game lane dodging going on here. I'm not sure how often that actually comes up in these blue-green villain mirrors, but I think part of Christopher being on this Thrawn build that's a little different is he wants to play all these mid-range ships with, on defeat value triggers.
Now here comes the first Devastator of Game 2, defeating the Relief Runner, which once again, allowing Christopher to heal damage from his base. Back down to 10 damage on. So now that is a big roadblock in the space arena, a 10-10 Sentinel. When played, allows you to deal damage equal to the number of resources you control to a unit. So plenty of damage going through to defeat the Relief Runner. Now the action back on Christopher.
I think he's really pondering this decision because he has his own Annihilator, which he is going to choose to go with. But once again, it's once you've seen each other's hands, he knows that this is going to get no glory next turn. But he's decided, I just have to get rid of the Devastator now, and it's worth it.
So there we go. Annihilator defeating the Devastator. So Andrew having to search out the other Devastator in deck and discard it. Like you mentioned, we see Andrew still has a very full hand, 7 cards, including the no glory only result, which can then, the start of the next turn, immediately defeat the Annihilator, take out 2 units, right? It could take out the Chimera and the Annihilator if you wanted to, or if you wanted to go with the shuttle, but this does leave the door open as Andrew claims the initiative, the landing shuttle and Chimera getting in for 7 total damage. And now for the first time in quite some time in game 2, since the beginning of the game, Christopher's ahead in the damage race, but no hesitation, no glory, only results, taking control and defeating the Annihilator. The question is, what's the other unit he will defeat on Annihilators when defeated trigger? It is Chimera. So that will give, I believe, Christopher 2 TIE Fighter tokens.
2 or 4 if he chooses to use the Thrawn here. Yeah, it's just tough. I think at this point, even though the game looks like it's in a stable place for Christopher, you got to look back at that clock, and our clock is showing 2 minutes. Like I said, maybe there's a time extension and you get 1 extra round, but you've got to deal a lot of damage, and you only have 2 power in play. I guess
that
more
is
with the TIE
absolutely
fighters.
Right.
Yeah.
So it appears as though he is not going to use the Thrawn triggered ability to create 2 additional TIE Fighter tokens. Landing shuttle getting in for 2, Vader for 5. We're all tied up once again in the damage count, 15 damage on each base. But as you mentioned, that clock is ticking, and we are getting so close to time here in this final round of Swiss. We see Christopher playing the Cobb Vanth. It's going to be another big play for Andrew. What do we have? Oh, look at this. Supreme Leader Snoke just about wiped the board. All the units defeated other than Landing Shuttle. We do see the Cobb Vanth when defeated ability coming through. That's going to allow Christopher to potentially replenish the board a bit. But another very big, strong play for Andrew.
Yeah, curious if he decides to use the Thrawn here. This might have been what he was waiting for, or if he still has another plan in mind for it.
It looks like he doesn't trigger Thrawn. So he gets the Onyx Squadron Brute, plays it for free. Another 2 damage to Christopher's base with the Super Laser Technician. As Andrew inches just ahead in the damage race. And here comes Avenger, but there is such a good target for Andrew. He just clears out the Super Laser Technician, gets an extra resource, claims the initiative. I I don't know. This is tough. We'll see. We've got a total of, I believe, 12 damage in Christopher's Space Arena. But he's going to need, multiple turns to close out this game.
Yeah, and that's 12 before we count the Snoke
Round
debuff.
timer
So
ended.
we're looking at 6, and I think that's about to go a lot lower as Overwhelming Barrage cleans up most of the board.
Excellent point. I completely blanked there and forgot about the static -2/-2 from Snoke. So you're absolutely right. Barrage comes through. That's an 8/8 Snoke taking out the Squadron Brute, taking out Avenger. We do see Christopher healing 4 damage off of the Thrawn, triggering Onyx Squadron Brute's when defeated ability once again. But now this is big trouble for Christopher. His board essentially wiped. And we've got, 13 damage showing for Andrew.
We do have another great follow-up here with the second Avenger. Andrew will probably be able to insulate that Snoke from it a little bit because he still has like maybe 8 resources left, or 9, I guess.
So here we go. Snoke getting in for 8. That's 21 damage on Christopher's base. We see Dr. Pershing coming out for Christopher. As you mentioned, I think that Andrew will absolutely be able to insulate the Snoke from Avenger, if not, maybe play something to defeat Avenger here. It's going to be another big play. What do we have? Oh, look at this. First time we've seen Palpatine's returning the Devastator. Devastator cleans up the Avenger. What a play.
Yes. If you're a fan of the Star Destroyer battles, I think this is the match for you. This is the amount of Annihilators and people stealing Annihilators we've seen is probably the highest I've seen in a while.
Wow. What a match. What a game 2 this has been. At Palpatine's return, being able to bring back the Devastator from the discard pile. Christopher playing his own Devastator to defeat Andrew's Devastator. Back and forth punches here. Again, we're at the point where, there's 0 on the clock. I don't know how much extension these guys may have. But we are getting so close. Will we find a winner here in game 2? Action on Andrew. He's got Fell the Dragon, defeating Devastator. Oh man, another blow to Christopher. He will draw a card off of the Pershing action ability. The clock keeps ticking. I don't know. Can we get an update from Sunny if we are at time? And I actually see him typing now, so he's probably listening to me. They are in time. Okay. All the Star Destroyers. Relentless now out for Andrew. Getting a shield token. I don't think there's any way to finish this game. That's going to do it. There's the fist bump. Andrew from Team Sekrit, the defending West Virginia PQ champion, takes the match 1-0. He's heading to the top 8.
Yeah, congrats to Andrew. I think it's very fitting that right before that game ended, he made sure to slip one last Star Destroyer in play with that Relentless.
Right. We got to go back and count how many Star Destroyers were in that match. Absolute insanity. What a game. Christopher really did fight. He gave it everything he had, but we go back early in this game, Andrew was just able to keep that board clear time and time and time again. And it really counted because, as you talked about, Andrew was in the spot. He won game 1. Even if game 2 doesn't come to a conclusion, you're okay with that. You still win the match. And that is exactly what happened here.
Yeah, really tough spot for Christopher. I think he played super well, and he brought a much more off-meta version of this deck to the final round at a win-and-in, but just got a little bit overpowered by a string of reinforcement walkers in both games.
Yeah, absolutely. Just so much value from the reinforcement walkers, and I was really concerned there that Annihilator play from Andrew when he walked into the no glory only results. I was concerned that was really going to turn the game around, but he ended up being able to close it out anyways. What a match. Great play from both players. And we are going to do another giveaway, so if you're here with us, don't leave just yet. We will have a short break before the top cut starts, but before we go to break, we are going to do the final giveaway as of now. We've got to get that viewer count up on the stream so we can give away some booster boxes, but we've got a R2-D2 Bop It, super cool, and I believe another 2 Jump to Lightspeed Carbonite booster packs. And that is what we're going to be giving away here. We'll have another question for you. I believe Sonny is waiting for the players to clear the table. There it is. There is the R2-D2 Bop It and the Carbonite booster packs from Jump to Lightspeed. Very, very cool. Big thank you to 4 Horsemen Comics and Gaming for allowing us to do these great giveaways. So if you're just tuning in, what we're going to do, I'm going to ask you a question. And the first person to respond with the correct answer in chat will win the booster packs and the R2-D2 Bop It. So this question, all the credit goes to Michael. He came up with this question before we streamed today. So here it is. Which aspect has never gotten a heroism starter set leader? So this is a Star Wars Unlimited question. Which aspect has never gotten a heroism starter set leader? First person to put the correct answer in chat will win what we see on the playmat right there, the R2-D2 Bop It and the packs. So type in those answers.
It needed something a little easier after some of these deep cuts we got from the Clone Wars cartoons.
Okay, there it is. Moy is the first one I see on my screen. Command is the answer. Command is the correct answer. So Moy takes it. He's the first one to get the correct answer in chat, and he will win the R2-D2 Bop It and the booster pack. So Moy, congrats to you. And if you haven't already, join the Team Sekrit Discord server. The link is down in the description below. Make sure to join their Discord server and reach out to Sekrit Sonny at Sekrit Sonny. Contact him and he can get you hooked up with all of the information needed to get you that prize. Again, thank you so much to Ron, the owner of 4 Horsemen Comics and Gaming. If you are ever in the area in Morgantown, West Virginia, be sure to check out this store. Excellent prizing for their tournaments.
I hope you found that useful.
If you're into comic books, if you're into tabletop gaming, card games, you name it, they've got it. Check them out. It's been fantastic. Big thanks to Sonny and everyone from Team Sekrit for putting all of this together and all the hard work that has went into making this stream possible. And yeah, it's been a lot of fun so far today, Michael.
Yeah, it's been awesome. I just want to say, if Stevie gets, if you're still listening, I will try my hardest to get John Tata on stream in the top 8. And if not, please file all complaints with Ryan. So.
Yeah, no one can say we didn't try, because I believe it was 2 rounds ago we tried and his opponent did not want to be on stream. And then last round, it was a draw. There was an intentional draw, I believe. So we tried, but we'll get him, I'm sure. All right, so good stuff. Again, congrats to Moy. And again, if you're still tuning in, share the link to the stream. Let's try to get the stream up to 200 viewers in the top 8. If we can get to 200 more viewers at one time. We give out a Jump to Lightspeed booster box. If we can get to 400 or more viewers in the top cut, then we're going to give out a Legends of the Force booster box. So let's get those numbers up. Thank you to everyone for tuning in. We're going to step away for a short break before we get going in the top cut. Stay tuned for more action from West Virginia.
I am a Jedi, like my father before me.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the live stream brought to you by Team Sekrit, the West Virginia Planetary Qualifier here at Horsemen Comics and Gaming. We have made it to the top cut. I'm Josh Snyder, and Ryan Conrow is back with me. Ryan, here we go. This is going to be exciting.
Yeah, I'm glad we finally were able to get Tata on the stream here. That seems like there might have been some KTOD riots outside the store if we didn't.
That's absolutely right. There would have been a lot of angry viewers if we didn't get Tata on stream at some point. Tata rocking the regional qualifier, top 4 Piet playmat. What a gorgeous playmat that is. Both players exchanging deck lists right now. At this point, deck lists are open in the top 8. But what a day it has been. And Sonny posted in the chat not long ago, but we have 8 different decks in the top 8. You can't ask for much more. As far as diversity, it's as diverse as it can get.
Yeah, I mean that's the awesome part about Set 4 post Django suspension. Like anybody with any deck can really win a PQ. As we've kind of seen, some people I've heard don't really like such an open meta because it makes it hard for your sideboard decisions. But I mean, if you're truly just a fan looking to spike a PQ, this is awesome for you if you want to play something that you truly love.
I totally agree with you. I think it's epic that we have had such diversity since the Django suspension, the Django and DJ suspension, triple dark raid as well. But it's been super diverse recently, and I love it when there's 8 different decks in the top cut. Now, the only one thing is, and I've said this before on another stream, but it's a data vault world, and we're just living in it. 6 data vault in the top cut here.
Yeah, it's still definitely Set 4. It wouldn't be Set 4 without Data Vault.
That's right.
Hopefully Set 5 maybe brings a little bit of change to that, but I mean, who knows? Maybe Data Vault's just too good.
Yeah, we'll have to see if Legends of the Force and the Force aces kind of change things up, but we've got an exciting matchup. John Tata from KTOD on Ray Data Vault, which is the same deck. He made the top 4 in Minneapolis, that regional qualifier. And we've got Rob on the left piloting Gar Saxon Yellow. Very cool. Rob with Gar, one of the only 2 undefeated players right now in this tournament. Both Rob and Sunny D, the 2 undefeated players, 4-0-2, coming into the top cut. Looks like Tata will start with the initiative for game 1, and we are ready to get the quarterfinal feature match underway. It looks like it's going to be an R2-D2 start for Tata, which is so good with Ray. As Ray's action ability, you can pay 1, give an experienced token to R2-D2, so really good start here.
Yeah, great start. I mean, you saw that Tata started off with a mulligan, so being able to filter through your deck to make those next turns less awkward with R2, great, especially good if you can drop a C3PO next turn.
Absolutely. So R2-D2 getting the experience token from the Ray action ability. So R2-D2 a 2/5 now. We do see Rob starting us out with the Onyx Squadron Brute. So space versus ground here early in game 1. First action will be on Rob, and it's going to be 2 to base with the Brute. And Tata's going to respond with a blue leader. That's going to ambush and defeat the Onyx Squadron Brute, and blue leader stays on the board. Rob follows up with Lurking TIE Phantom here, and this may just be a quick claim.
Yeah, I mean, you just take the value where you can. Kind of how we talked about earlier, Ray can struggle into some of these spaced plans early on. So if you can take a free trade with the Lurking TIE Phantom, that's going to be annoying to deal with later in the game. Might as well take it now early.
Yeah, that's a really good point for sure. So Tata claiming the initiative, bypassing the attack with R2-D2, because that lurking TIE Phantom can certainly be a problem if Rob was able to make it any bigger. So Tata using Blue Leader to trade with the lurking TIE Phantom, and now we see the 4-cost Iden coming out. That's a 4-3 with a shield. But it does get that extra power because it's upgraded. The static +1 from Gar Saxon.
Yeah, Iden's actually really good in this matchup because with that shield, it's 5 power, and and like right now, this R2 has 5 health, and anything that gets that 1 experience from Tata is usually around that 5 health mark. So it's going to be very annoying to deal with.
Tata thinking through here, was contemplating an attack, but I think remembering that Iden is 5, so if you attack into Iden here, the R2-D2 would just be defeated. R2 only has 5 HP right now, so oh, look at this. We're going to see Fell the Dragon pretty early for Tata defeating Iden.
Yeah, I mean, just going into another round where you control the board as Ray is just a great feeling, especially since Gar is definitely more aggressive in this matchup and doesn't have a board to fight this R2 that's a 2-5 right now.
Yeah, great point. So R2-D2 getting into Rob's base. First damage on Rob's base here in game 1. So Tata doing a great job early in game 1, just trying to play the damage control game here, keep this board clear. We're going to see another shielded unit. This is the 5-cost Boba Pilot coming out into the ground arena, a 5-4 with a shield token. But again, getting that static +1 power. It's a 6-4 right now with a shield token.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like Rob is kind of just committed to dropping a big bomb each turn here, forcing Tata to have the right answer. He already used a fell early, so he knows he's not going to hold on to him later. So maybe if it gets to that late game and you see some Cad Banes or some other big threats from Rob, he can really take advantage of those fells from early in the game.
No doubt. Here comes first ramp that we've seen from Tata in this match. Resupply going up to 6 total resources, playing the Clone Deserter. We've got just a quick claim from Rob as he was fully exhausted. Tata really taking advantage of all the resources here, using that Ray action ability, giving the Clone Deserter an experience token, becoming a 3-4 now. And Ray is going to be deployed, attacking into base for 3 as Ray gets the experience token with the on-attack trigger. Quite a board right now for Tata.
Yeah, I mean, I will say playing Ray myself, like I've never resupplied on 5 resources more than I have with Ray because it just gets you to that flip when people aren't really expecting it. Another common line that you'll see from these Ray decks is like they'll play a 3-drop and they might trade a unit in to also Spark of Hope. So it's very interesting how they choose to use their ramp in this deck.
Yeah, that is a great point. I think I've seen it on stream several times where it's unconventional timing of the ramp, right? You know, we're not generally used to seeing those kind of lines with ramp at that stage in the game, but it does seem to be pretty common with Ray. Now, Tata was able to get in for some more damage, swinging for a total of 5 into Rob's base. So 7 damage on Rob's base. Tata was able to restore with Ray. So no damage on Tata's base. Now with the first action, Boba is going to attack and defeat the Clone Deserter, losing the shield token. Gets to claim the bounty, allowing him to draw an extra card here.
Yeah, and with that ramp last turn, it's always very scary as an opponent going into 7 resources against a green-blue heroism deck because they are in Luke range now. I mean, obviously, Tata didn't go with it this turn, but it's always very scary just having like 1 unit and you kill their unit into 7 open resources.
Very valid point. Luke Skywalker, so strong, one of the best units in the game. Don't have it here. We have Yoda, and then it's a no good to me dead, exhausting Ray. And Ray will remain exhausted into the next turn. But look at this. We see Admiral Akbar coming out. 4 total units in the ground arena, defeating the 4 HP Boba. What a strong play from Tata.
Yeah, Akbar is great. It's great to see him starting to get play again in this Ray deck. He hasn't really seen play since that set 1 Han Green deck. But in this deck, when you have I like to call them a bunch of idiots on the ground arena, they usually trade up pretty well.
Yeah, definitely. Now, Outer Rim Outlaws coming out for Rob, and then we see Gar deployed and a snapshot reflexes played on Gar, attacking and defeating Yoda. So Yoda is defeated. Tata does get to draw an extra card off of the when defeated trigger there from Yoda. And Gar taking 2 damage, but is a 5 power leader unit right now. And you know, one thing is for sure, into the late game here, I would think that this Ray Data Vault deck has a much stronger late game. We start getting to things like Luke and Home 1 and just some monster plays like U-Wing Reinforcement. As long as this game goes, or the longer that it goes, I feel like it will be more and more difficult for Rob to really get a strong footing here.
Yeah, for sure. Ray, you're perfectly fine with having no damage on base right now, and like they still kind of are winning the board state right now, based on like stats and the amount of units. But like you said, they have Home 1, U-Wing Reinforcement. They still haven't played a Luke. They have I'm assuming 2 to 3 techs somewhere in the row. So like they're willing to grind. They're all about getting this game to the late game.
Yeah, absolutely. This is definitely one of the more grindy decks in the format right now. This Ray Data Vault deck. We see an interesting line from Tata using R2-D2 to attack and take out the shield token on the Outer Rim Outlaws. Now we're still going to see play here. It looks like he was trying to protect the 4 HP Akbar, but with the snapshot reflexes played onto the Outer Rim Outlaws, attacking and has enough power to take out Akbar, just taking 1 damage back. And here is the first big play. It's Home 1, getting back the Akbar that was just defeated, and that is enough to defeat the Outer Rim Outlaws. That is a terrific play for Tata.
Yeah, that's just the definition of value right there. he hurts his own unit, kills off your Akbar, and then you just bring him right back and finish it off. And now you have a big threat in space that your opponent has to deal with, and Power of the Dark Side is like their main removal in this deck, so it's not going to be very good against this Ray Data Vault deck.
Wow, yes, that is absolutely right. Power of the Dark Side, very tough against this Ray Data Vault deck that throws out so many cheap units. We see Greedo coming out, but that was, like you said, so much value for Tata. He was totally fine with that Akbar being defeated, coming out, getting really good value. Tata has the initiative. He will trade with Greedo with his first action, putting the top card of his deck to the bottom. Action back over to Rob, and it looks like Rob either forgot or is choosing not to do the when defeated trigger from Greedo. And here's a hot shot blaster coming on to Gar Saxon. So Gar is what, a 4, 5, 6, 7, is that 8 total power? Yeah, 8 to base with 1 action there. Pretty big swing.
It is a big swing, but we look on the other side of the board, and he's currently got 4 restore 4, 2 from the Home 1, and then the Home 1 gives an extra restore to Akbar. So he's only dealing 4, even though it's a big swing for 8, and he's already got the damage lead too.
Yeah, Home 1 unimpeded so far, getting in for that 7. We have 16 damage on Rob's base. Just 6 damage on Tata's base now after the restore, and it's another 2 damage going in. Akbar with the experience token from Ray, getting in for 2, restoring 2 from base. And here in the damage counts, things just moving more and more to Tata's favor, and Luke Skywalker, for the first time, coming out, defeating Rob's leader, Gar back to the base zone. That's a strong play as well from Tata, and he has complete control of the board here.
Yeah, it's a really good feeling when you can deal 9 damage, restore 4, and then play your your late game bomb and kill their leader, and they only have a 2/2 shield on board.
My goodness, what a game one for Tata. And Tata is showing Fatal on board. He has a total of 16 damage. No, excuse me, 15 damage showing right now on the board, which is enough. He only has to deal 12 to send us into game 2. It's going to be another hot shot blaster being smuggled in onto Krennic. Krennic will attack for a total of 5. And that is going to be 5 damage to Luke Skywalker. Unfortunately, it's not enough to take out Luke. So at the time, Tata's still showing Fatal here.
Yeah, that was interesting. I thought he was going to get rid of the Akbar and then maybe try to step power of the dark side play as like a way to kind of claw your way back in, maybe. But I think he'd probably just swing with Luke and just start to threaten that lethal.
Yeah, absolutely. A swing from Luke means that a swing from home one would finish the game. Right now, Rob on the other side only has, I believe, 4 ready resources, just a few cards in hand. And it looks like Tata's going to make another play here before attacking. And it's going to be Unity of Purpose for 8. My goodness.
Why not?
Wow.
Right?
Why not? So now the Unity of Purpose for each friendly unit with a different name, you give each unit you control +1/+1 for this phase. So each unit on Tata's side of the table getting +3/+3 here. There's the handshake. Tata takes game 1. Wow, that was a terrific match for Tata as he takes the lead here in the quarterfinals.
Yeah, I think the real MVP of that game was that blue leader being able to kill 2 early units right from the beginning, and just being able to start that train of, all right, I have no damage on my base, I can get all the value I need, and then like we said about that late game, he's dropped the home one, he dropped the Luke, then he dropped the Unity of Purpose to finish it off.
Yeah, that was quite the line of play there for Tata. Great sequencing, had big play after big play, a lot of value out of the blue leader, as you mentioned, and then the home one, I think at that point, really just seemed to close the door. As we go to game 2, you're pretty familiar with this deck, Ryan, this Ray Data Vault deck. Is there anything specific you're looking for out of the sideboard for Tata?
So I'm not sure if Tata is running main deck upgrade removal or traitorous, but those are kind of things I'd be looking for, like confiscate and stuff like that. Just because in case you aren't able to get your blue leaders or kill their units off early, like getting rid of that snapshot reflex or the blasters are really good at saving you some damage to eventually build up to that late game where we saw where you can take over.
Okay, yeah, no, that is a solid point for sure. Now, looking here at Tata's deck list, it doesn't look like he's main decking traitorous or any kind of upgrade removal, but he does have 3 confiscate in the sideboard. So that could be a card we're going to see come in here with the heavy upgrades. That's certainly an option for Tata. Don't see any traitorous either. We've got some confiscate, which could be important. He also has 1 copy of Eager Escort Fighter and Rival's Fall. Rival's Fall doesn't seem to be a bad card here against a loaded up Gar Saxon. Also, the Eager Escort Fighter, it's another answer to the early Phantom. So maybe he thinks about bringing that in, just having yet another ambush space unit that can immediately come in, take out the Phantom before it becomes trouble.
Yeah, I think that's definitely an option. We kind of saw Rob trying to establish that early space game. I think that might be kind of his strategy going in. So if you don't have your blue leader, maybe that's kind of like your quote unquote 4th copy of blue leader to answer some of those early spaceships.
We're getting ready for game 2. Rob will start with the initiative. Again, we talked about it here in the top 8. So cool to see 8 different decks. You have 6 Data Vault, but really cool to see such a diverse top 8. We're going to get started. Game 2. Director Krennic for Rob. We've got R2-D2 once again for Tata. Now Tata should be able to get that early value once again, buffing up R2-D2 with Ray's ability.
Yeah, I mean, it's another great start for Tata. Like, R2 is arguably one of your best drops turn 1 that you can ask for. And just like we said, filtering is so important in this matchup to try to get to those blue leaders or maybe the eager escort fighter if he does try to go lane dodging and goes to space.
I do believe Rob has claimed the initiative, so action should be back on Tata here. Now just really just deciding. I don't think he's deciding. I think it's a pretty clear play to put the experience token on. Maybe there's a little pause in the gameplay here.
Oh,
yeah, I think they are having a discussion here.
Okay. It looks like maybe Tata thought he didn't claim already or something, but still didn't put the experience on.
Yeah, I'm not sure exactly what happened there, but definitely interesting to not get the experience token onto R2-D2. So first action, Rob. Rob is going to attack with the 3-power Director Krennic, getting that +1 power from Gar Saxon for having an upgrade. So 3 damage to Tata's base. And now we're going to see R2-D2 just taking the shield token off of Director Krennic, taking 3 back. And look at this with Krennic being on the board. Oh, that's so good. He gets to pay 1 less for the first unit that has a when defeated ability on it. So he just pays 3 for the shuttle 149. And then the Director Krennic gets another shield token here.
Yeah, I forgot about the shuttle in this deck, but shuttle is so good against Ray Data Vault because of all those experience tokens they're giving out. So it's just like, all right, you want to give them experience? I'll just give my units experience, which is essentially a +2/+1 with Gar, right? So
yeah, no, that's an excellent point. Shuttle ST-149, the 4 cost 3/4. We've got it on screen for you here. It gets a shield token, right? And then you can use that when played ability. You can take control of a token upgrade on a unit, attach it to a different eligible unit. So you use the shielded ability first, and then he was able to put the shield token that was on Shuttle ST-149 onto Director Krennic. But as Ryan was talking about, you can also take some of Tata's experience tokens once we get to that point. But here comes the blue leader. Tata paying the full 5, moving blue leader to the ground arena, +2/+2, ambushing and defeating Krennic. Tata says no more value for Krennic, please.
yeah, blue leader, great. I mean, it looks like we're going with the game 1 game plan here, and that's to go to space and make Tata answer. Basically, you got your little fighters in space ready to battle.
Yeah, absolutely. So 2 more space units, Inferno 4 and the Onyx Squadron Brute coming out for Rob. Tata has the initiative, but 6 damage on Data Vault, no damage right now on Rob's base.
I do believe Ray can come down this turn though, because I believe we ramped at some point. So that is going to be a huge swing.
Yeah, that is an excellent point. First action for Tata, getting into Rob's base for 5 damage. Looks like we've got snapshot reflexes coming out. That's going to be a total of 4 getting into Tata's base with the Onyx Squadron Brute. Now a +1/+1 from the snapshot reflexes, but getting essentially a +2/+1 because of Gar's ability. We see Ray quickly deployed.
Yeah, and the thing about this guard deck is like we saw in game one how the pilots in this deck are so flexible because they have shields if they are a ground unit, but also if you pilot them, they're giving like extra stats to those ships where your game plan is to kind of race them in space, see if they have an answer for it.
Now, Shuttle ST-149 getting in for 3. And then we do see the attack from Ray getting the experience token, hitting for 3, restoring 3. And look at this, it's another copy of Shuttle ST-149. That's a unique unit. So the first one getting defeated and now taking control of 2 experience tokens. Tata's side of the board, what a play.
Yeah, and even though Tata has the removal for it, he did just give his Inferno 4 2 experience by coming into play and then when defeated. So it still hurts a little bit in that space arena.
Yeah, the space arena still looking pretty good, but there's one of the confiscate. You talked about it. Tata has brought it in from the sideboard, defeating the snapshot reflexes. So the Onyx Squadron Brute back to just a 2/3. And Tata also able to play that Fell the Dragon on the buffed up Shuttle ST-149, taking out the real value engine for Rob here.
Yeah, I think a big swing right here would be if he has a No Good to Me dead and is able to put that on the Ray and kind of hopefully put Tata on like a 2-turn clock with the space arena. It looks like he's going with the Bazine though.
Oh yeah, Bazine being smuggled in. And we see U-Wing reinforcement. Luke Skywalker and another confiscate. And it is a quick call from Rob, discarding Luke Skywalker. Tata does get to draw a card to replace it. Let's see what he may have found. Looks like he's still going to pay 7. See if he found another Luke or if he throws out the U-Wing reinforcement. And it is going to be U-Wing reinforcement here. First time we've seen it in this match. Tata will be able to search the top 10 cards of his deck. Be able to play up to 3 units with a combined cost of 7 or less.
See if he finds that other Luke or if he's looking for maybe a Bright Hope and something else.
There's a Luke there. That is an option. I do see Luke. Is that the play? Luke could come in and take out one of the space units. It could take out the squadron.
Yeah, I mean, playing Luke is like another restore 3 unit on the ground arena that needs to be answered, and you kill one of his units in space. Restoring 6 per turn is a lot, especially if he's trying to put you on the clock real soon. So unless maybe he sees a different path here, that would be my first go-to.
Yeah, it was very clear that Rob did not want to deal with Luke Skywalker, quickly discarding it with Bazine. So Tata able to potentially get one anyway here and start a very large restore train, as you mentioned.
He still does have to deal with the Gar flip this turn. Does have 2 resources up, so it could play like a snapshot or something. But I think the restore 6 probably won the race in the long run compared to 5 attack ship in space.
Well, Tata does agree with you here. Playing the Luke Skywalker off of the U-Wing reinforcement will be able to give a unit -3/-3. That will defeat the Onyx Squadron Brute. The when defeated trigger going off for that Brute, healing 2 damage. And look at this. Boba pilot onto Inferno 4. And because he was played as a pilot, he's able to deal damage and defeat the blue leader.
Yeah, that's huge, saving 5 damage.
pushing that race like we talked about earlier, and is now making that Inferno 4 a 7 attack unit, I believe.
Let's see, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yes. Yeah, you're absolutely right. That's a 7 power Inferno 4 getting in for 7. Gar Saxon deployed. Add another 4 to it.
I mean, if he has a surprise strike, like that puts Tata in a very awkward spot. Because assuming he's going to attack with one of these restore 3s, he swings for 10, puts him at 3. That gets very scary.
Now, I could be wrong. But the damage total kind of threw me off. I thought Tata was on 24 when Gar then attacked, and then it went from a 4 to a 3. Maybe he was putting the damage on before the attacks came through. Not sure what happened there, but
I wasn't watching too closely myself. I just assumed Tata kind of knows what's going on.
yeah, they also could be tracking it on paper as well. It was just happened very quickly. So as the dice are showing, it's 23 damage on Tata's base, 9 damage on Rob's base. Tata has the initiative.
It's also very scary playing against this deck that has Hot Shot Blaster in their row. That's basically a surprise strike in this deck because of that Gar Saxon buff. So there's lots of ways that he can push a lot of damage really fast if he needs to.
Yeah, absolutely. So here comes another 7 damage from the Inferno 4. 27 damage showing right now on Tata's base. He still has 4 ready resources. I mean, the question right now is, he can still restore 3. Well, look at this, Cargo Juggernaut. That's going to come in, and because Tata controls another Vigilance unit, he gets to heal here. He heals 4 damage.
Yeah, that's huge, right? I mean, that's like restoring 10 this turn now because of the restore 6 on the board and then an additional 4 from Cargo. I remember him talking about that in Minneapolis and said that card was very good for him all day, so I'm not surprised to see them still running it now.
Gar does get in for 4, so it's 24 damage on Tata's base. What a great game, too, we have going here. Tata with the early lead in this match, looking to close things out and advance on to the semifinals. And there is a second copy of Confiscate, defeating the Pilot Boba. And Inferno 4 losing a couple power here.
No resource. Like Rob didn't spend any resources that turn. So he must have something lined up.
So now the big threat becomes a little bit smaller for Rob. He has the initiative. What does he play with the first action now? A surprise strike onto that Inferno 4 would have been great. If Boba was still there, that would be fatal, but as of right now, it looks like he could only deal 8 in one action. That's going to be another Pilot Boba onto the Inferno 4 and 1 damage to Ray. Action back over to Tata.
Tata feels pretty good about that. I mean, I know he's threatening the 9 or 7 damage in space, but by him doing that, you kind of know that like you're not an instant danger with like surprise strike, where he's like a 2-turn or 2-action setup for lethal.
Well, Bright Hope has slammed the door on the Inferno 4. R. Saxon gets in for 4, but Luke getting in for 6, restoring 3. And now at this point, 24 damage on Rob's base. Tata is showing Fatal between Ray and the Cargo Juggernaut.
Yeah, it looks like he's got a waylay, but that doesn't really do much here, but because he can just replay that cargo or Bright Hope. So he's kind of in a pickle here.
You are absolutely right. He needs a way to stop one of these ground units. And he's going to waylay the Cargo Juggernaut. Now, Tata doesn't have enough resources to replay the Juggernaut this turn. But he'll have the option to play it again next turn, which means he could heal another 4 damage.
Yeah, I mean, now you swing with Ray. I mean, then he's threatening lethal with any of these ground units. Or just, I guess, Luke is threatening. You restore another 3. So you go to 22. Like you're sitting with 11 and you have a Sentinel guarding the most important threat on the board. This is a very good spot to be in.
Absolutely. Just 3 HP remaining on Rob's base. Just a couple cards left in hand. Only 2 resources. There's the handshake. The hometown hero at his home store. Tata will take it. He's moving on to the semifinals.
Yeah, congrats to Tata. He's got to defend home court.
Absolutely. Tata has been so close to winning a planetary qualifier. He's been top 8 of PQs at least 3 times. He's been a finalist twice. So he's been so close 2 times. Could this be the time that Tata gets over the hump and gets that PQ win? What a great match as he takes it 2-0. And we're going to check in here. I'm going to see what's going on with the other matches.
I will say, even though Tata doesn't have a PQ win, I think I'd rather take his results over a PQ win with the regional qualifier top 4 and a sector's top 8. I think I'd take that over a PQ any day.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, no doubt about it. Tata has been nothing short of spectacular. He has put up a lot of tremendous results so far throughout this past year in Star Wars Unlimited, and he continues to perform at an extremely high level. It will be interesting to see because, I'm sure he would at least love to finally get that PQ win under his belt, knowing he's been so close. Now, a couple quick updates. Brian from Team Sekrit taking out Andrew from Team Sekrit. So we've got Brian. He will be advancing on with Quinlan Tarkentown. So we'll have one Quinlan Tarkentown in the top 4. We've got Tata with Ray Datavault advancing on to the top 4. Paul Heaver. We saw Paul earlier in the day actually defeat Brian on stream. And Paul took on Nigel. We saw Nigel as well playing the Sabine Datavault. And it is Paul Heaver winning that match over Sabine 2-0. So we will have Paul, the former world champion of the X-Wing game. So he is going to be advancing on to the semifinals with Hantu Datavault. And it looks like we're just waiting for one more match here in the quarterfinals. That is Team Sekrit's own Sunny D versus Joseph. That is the last match that we're waiting for. But yeah, looks like we're going to have Quinlan, Hantu, and Ray for sure into the semifinals.
Yeah, and if I'm reading the bracket correctly, Brian will face the winner of that Sunny D matchup. So the best case scenario for him, because I know he's the last Team Sekrit member to get that invite, if he plays Sunny and beats Sunny or whoever wins that matchup, and then faces Tata in the finals, he gets that invite no matter what. So that's the ideal path to getting that day 1 bye, but he's still got some work to do.
Yeah, absolutely. So Still some work to do, Brian. One of 3 Team Sekrit players making the top 8 here at this West Virginia PQ. He's still searching for the day 1 bye at the Galactic Championship. Now, little update on our giveaways. We've been doing some giveaways throughout the day. We're still looking to get to 200 more viewers, and we'll give away a Jump to Lightspeed booster box if we can get to 400 or more viewers before the end of this stream. We will give away a Legends of the Force booster box, but I did get word from Sunny that we are going to do one more giveaway regardless of the number of viewers. We've got, I believe it was a Grogu collectible and some more booster packs, some more of the Carbonite booster packs will be given out at the conclusion of the final match if we don't get to those numbers to give out the booster boxes. So guaranteed to have one more giveaway at the very least after the conclusion of the finals. Ryan, you got anything else before we cut to a quick break here?
No, it looks like we lost one of the data vaults, so we know for sure there's one less data vault in the next top 4.
Yeah, there you go. So data vault, big numbers here in the top 8 today. 6 decks running Data Vault as their base, but 8 different leaders, so that is what we do love to see. But we're going to step away. We'll take a quick break, and we will be back for the semifinal feature match here in West Virginia. Stay tuned.
I am a Jedi, like my
safe? Is she all right? I'll show you the dark side.
Rebellions are built on hope.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the live stream brought to you by Team Sekrit and for Horsemen Comics and Gaming. The West Virginia Planetary Qualifier coming down to the semifinals, the final 4 players, and it is going to be exciting. So we had Quinlan Tarkentown versus Han 1 Data Vault on one side of the bracket. And then on the other side of the bracket, we're going to have Ray Data Vault versus Han 2 Data Vault. I'm Josh Snyder, and we have Michael Conrow back with me do commentary this round. Michael, welcome back, and I am looking forward to this semifinal match.
Yeah, I'm super excited. These are two amazing players we have here. I think they've both been on stream at this point, but like I said, we got Paul Heaver still looking for his invite, and then Tada is looking for the highest honor that can be bestowed on you, having the purple name in this Team Sekrit Discord. So a lot on the line.
Yeah, absolutely. I was talking to Ryan last round a little bit about that. Tada has been so close multiple times. He has at least 3 other PQ top 8s. He has been a runner-up twice, so he's been so close. Is this the moment that Tada can get that PQ win? Of course, he already has his day 1 bye, but yeah, looking to get the coveted PQ win. Now, Paul Heaver, as you talked about earlier, a former X-Wing world champion, does not have a bye right now. Doesn't have a PQ win, didn't get a bye passed down at some point. So all certainly a lot to play for here as we've got an interesting matchup. What do you think about this matchup, Michael? I know you're very familiar with Ray. How do you feel about this Han 2 Data Vault matchup?
Yeah, I think this matchup is actually Han 2 favored. It's not like it's some obscene like 70-30 matchup or anything, but I think Han playing these really big units above curve and then Ray playing small units below curve is just not a good mix of things for the Ray deck. So I definitely expect it to be a little Han favored. I think Luke is going to be one of the big deciding factors on the Ray side, and then if Paul can play a Crate Dragon pretty uncontested, that's a really big deal on the Han side.
Yeah, no doubt about it. I think something that will be very important for Tada in this match will be things like Fell the Dragon, right? Fell the Dragon could be crucial in this match with so many big threats that can come out, especially as you mentioned, the Crate Dragon. If that gets come down on the table even early, right? It can come out a turn early with the Han action ability. Things could get out of control quickly for Tada. Now we're going to see Moisture Farmer be the opening play for Tada. And we see Blue Leader coming out on turn 1 for Paul Heaver. So the Moisture Farmer getting that experience token off the Ray action ability, becoming a 1/5 now. And Blue Leader essentially a 3/1 over in the Space Arena.
Yeah, I think that's a good start for Tada. I mean, Paul seems to be going space pretty early on here, but this Moisture Farmer is going to prevent a lot of the damage that he would be taking.
Yeah, absolutely. So here comes the new Poe Dameron coming out on turn 2. All getting the X-Wing token. Blue Leader now getting the Poe Dameron pilot upgrade. We see Admiral Akbar coming out. And now Blue Leader able to get in for 5 damage. First damage dealt to a base here in game 1. And it looks like Tada just claimed not swinging with the Moisture Farmer. So maybe some kind of immediate answer here for that Blue Leader.
Yeah, it looks like he had a fell that he was setting up for, but he drew a Bright Hope, so he could go with either of those realistically. He does decide to fire off the fell, but that kind of makes sense, right? Like, why restore to last turn if it's just going to make you take 5 more when you could claim and prevent that 5 damage in the first place?
Yeah, absolutely. We talked a little bit about Fell the Dragon. Will certainly be important for Tada in this match. We do see the Adelphi Patrol Wing coming out, allowing the X-Wing to go ahead and attack. So little action economy here. Another 2 damage to Tada's base, but the Moisture Farmer getting in for 1, restoring 2. And now we're going to see Paul claim the initiative. And Admiral Akbar will get in for 1. So again, it's just the early ground versus space. But as you mentioned, a lot of restore right now for Tada. just those 2 units in the ground arena. He is restoring 3 each turn. Of course, we're going to have more restore coming available very soon. If he ramps on this turn, we could see Ray deployed early, but at least next turn. So a lot of restore options for Tata early in game 1.
Yeah, and Paul hasn't been able to really get anything going on the ground at this point. And so even though these restore units are pretty weak statted, I mean, they're just sitting there completely uncontested, and they're going to nullify half of that damage coming from the space arena every turn.
Here comes another pretty big play for Paul. A second patrol wing here. The Adelphi patrol wing with the initiative, allowing the original copy of Adelphi patrol wing to not only attack, but it gets an additional 2 power. So hitting for 6, 10 damage on Tata's base. And now Bright Hope coming out. That's going to put a pretty big roadblock in Paul's way in the space arena. And Akbar getting bounced back to Tata's hand. He gets to draw a card. He will hope to line up some more value by replaying Akbar on a future turn.
Yeah, this is great. I mean, that Bright Hope doesn't die to anything in 1 hit right now in the space arena. And, it's got the potential to get an experience counter from Ray next turn to even require both the Adelphis to hit it.
So Han does get deployed for Paul, getting into base for 3, but the Moisture Farmer getting the extra experience token. Now a 2/6 and could still be given another experience token. The Moisture Farmer so good with Ray, right? Because Ray, you give an experience token to a unit that has 2 or less power. So you can give a total of 3 experience tokens to the Moisture Farmer, and that thing just becomes a menace. And we see 11 damage right now on Tata's base, 4 damage on Paul's base. Paul does have the initiative. He's got to find a way through the Bright Hope. He's going to start the process here. The undamaged Adelphi Patrol Wing getting in for 4, 2 HP remaining on the Bright Hope.
Yeah, this is a really big turn for Paul because it's Tata's Ray flip turn, but it's also the last turn you have before Luke comes out. And so, any of these value trades you can get, you really want to take on this turn, then make Tata start trading away the board anytime he has 7 mana up for the rest of the game.
Let's see if Paul can successfully do that on this turn. The action right now on Tata. We've got 6 resources. Of course, as you mentioned, Ray can come out. All trying to set up being able to take out that Bright Hope. To do that with the Adelphi Patrol Wing and keep the Patrol Wing on the board. We're going to see R2-D2 coming out for Tata. And it looks like the top card of the deck going to the bottom. Maybe.
Yeah, and this is a pretty interesting decision. Like, the early R2 here isn't doing a ton, and we didn't do anything with the Bright Hope. I wonder if that's signaling maybe another Bright Hope, or if he was trying to bluff that he had one.
Nevertheless, we do see the X-Wing token on Paul's side taking out the Bright Hope. The Ray action ability used, giving that 3rd experience token to the Moisture Farmer. Moisture Farmer now a 3/7 with Restore 2. The original Adelphi Patrol Wing getting in for 4. That's 15 damage on Tata's base. Keep in mind, Paul has yet to use any resources this turn. We're going to see Akbar coming out. That is, I believe, going to be 3 damage to Han Solo. So Han could be taken out by that Moisture Farmer now.
Yeah, I think when Paul wasn't looking, this Moisture Farmer's really been hitting the gym. It started out as a lowly 0/4, but it's bigger than Han Solo now.
Yeah, Moisture Farmer, great value here for Tata in game 1. It's interesting because it's either Paul attacks or Paul makes sure to get the Han action ability in if he wants to get a bigger unit out early. And it looks like we're just going to play General Riken not using the Han action ability. Riken gets Sentinel for the phase, so that will protect Han for now. That's a 5/7 Sentinel in Paul's ground arena. Nice play.
Yeah, this Riken's going to stop both the Moisture Farmer and the Ray flip from being able to attack cleanly here. So that lines up super well here, and it means Tada's either going to have to give up some attacks or give Paul the initiative again.
So Han getting in for 3 after Ray is deployed. Does Tada swing here? He cannot take out the Riken. Even if he attacked with both Ray and Moisture Farmer, that's only a total of 6 damage that could go through. But he is going to attack with Ray here. Ray getting the experience token, becoming 3 power, so 3 damage to Riken, restoring 3 from Tada's base. Tada's just going to go ahead and swing in here, getting some restore. Riken down to just 1 HP as Moisture Farmer comes through for another 3. And through the sequence of plays there, Tada was able to restore 5 back down to 13 damage on base. Paul does keep the initiative.
Yeah, and Tada set this really well. He's chipped the Riken down, so now he can trade one of his units away if he needs to, and that will trigger the condition on the Luke that he's had in his hand since turn 1 to take out probably one of these space units, but really anything on the board.
A very good point for sure, Luke. Come out the arguably one of the best units in the game. So impactful for these blue heroism decks. We're going to see Paul with the initiative. Riken just 1 HP remaining. Options here. Looks like Riken is going to attack first. It's just going to be 5 damage to base. Riken, I'm assuming, will get the Sentinel tag again. Paul maybe thinking it through. It is going to be Riken becoming a Sentinel for the phase.
Yeah, and this is great. I mean, I think Paul probably knows that a Luke is coming this turn, but really he's going to get to kind of dictate how the turn goes. He's not going to have to spend any of his resources. A couple of these Ray units are probably going to get cleaned up, and he actually drew a pretty spicy card that some of these Hantu data vaults play, which is an off aspect Fell the Dragon to deal with the Luke if he wants to.
Yeah, that is a great point for sure. The Fell the Dragon has been the off aspect Fell the Dragon has been so important for these Hantu Data Vault decks because it gives you that removal for big threats that the deck just doesn't have without it. So certainly an important card for this red-green deck. We're going to see Admiral Akbar trading with Riken. Tada does get to restore 1. Oh, look at this. We're about to see another big play. It's Rebellious Hammerhead for Paul Heaver. That is going to deal enough damage with the Win Plate ability to defeat Ray.
Yeah, and now there's not a super appealing use for Luke here. I mean, I think you could Luke one of the space units now, but then the Han gets to probably trade with the Moisture Farmer, and the other space unit still hits you. Or you could kill the Han, but then Paul just has an entire space armada. So Tad is going to decide to take the trade himself and get some of that restore while he still can.
One thing is for sure, Tada has restored quite a bit of damage already in this game. We do see the first Adelphi Patrol Wing getting in for 4. Here comes the Luke Skywalker taking out the other Patrol Wing. But not after we see more damage from Paul's side. 19 damage on Tada's base. Paul will have the initiative. R2 getting in. Looks like Tata kept the top card right where it was. And a question in chat from Ray, isn't the Han still alive? So Han had 3 damage on it, and yes, the Moisture Farmer did have 3 experience tokens, so had enough power to make the trade. Here we go, Paul, first action, there it is, you called it, Fell the Dragon, defeating Luke Skywalker. The big threat off the board for Tata, and right now, Paul's board so much bigger in comparison to the lone R2-D2 on Tata's side of the table.
Yeah, no, Tata has a home one. It looks like he might have another Luke, but he's really fighting to stabilize here. Like, he needs to stick some kind of threat that actually lives, and stop taking 8 to 9 damage in the space arena every turn.
Here you go. Paul defeats the first one. And the second, Luke Skywalker will come in and defeat the other patrol wing. Rebellious Hammerhead getting in for 5. 24 damage on Tata's base. Tata claims the initiative. Now we see Mon Mothma coming out for Paul. To search the top 5 cards of his deck for a Rebel.
Yeah, it looks like we have exactly one choice here in the Battlefield Marine. But that card is a card, and Paul is also trying to feel his own home one that he has in his hand to start ramping out some of these bigger things from his discard pile.
So Tata with the initiative is guaranteed to be able to get in at least one swing with this second Luke Skywalker if he chooses to do so. It looks like Tata is going to make a play first. It looks like he's paying 8. Here comes the home one. He's going to pay an extra 1 to bring out the Bright Hope, and that's going to shut down Hammerhead, being able to deal 5 to base this turn. Great play.
Yeah, it's a huge play, and now Paul has to figure out an answer to both this home one and the Luke, and this is not something that Red Green Heroism is good at doing, right? Like, there's a reason they're playing off aspect fell. It's because big units give them issues.
Yes, they do. Bright Hope not only stopping the Hammerhead here, but also returned the R2-D2 to Tata's hand, which allowed Tata to draw an extra card. So getting some more card advantage here. We're going to see a timely intervention, and here it is, timely intervention coming out. Poe Dameron is going to come in with ambush. Now, Poe can at least trade with the Luke, and that is the play here. Paul discarding a card from hand to deal the extra 2 damage to Luke Skywalker, and then Poe making the trade. So Paul able to deal with the second Luke Skywalker. Mon Mothma getting in for 1, and Hammerhead will deal 5 damage to Bright Hope. As Paul begins the process of taking the large Sentinel unit out of the space arena, Tata will have the initiative. He's got home 1 in play. What do you think what's Tata thinking here, Michael? What's his line of play, you think, early in this next turn?
I think Tata's just trying to live because he knows that his restore and his card advantage can get him through the end game. So it makes sense to kill the Hammerhead here. He's sitting on a removal spell in his hand, so if Paul deploys a large threat, he can probably kill that at a resource advantage and just try to minimize the damage you're taking. You don't really care about the Mon Mothma.
Well, here comes home 1 with home 1 costing 1 less with Han's action ability, getting back Rebellious Hammerhead, and that is going to defeat Tata's home 1. Wow. Excellent stuff from Paul here.
Paul getting excited enough there that he actually showed Tata the 2 cards he has in his hand, what they were to kill the home one. So not necessary on the Hammerhead, but I respect the flex.
Yeah, so now Tata seeing I believe it was Poe Dameron and the Gorilla Attack Pod, which is, of course, a way to threaten some damage out of hand here for Paul.
Yeah, that does matter. Like the Gorilla Attack Pod is not a card you want your opponent to know about that it's in your hand, because it's damage from hand.
Yeah, that is a really good point. So now Tata will be able to strategically plan for the attack pod. Of course, we saw Paul make great use of the attack pod earlier in the day, being able to use it with that Han action ability. It comes in ready with grit. It can swing for 6. So now we're going to see Tata play his own Mon Mothma, a couple Mon Mothma in the ground arena, but it's going to be a much better find for Tata here. I believe he found a home one. There it is. That's a little bit better than the Battlefield Marine.
Yeah, it feels a little bit unfair for Paul. Like he could have at least gotten like a blue leader, something to bridge the gap a little bit.
Great find for Tata off the Mon Mothma, so home one could be coming back out as early as next turn. We see R2-D2 coming back into play for Tata after Paul claims the initiative. And it looks as though the top card will remain on top. Maybe. Goes to the bottom. Tata still has several resources to work with, so Tata is pushing quite a big board here. Here comes Akbar. Akbar will deal 3 damage to Mon Mothma. Now Mon Mothma is defeated. For 2, there's another 4 resources for Tata. We see a tech smuggled in here. He's looking through the resource row, and he smuggles in tech. Now he's got all kinds of value going.
Yeah, tech being a casual, like, draw 10 right here is, I guess, draw 11 as we play another resource. Pretty effective use of 4 resources.
I would say so. Tech gives each one of your resources smuggle an additional cost of 2. So now Tata playing with, as you mentioned, a bunch of extra cards, can go and get whatever he needs out of that row of resources. See another timely intervention for Paul here, and it's once again Poe Dameron. Poe is going to ambush into the tech and discarding a card. Cham discarded. 2 damage to Bright Hope. Bright Hope is defeated, which does open up the space arena. And keep in mind, we've got Home One and Rebellious Hammerhead over there. Those 2 are showing fatal.
Yeah, that's a huge play. I mean, you kill Tata's huge card advantage engine on the ground and then free up 12 damage in the space arena for now. I mean, we know he has a second home one on the way that could bring that Bright Hope back, but I mean, if he does that and Paul's home one just kills the Bright Hope immediately, it's not a super effective play.
So let's see how Tata follows up a very strong, timely intervention into a second Poe Dameron. And we have to play something to stop the space arena, and it's going to be timely reinforcements here, and Tata will be able to create several X-Wing tokens. I believe it's a total of 5. Yeah, 5 X-Wing tokens that all have Sentinel for this phase. So now those big space units for Paul have to deal with the X-Wing tokens first.
Yeah, that's a huge answer. I mean, it stops Paul's entire space game for this turn and kind of gives Tata time to spend the rest of his resources more safely.
Love the big plays back and forth for each player. Tata has a swarm of units on the board right now. Still has to find a way to answer these space units on Paul's side of the board, though, right? We're still dealing with a good bit of damage coming through next turn once these X-Wing tokens no longer have Sentinel. And we're going to see another Fell the Dragon for Tata. Poe Dameron defeated. taking out the big ground threat. And I believe Paul is down to just one card in hand. So, yes, Paul has a good space arena. But Tata has several cards in hand, and he's got units everywhere.
Yeah, it feels like outside of a big draw step, Paul really needs to struggle across the finish line with this hammerhead and home one, and it's going to be hard. Tata's still got a whole grip. He's going to filter with R2 if Paul claims early. So yeah, he's putting up a good resistance.
That is an excellent point. Just 2 more resources ready for Tata. So if we see an early claim for Paul, I don't think Tata has a way to answer the home one before we move on to the next turn. So Paul could potentially get in that guaranteed 7 damage right away to base because the X-Wing tokens would no longer have Sentinel. And that would be, a pretty good play. It would put Tata up to just 3 HP remaining. I guess it would be 4, right? Because Admiral Akbar could restore 1. So here we go. We do have the early claim. Ray action ability, putting an experience token on the Akbar that will be able to start restoring. Clone Deserter coming out. That's more restore possible for Tata next turn. Akbar in for 2, restoring 1. And it's going to be another couple damage coming through. As you mentioned, cycle for Tata. He puts the top card of his deck onto the bottom.
Yeah, we got a huge draw step here for Paul. He does still have the Gorilla Attack Pod in hand that both players may or may not know about, and it looks like he drew a home one, which is probably one of the best cards you could draw here. But yeah, he has first action. If he'd like to, he can do 7 damage to base, and then he just needs to slip 1 more creature in somehow.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, if he gets in for 7, it puts Tata up to 30 damage on base, which means Tata would have to immediately answer the Rebellious Hammerhead. Rebellious Hammerhead would then be putting Tata in check. As you mentioned, Tata does have home 1 in hand, so he could get back that Bright Hope. It is going to be 7 damage to base, 30 damage on Tata's Data Vault. And Paul back down to 5 damage on.
Yeah, that's the power of Data Vault. That's the HP that would have killed the normal base, and Tata gets to keep playing and keep restoring.
Yeah, such a good point. That is Data Vault, right? It gives you more actions, and that is exactly what it is doing for Tata here in Game 1. Tata's action, again, Rebellious Hammerhead, threatening Fatal right now in the space arena.
Yeah, so step 1, like you said, Tata has to do something about the Hammerhead. So he drew a Bright Hope. He could do that. He could do something with the home 1. And you just kind of have to figure out, okay, if I know that's step 1, what is my step 2 if he just jams Gorilla Attack Pod? Because it's an option at this point.
Yes, no, you're absolutely right. Yeah, Tata knows about the attack pod. The attack pod can threaten another 6 damage. I'm trying to think. The Hantu action ability, if it does damage the attack pod, I don't think Tata has a way to deal 4. There's nothing in the ground arena that deals 4 in 1 action, I don't believe. So he could buff it up if he wanted to. It's going to be the home 1. Home 1 coming out, playing Bright Hope. And Tata will bounce Mon Mothma back to hand, getting an extra card.
Yeah. So he does potentially have some options. Like if he has a Fleet Lieutenant, that with the Akbar and the experience counter would cleanly answer it. So, if Paul wants to play around that, you can't not damage the attack pod because those units all restore 2 now because of the home 1. And so you have to deal the whole 6. Yeah.
Yep, just has to hope to dodge some kind of buff onto one of those units with the 6/4. That attack pod can become with the Han action ability. What a game one this has been. My goodness. It's been a long one. It's been grindy, but it has been fantastic.
Yeah,
Got
this is
Paul.
awesome, and this is how
It
these
is.
heroism data vault matches kind of go a lot of the times. Like, no one really found something that was way bigger than the other person. Although it looks like Paul might be giving me some PTSD with the third timely here.
Here we go. All 3 timely interventions for Paul Heaver in game 1. Look at this. He's going to bring out the Gorilla attack pod and attack right into the clone deserter, defeating it, and he's able to. My goodness, that's such a good combo. He's able to do the win plate ability in the right order to where the attack pod still readies after the attack.
Yeah, this is awesome. You just took 2 restore off the board. You got to draw a card. So if this line doesn't work out for you for whatever reason, you have a pretty reasonable backup plan of getting to draw another card. And you're kind of putting Todd on the spot right now. You have to answer this as 6/4 attack pod.
Absolutely. And I don't think he has it. What a play. 3 timely interventions for Paul is enough to help him get across the finish line in game 1. Paul has the early lead in the semifinals. What a game.
Yeah, I'm just going to send a follow-up email to FFG on my ban timely request. It just it hits too close to home.
It's just so good, right? Timely with the attack pod. So good because you get to resolve the win plate of ambush first, and then you resolve the win plate on attack pod, which allows it to ready. My goodness, that is quite the combo. It's been a while since I've seen the two together, and it's so good.
It's kind of a throwback to the set 1 meta when we were doing that in the original Sabine decks or with Fett's Fire Spray. It was kind of a lot more common back then.
Yeah, absolutely. We will get ready for game 2. Now, we don't have Paul's deck list on Melee here, but looking at Tata's deck list and his sideboard, is there anything that you want to be bringing in here, Michael?
Yeah, so Tata's got a couple things that I like here. I think the direct hit is really good in this matchup. You saw it here. Paul did prioritize a lot of that space game and being able to just clear out those ships without using your fells, because the fells want to go towards pose a lot of the time, is really important. And the direct hit even kills the gorilla attack pod, I'm pretty sure. I think that's a vehicle. And then I like to choose sides a lot as well. A lot of times you get into these home 1 battles and it feels a lot worse when they give you an R2D2 and get a home 1 back in exchange.
Yeah, there's no doubt about that. I think those are some very good options for Tata in this particular matchup. My goodness, that was intense to say the least, as Paul Heaver taking the early lead here in the semifinals. Now, I don't know if we shared this earlier or not. I know we had someone back like in round 3 ask about the breakdown for today. So the leader breakdown overall in the entire field for this planetary qualifier, the 2 most represented leaders, 5 each. We had Sabine and Han 2 as the 2 most represented. And this was really interesting, and I think this really shocked you, Michael. Tied for second most represented leaders in the field, Boba 4 and Piet.
Yeah, that felt like a little bit of end of season sillies, maybe. I don't know. I know but Boba 4 is like a huge fan favorite. I feel like locally at least. Now that Yellow, you lost the Triple Dark Raid, I think people have settled on that Data Vault version, and it's definitely not a bad deck, but I'm a little surprised to see it be that well represented.
Yeah, definitely was surprising. Boba 4 and Piet, the tied for the second most represented, 4 each, just one behind Hantu and Sabine. And then after that, we had a total of 6 decks, or 6 leaders all tied here with 3 each in the field. Both Vaders, which is kind of interesting. 3 Vader 1, 3 Vader 4. We had Anakin, Kira, no surprise with Kira. 3 Quinlan, no surprise there. And then 3 Kazuto, which was also a little surprising. So really interesting, pretty diverse. And there was nothing that, it was close, right? Nothing stood out as being overrepresented. It was very close with the numbers. And then we had, I think, about 7 or 8 leaders that were all one of. Cad, Ray, and Thrawn 4, all 2 of. So yeah, I mean, just a pretty diverse field with good representation from a lot of different styles, and it was pretty close, which I thought was neat.
And whether you like or hate Data Vault at this point, I do think it's done a pretty good job of making the field diverse, especially after the Django ban. Like there are a lot of leaders that people didn't expect to be super competitive that have PQ wins, paired with Data Vault.
Yeah, no, I didn't come up with this. I saw it somewhere else. I don't remember who said it, but it was, we every week, it felt like every weekend we had a new round of planetary qualifiers, and there was another deck that hadn't won that was running Data Vault, and it was like, insert leader here, Data Vault wins a PQ, right? So it was like, we were seeing just about everything come up, just random leaders popping up with PQ wins paired with Data Vault.
I think my breaking point was when I saw Akbar won with Data Vault. And I'm not saying the Akbar deck is bad, but it was just like, that is a leader that like 99% of us wrote off, and someone put Data Vault and 60 cards together, and it's like, yeah, this is the one. I'm going to grind people out with these X-Wing tokens.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that's where the memes and I think that line even came from, right? When we saw Akbar Data Vault get one, it's like, okay, wow, this really is wild. But I do agree with that statement because it's so important and it's so interesting that Data Vault really has helped us. Yes, there may be a lot of Data Vault, but it's been great that it's helped to give us such a diverse field, so many different leaders. But here we go. We're ready for game 2. We see Mon Mothma right out of the gate for Tata, getting the Fleet Lieutenant off the top here. And then we see Cassian Andor coming out the turn early for Paul with the Han action ability, taking 2 damage. So Paul essentially starting with a 3/3, kind of his own battlefield marine in the ground arena. And Tata will have the first action on turn 2.
Yeah, hey, my good friend and teammate Ryan DeCreasy is always clamoring for a battlefield marine ban, so I'm sure Han 2 playing more than one copy is really enraging him here.
Yeah, that is a good point, right? Because this deck runs Cassian and battlefield marine, so absolutely essentially 6 possible battlefield marines on turn 1. And whatever Tata did, it broke the camera temporarily. We've got
Actually getting
signal
word from
drop.
Sunny. I think that was DeCreasy unplugging the camera after saying that battlefield marine copy.
Wasn't Tata, it was DeCreasy tampering here with the camera. We'll certainly get it back up shortly, but yeah, no, this has been great. Here we go. We've got the Fleet Lieutenant came out. I believe it was the Fleet Lieutenant allowing Mon Mothma to trade with the Cassian. And now we're going to see Blue Leader coming out just as essentially as a 5/3 in the ground arena for Paul.
Yeah, it looks like Paul followed that up with a heavy, and then the Fleet Lieutenant just attacked into the heavy to end up with a clear board, and then Paul has the 5/3 for 4 here, which is not bad. Can kill this R2 if he chooses to.
Now we do see the spark of hope because the Fleet Lieutenant was defeated during this turn. That spark of hope turning Fleet Lieutenant into a resource for John. So John Tata here going to be at 6 resources. He can deploy Ray on this turn. Paul will have the initiative, staring down the 2-5 R2D2. We'll see if he goes for the trade, or not the trade, actually would be able to take out the R2D2 and have Blue Leader survive, and that is what he's going to do. Doesn't want R2D2 getting any value for Tata. Blue Leader has 1 HP remaining.
I like that a lot. You know games against this Ray deck are going to go long, so 5 damage to the base now, especially on Ray's flip turn, is probably going to be healed off pretty quickly. Just keep controlling the board while you can, and take that free kill for sure.
So we see, look at this, C3PO coming out. Tata aiming 3, and he reveals a Yoda off the top. So C3PO getting Tata an extra card. We see Han Solo deployed. And now Yoda will be played. And it's a Cassian Andor being smuggled in. Cassian readies. And we're going to see some pressure from Paul here on this turn. Ray action ability going to buff up Yoda. Yoda will be a 3/5 now that can start restoring to a turn.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see what Paul does after this Ray flips here. Like, will he hit it with the Han, or will he just finish off the Yoda here? I feel like that's a pretty big choice. He will kill the Yoda. So now Ray kind of has free reign to kill anything if she wants to, or just keep herself alive as a 3/7.
That is an excellent point as Tata deploys Ray. Where does Ray go? As you mentioned, Ray could take out any one of these 3 ground units on Paul's side. Ray on attack can become a 3/7, so it looks like we're going into Han Solo, getting the experience token, so Paul's leader unit defeated. Now we'll move on to the next turn. Ray does still have 4 HP remaining.
And this is such a different game than game 1, where they kind of lane dodged each other and Paul was trying to aggro out in space. Like, there is 0 damage on both bases. This is going to come down to who can generate the most value in the next 4 or 5 turn cycles.
Yeah, it's been a tussle for the ground arena here in game 2 so far. And it looks like we're going to have another trade. Blue Leader will trade with Ray. Action back over to Tata. Still has C3PO. C3PO got some value with the when played ability. We'll see if C3PO can generate some more card advantage for Tata. Both players. Oh, go ahead, Michael.
I think Tata has the Luke in hand, and I mean, normally you do want to play the Luke on 7 when you can, but this 3/2 is really not the value play you're looking for, and they should choose to go with the Village Protectors here because it's hard to get through at the moment.
Yeah, Tata putting a Sentinel unit in the ground arena. The Village Protectors, the 2/2, also getting that shield token. Now we see Mon Mothma for Paul, and Paul's going to find Cham Syndulla. So if he does choose to play Cham here, he would get an extra resource because Tata has ramped this game and is 1 resource ahead. And look at this. Tata smuggling tech into play. Force tech going to give Tata more options, giving all of those resources of his smuggle. And there is Cham Syndulla coming out with the when played ability, all able to make the top card of his deck another resource. It's both players on a level playing field with 7 total resources.
That is kind of the downside of ramping in this matchup, even though it is pretty important as the Ray player to kind of play at parity with that Han ability. Is if they do find a Cham in time to deploy it, they kind of got a 5/4 resupply on a stick, which is crazy.
Yeah, it absolutely is. Cham Syndulla, such a powerful 4-cost unit. I mean, just the stats, right? The stats alone hitting for 5 is great. And then being able to potentially ramp when you're able to do that feels extremely, extremely good. Well, Tata does have the initiative here. See what
Has
he
the
goes with
initiative.
first.
I mean, no super clean kills on board at this point. It looks like a handful of some pretty reactive cards. I wouldn't be super surprised to see, some of these smaller units attack while they're alive, and try to plan out a home one or a Luke for later in the turn.
Luke Skywalker certainly on Tata's radar here. Village Protectors will get in for 2. First damage on a base at this point. It's just been both players trying to control each other's ground arena so far in this game. We're going to see a big play. Oh, look at this. It's Crate Dragon coming out of turn early with the Han action ability. What a huge play for Paul. That's a 10-8 in the ground arena.
And that's a direct result of that jam last turn, is that ramped you into the Great Dragon. Now instead of being able to play a Luke or a home one, you kind of have to spend your turn playing a remove card on this, and you're probably going to lose a lot of your board because of it.
Yeah, absolutely. Tata has to find an answer. He's got to answer that Great Dragon quickly. We're going to see an experience token being put onto the Tech here. So Tech becomes a 3/6. Jam is going to attack and defeat the Village Protectors. So the Sentinel unit taken off the board. And it looks like C3PO will go into Paul's base. Tata does not get any card advantage off of the on attack ability here.
Another fit of rage from Decreasy. I assume there's a Battlefield Marine in someone's hand.
A bit of rage from Decreasy. We all love Decreasy, though. Let's see. I'm so curious to see how Tata goes about answering the Crate Dragon.
Yeah, I feel like we're going to come back to some fireworks here, because this Crate Dragon needs to be dealt with, and I'm really curious what Tata's answer was.
And I don't know, did you see a removal event in hand? Oh, wait, there we go. It looks like Rivals Fall is in the discard pile. So Rivals Fall taking out the Crate Dragon, it appears.
Yeah, Rivals Fall kills the Crate. It looks like Tech probably killed the Jam. It has 5 damage on it, I think. And then the Crate Dragon trigger killed the C3PO. So there were some fireworks, and we're at an empty board.
There we go. So empty board. We're going to see Spark of Hope once again for Tata, because he just had his unit defeated, so he gets an extra resource. And here comes home one for Paul. Paul will follow up with a big space unit. And now we've got another signal issue for the camera. I'm very curious to see what Paul grabs from the discard pile. I believe he was at 9 total resources, so he could potentially play the home one or 7 and then have 2 extra resources. That's what he does here. So using the Han action ability, oh, look at this. He's able to bring Blue Leader out in the ground arena as a 5/5, but Tata with a perfect opportunity and opening to play Luke Skywalker. Luke giving home one -6/-6. Home one off the board. Momentum back over to Tata.
Yeah, what a huge play, and something to kind of track as the game goes on is not only did Tata get to ramp with that Spark, but he actually put a Tech back in the row, I believe. So that's going to be, he can smuggle that Tech out again, and the Spark almost drew a card for him there.
Yeah, that is an excellent point. It was Tech that was defeated by the Mon Mothma, I believe. Now we're going to see an early Fell the Dragon, defeating the Luke Skywalker. Wow, back and forth haymakers for both of these players, but now Paul only has 4 more resources to work with this turn. We're going to see some fireworks on Tata's side. He's got a home one. What does he bring back? Does he bring back? No, okay. I was going to say, does he bring back something big? It's just going to be the Village Protectors, but that does stop Blue Leader from getting in for 5 damage here.
Yeah, Home One bringing back Village Protectors is just so good. Like it buys you so much time, and yeah, that's kind of what Tata needs at this point because Paul's about to play his own pair of Home Ones. It looks like.
My goodness, what another great game this has been in this match. We do see Anakin Skywalker coming out for 4 resources, so a 6-4 in the ground arena for Paul. On Mothma able to generate some more value for Tata. Village Protectors becoming a 3-3. Let's see what action Paul takes. He's got the initiative. Does he play his own home one right away? What do we see here? What is your line of thinking for Paul, Michael?
So if I'm in Paul's spot at this point, it looks like he is going to jam the home one. I mean, I think you're kind of ahead in the ground arena, and you want to force a trade of home ones here, I think. But you've kind of exhausted a lot of Tata's big resources at this point. Like a Luke is gone, multiple Fells are gone, Rival's Fall is gone. So it feels like you're going to get into the part of the game where units are going to trade with each other. And so I think you just want to play as many big chunky units as possible now and try to win on the value game.
Speaking of value, Paul actually using timely intervention, smuggling timely, playing home one with ambush to take out Tata's home one. He gets back Mon Mothma, and he finds a Guerrilla attack pod here. So cleaning up the space arena, you get some more card advantage. And he's able to restore, but look at this. It's another big response and another Luke Skywalker. Skywalker gives Anakin -6, -6. Anakin off the board. Back and forth we go.
Yeah, huge response from John. And Paul actually just put a Crate Dragon on the bottom of his deck from Mon Mothma. So that's kind of one of the premier threats that we're most likely not going to get to anymore in this game.
Yeah, definitely not what Paul wants to see there. Mon Mothma gets in for 1, and here comes a Blue Leader with the extra 2 resources, moving to the ground arena, becoming a 5-5, ambushing and defeating Mon Mothma, and now Tata has completely cleaned up Paul's board, and he is showing a total of 12 damage in the ground arena.
Yeah, he's cleaned up the board, and he's cleaned up a lot of Paul's hand as well. Like this home one is kind of the last big threat left that Paul currently has in hand, so he's going to have to make it count. Like the card that this is bringing back needs to be good.
That is absolutely correct. Here we go. It's going to be another home one. What is coming back? I believe he still has 4 resources remaining if he's not using the on-action ability. So he could play something up to a total of 7, a cost of 7, because home one reduces the cost by 3, whatever you play from the discard pile. And then again, he's got 4 more ready resources.
Yeah, I like the Blue Leader that he's kind of pulled to the front here. I'd probably just either kill them on Mothma or trade Blue Leaders depending on what you have in your hand. But just something with some immediate impact. Like the Anakin's a little bigger, but wouldn't actually do anything to the board.
Well, that Blue Leader does have some immediate impact. Mon Mothma ambushed and defeated Action back over to Tata. And here it is, another quick response to home one. He's got Fell the Dragon, home one defeated. We're going to see Paul respond with an Echo-based Defender for 2 resources. Tata has just had the answer every time for Paul's big threats here in Game 2.
Yeah, this is a really great spot for Tata because he's winning on board. Both of their hands are a little bit depleted, and this is where that tech getting recycled is potentially going to come back in a big way. Where when you have a small hand and get to play a tech with a million resources out, it's kind of the dream scenario.
We see Echo-based Defender taken out by Luke. 5 damage to Paul's base with Blue Leader. Tata taking all kinds of actions here. We've got the Village Protectors back out. Ray giving an experience token to the Village Protectors. They become a 3/3. Tech smuggled into play, as you talked about. Tremendous value for Tata right now. And Paul is in trouble, to say the least.
Yeah, the amount of Village Protectors Tata's had this game is, I think, a huge part of why it swung this way. It takes the red-green heroism deck so many actions to get through these protectors.
Absolutely. What a game. We do see Riken coming out. So Riken coming out with the timely here. A win played and on attack triggers. So Riken becomes the Sentinel, gets an experience token with the on attack ability, takes away the shield token from the Village Protectors, does take back 3. Right now, Tata just has so many options. There's tech still in play. There are options for days. The Blue Leader or Luke can trade with Riken. We're going to see Luke trade with Riken here. And I don't know about you, Michael, but this tells me there may be another Luke waiting.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's never a good sign when your opponent trades off a Luke that they didn't have to. That feels like a red flag would be going up for me.
No doubt about it. Blue Leader taking out the Sentinel unit. Are we going to see another Luke here? Tata looking through the resource row. He may just be smuggling via tech's ability. That's what he's going to do. He'll pay 7, smuggling in timely reinforcement. That is going to be a swarm of X-Wing tokens, 6 tokens in the space arena. Paul responds with Anakin, but that is a massive play for Tata.
Yeah, and there's no good way to deal with all these X-Wing tokens. Like, there's a world where Paul brought in something like a bombing run because he knows this card is a big deal. But I think Paul probably correctly assumes that he's the aggressor in this matchup, and you don't want to bring in such a narrow reactive card. But these X-Wings will probably end the game on their own as long as Tata can stabilize the ground.
Absolutely. My goodness, Tata has been on fire here in Game 2. He's had all the cards that he's needed when he needed them. Someone in chat, Ray, pointing out no hammerheads for Paul in this game. That is a great point. Hammerhead's such an important piece of the puzzle for this Han 2 deck. We're going to see Blue Leader taking out Anakin with the Fleet Lieutenant coming out, giving it the extra attack. Tech takes out Blue Leader. Board is wiped. What can Paul do here?
It's tough. I think like even a hammerhead at this point would be okay, but I think hopefully Paul has brought in something like a salvage in this matchup. I think you need even more copies of Home 1 based on how this game is going. So we need some kind of big threat. Like, Tata's too far ahead on board for most single cards to catch up.
Now here we go. We saw Paul do this in the first game. Timely intervention into the Guerrilla attack pod ambushing and defeating Tech, readying, but with the Fleet Lieutenant in the ground arena, both units defeated, and that big threat for Paul once again, it's taken off the board. Paul left with just 2 cards in hand, 6 resources total. Tata has so many resources I can't count them. He has plenty of cards in hand. Here comes a Delphi. That's just going to be a 4-6 in space for Paul. I just don't know how Paul can get back in this. Look at this.
Oh my
Admiral
God.
Akbar defeating the patrol wing. There's exactly 6 space units for Tata. What in the world are we witnessing? Crazy stuff here.
Paul has a lot more self-discipline than I do. When I saw the Akbar for 6, that's when my cards would start getting scooped up.
My goodness. And here comes U-Wing reinforcement on top of it all.
Okay, yeah, Tata tried to jump the gun a little bit.
It was
smuggle a
tech. Sorry, it
U-wing
was yeah. He threw me off there. Tech wasn't in play currently, so we couldn't quite smuggle in the U-Wing just yet. But now he does smuggle Tech into play. Wow, Akbar for 6. You don't see that every day. That is such an epic play for Tata. We're going to smuggle in the Peacekeeper. I think the writing on the wall is really already there in this game. Tata so close to forcing the deciding Game 3 in the semifinals.
I do respect that, it's late in the day, and Tata was too tired to actually exhaust his X-Wings as they all attacked the base. Like, they put the 12 damage on, but, yeah, they were just going to stay unexhausted.
The camera can't take it anymore, Michael. It's been too much. It's just been too much from Tata here in Game 2. And I wouldn't be surprised at all if we come back to both players shuffling up here. What a turn of events in Game 2. Everything going right for Tata. And man, it's been a fireworks show of a match. It's so important. Paul, right? Paul's looking for the bye. He's got to get through Tata here. And there we go. It looks like we are now scooping it up. Tata takes it. We are heading to Game 3 in the semifinals. Paul Heaver, John Tata putting on a show for us. My goodness, this is fantastic.
Yeah, so something we didn't talk about, I think these are 75-minute timed rounds still. And, as Paul, depending on how you feel about your, tiebreaker situation, it could have been worth scooping at a different time, because it looks like they are down to less than 15 minutes here.
Okay, that is a really good point, because I think, if I'm not mistaken, there was a PQ recently that I casted. It may have been the last one I did, and it was an untimed top cut. So I wasn't even thinking about time here. But yeah, that is a really strong point. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I mean, both of these games have went so long. It's such a grindy matchup. I don't know. I don't know if we can finish a Game 3 considering we're under 14 minutes left on the clock. Michael, can you explain the tiebreakers to us here if we get to that point?
Yes, I believe it'll be normal end of time procedures, but obviously since we're in a top cut, you have to have a winner, and so it's going to come down to damage on base at that point. So from Paul's perspective, it might have actually been correct to drag out that game like he did, thinking, I'm the more aggressive deck. If the game ends early, that favors me, so I want as little time on the clock as possible. It's also possible he wasn't thinking about it at all. It's kind of comes down to, I'm in the top 4. I'm not going to concede a game that I could possibly win still.
Yeah, absolutely. And to answer Donovan's question, it was a 75-minute timer. This timer is accurate. I'm checking Melee. This is correct. They have less than 13 minutes to play this Game 3. Game 3 is underway. Creasy's favorite, Battlefield Marine, out for Paul. And then we've got Clone Deserter coming out for Tata now. This is pretty good for Tata, right? Because that Clone Deserter gets an experience token from Ray. It's a 3/4 now, which means that's a direct answer to the Marine.
Yeah, somehow the most broken card in the game got trumped by the Ray-powered Clone Deserter.
Wow. My goodness, this has been incredible. I'm on the edge of my seat. I'm sure all of you are as well. Thank you to each and every viewer that is tuning in with us. This has been such a great day of Star Wars Unlimited. We have had so many tremendous matches on stream. And we know that we have Quinlan Tarkentown, Brian from Team Sekrit. He's advanced on to the finals, so now the winner of this match awaits Brian with Quinlan Tarkentown. Now, Michael, if you're Brian, do you have a favorite here? Is there one that you'd rather play?
So if I'm Brian, I want to play the guy with a bye because that guarantees that I get my bye.
It's a great point. Yep.
But in terms of which matchup is better, I think Han is a little bit better for Quinlan, even though we did see these two players play earlier, and Paul was able to take it. I think that's a little bit easier than Ray on average.
Yeah, I would totally agree with you there. Now, we did see Paul play an Echo-based defender, which protected the Marine, with the buffed-up clone deserter making the trade with the Echo-based defender. So, all able to claim the bounty, draw an extra card, and look at this. Tata has the pair of droids. These are absolutely the droids that Tata would be looking for. C-3PO and R2-D2, such a wonderful combination. Big card advantage could be coming here.
Yeah. R2, embraces his inner homicidal tendencies there. Gets the fleet lieutenant and kills the Marine.
There we go with Tata able to look at the top card of his deck. He keeps it there. Now with C-3PO on the on attack ability, he names that cost. It's 6 because he already saw the cargo juggernaut, and then he gets to draw it. So that is a beautiful combo between those two. R2 lets you look, and then with C-3PO, you know exactly what cost to call out. You get that extra card advantage. Now, we do see Paul. He played Anakin a turn early, and now we're going to see General Riken coming out early. That's going to be a 5/5 Sentinel in the ground arena to kind of put these droids in check this turn.
Yeah, the early Riken is huge here. There's not really a clean answer outside of Tata having a Felda Dragon, potentially. But, it's going to protect that 6/4 Anakin, and with Han flipping, you might even be able to get the coordinate draw card.
Yeah, absolutely. We have seen Paul play the Anakin several times today, but we have yet to see him get the ability from Anakin, the coordinate ability where he can draw a card. We've yet to see that, so maybe he gets it here. So Han has been deployed, and Village Protectors has come out with an experience token. That's a 3/3 Sentinel. Anakin is going to attack into the Village Protectors, taking out the shield token. Does get the trigger with the on-attack coordinate from Anakin, getting an extra card.
Yeah,
Action back over to Tata.
Tata had the Village Protectors again to slow things down, but yeah, that's really all it did. As I think Paul's going to come out really far ahead on board on this turn.
Absolutely. So now the damage train beginning, trying to deal with Riken. Fleet Lieutenant deals 3 to Riken. Still 2 HP remaining, and now it looks like C-3PO is going to attack and trade. Tata unable to get any more advantage out of C-3PO, and then R2-D2 trading with Anakin. So board cleared on Tata's side. Paul has Han leader unit still in the ground arena. Paul has been able to claim the initiative.
Yeah, I'm trying to tell exactly how many cards Paul has in his hand right now, because I think he just drew a Hammerhead after getting quite a bit of card advantage this game. He got the Clone Deserter draw, he just got an Anakin draw, so this might be a Hammerhead for 5.
Oh man, that would be big. Now with the initiative, Paul just going to get in with 3 quick damage. That's 8 damage on Tata's Data Vault. Here comes Ray. Ray is deployed, and now we're going to see another General Riken. Riken with Sentinel once again, and Tata has to deal with this process all over again.
Yeah, Riken is really brick walling all these smaller units out of the Ray deck. I wouldn't be surprised to see Tata take a setup turn because it looks like he does have a choose sides in hand, and maybe it's just like, you deal with your own Riken next turn.
Now here is that cargo juggernaut. We saw Tata get it earlier in this game. He plays it, and with Ray on the board, he is able to heal 4 damage from his base, back down to 4 damage on. But as you mentioned, still been a much better start for Paul here in Game 3. He was unable to play any Rebellious Hammerhead in Game 2. We know he has at least one in hand. It could make a big difference here in this game. Paul, once again, will have the initiative, and with Riken in play, he could just keep locking up that ground arena. Riken attacks first. That's 5 damage to Tato's base, and will hold on to the Sentinel tag.
Yeah, looks like the cargo juggernaut shield's going to get put to good use here. I think if I'm Paul, I would really love to see this Han attack the Ray and not the base. It looks like he does go base, maybe playing towards that tiebreaker, but yeah, that would let your Han live and cleanly kill the Ray when it comes in to finish off this Riken.
That is a good point for sure. Action back over to Tata. Here comes 7. Is it going to be Luke Skywalker or U-Wing Reinforcement? It's U-Wing Reinforcement, which could certainly go and find the Luke Skywalker. See what Tata gets here.
Oh, and he doesn't find it. I mean, he finds still a good collection of units here. Looks like an Akbar and a Village Protectors can kill this Riken, but...
Yeah, that Akbar seems really good here. And you called it, Michael. That is exactly the 2 units played. Village Protectors first, then Akbar. Akbar is able to deal 4 damage to Riken with the when played ability because there are 4 total ground units for Tata. Now Tata in a spot where he can clean up this ground arena. Ray is still ready, threatening to take out the Han leader unit. It's been a good start for Paul, but now things seem to be tilting over to Tata just a little bit here in terms of momentum. We see Echo-based Defender coming out. Tata quickly taking it out with Ray. Ray becoming a 3 power on attack. And look at this. There's the Rebellious Hammerhead coming in off of Han's ability. He has enough resources to play it. Han action ability coming in clutch, and Ray is defeated.
Yeah, huge turn for Paul there. It looked like Tata might be getting out of that turn cycle way ahead on board, but the Hammerhead lets him lane dodge a little bit. There's not a ton of persistent restore in play right now. And, get rid of that Ray that was hiding behind the Village Protectors.
So Tata will have the initiative. Looks like we're going to see another big play. Here comes Home 1. What does Home 1 get back? It's going to be Fleet Lieutenant. Fleet Lieutenant is going to allow Akbar to attack and defeat the Han leader unit, restoring a 2 damage in the process with Home 1 being in play. Super strong move for Tata here, cleaning up the ground arena.
Yeah, a really big play, and it doesn't look like there's a super clean answer to the Home 1. Like, Paul has a Fell the Dragon, but spending your whole turn to just kill the Home 1, and Tata got to develop a lot on the ground, and he's kind of firmly taking control of that arena.
Absolutely. Now keep in mind, we're down to just around 3 minutes left on the clock. We're going to see another Home 1. Paul plays his own, and he's going to bring back the Sentinel unit in the ground arena. Echo-based Defender, but it is immediately attacked and defeated by the Cargo Juggernaut. We do see the Rebellious Hammerhead getting in to Tata's base for 5, restoring 1. Again, Home 1 gives each of your other units restore 1. And Tata is just going to claim the initiative, as he needs to do something about this space arena.
Yeah. And Paul does have a Crate Dragon in hand. I wouldn't be super surprised to see him slam it down here before Tata spent any of his resources.
What a final game this is coming down to be. Home one taking out the rebellious Hammerhead. Tata able to restore 2 from his base. And it looks like it might be another Hammerhead here. Hammerhead coming out and will deal enough damage to defeat the home one on Tata's side of the board.
Yeah, great play, but it looks like the home one is going to change
there
sides
it is.
for a 1 health Akbar, and that is
You
rough.
mentioned it. That is so good. Choose sides, allowing Tata to trade control. Akbar over to Paul. Home one to Tata. That is a big play. My goodness. And now home one on for Tata that was Paul's can clean up the other Hammerhead. Restoring 2 in the process. Tata in control now.
Yeah, and as we get down to 1 minute on the clock, this red 5 is going to be able to clear a lot of Tata's board, but I think the damage might be done in terms of, base damage at least.
Absolutely. Now the base damage. Tata has complete control of the board. He has control of the tiebreaker here. Paul looked to be in a good spot. He was off to a good start in this game, but now as we have just 30 seconds on the clock, these players will be going to time during this turn. So we'll have very likely this turn plus 1 more to see if we can get a winner. If not, it goes to the tiebreak rules. I just don't know if Paul can overcome Tata's board at this point.
I don't think so, but if he has a timely, maybe that in combination with a Crate Dragon could do it. This red 5 can immediately kill both the Cargo Juggernaut and the home one.
There we go. So time has been called. The Delphi Patrol Wing coming out. Red 5 attacking for a total of 5 damage. The on-attack ability defeating home one. That's going to take the restore away from Tata. Tata still has the advantage in base damage. 10 damage on Paul's base. 9 damage on Tata's base. Now the action back over to Paul. He's going to spend some more resources here. Oh, he doesn't. Never mind. Sorry. He thought he was making a play there. We see Fleet Lieutenant getting in for 3. Does Paul have anything to change the momentum?
Looks like he's reaching for a Cassian, which, is good. It'll kill the Village Protectors, but, the Village Protectors gets to attack base first, and I think you're going to end this turn at, over 20 damage on your base, and Tata hasn't spent any of his resources yet.
Now, that's a really good point. Now, we do see Cassian smuggled into play. That readies. Now we're going to see 2 damage from the Village Protectors. Cassian taking out the Village Protectors. Tata still has so much available to him on this turn. Damage, resources, do it all. Bright Hope is going to return the Fleet Lieutenant. That's a really strong play as well. He gets a card. He's going to be able to get that buff once again. Fleet Lieutenant will be replayed right away. R2-D2 going in for 3 damage. That's 19 damage on Paul's base.
Yeah, what an amazing sequence of turns here at the end by Tata. That choose sides is just so brutal, and he's got Sentinels in both arenas now. He is not taking any more damage, so they call it there.
That's going to do it. The fist bump, John Tata taking it. Paul was itching to get into the finals and try to play for a day 1 bye, but Tata has stopped Paul's run here. What a match we just witnessed that goes the distance. It's going to be Tata fighting for his first planetary qualifier win. And with this development, Michael, that means that Team Sekrit's Brian has guaranteed a bye as he has made the final, and Tata already has a day 1 bye.
Yeah, huge congrats to Brian. I mean, this is the literal last PQ of the season, last chance. So super happy for him. I mean, that's the full set of 9 for us, and it was a big team effort, I think, to get some people there at the end of the season.
It really is. Big congrats to Brian. And, now the pressure's off, right? I mean, now both of these players have the day one bye, and it's just now it's for all the bragging rights, right? It's to get that PQ title under your belt. So, guys, we are going to take a short break, and then we will come back for finals action from this West Virginia Planetary Qualifier at 4 Horsemen Comics and Games. Stay tuned. Finals coming right up. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the live stream of the West Virginia Planetary Qualifier here at Horsemen Comics and Gaming. I'm Josh Snyder, Michael Conrow alongside me in the booth. We are ready to go for the final match. Michael, this is what it's all about.
Yeah, I mean, this is why you play. Luckily, I guess for Brian, he knows he's got the invite, so maybe a little less pressure. But now comes the even more important task of denying John Data his purple name. So, as arguably, I think John should feel the pressure at this point.
Yeah, no doubt about it. So, yeah, as you mentioned, some of the pressure off here because both of these players now have a Day 1 bye secured at the Galactic Championship taking place just a month from now. And, the important thing now is just becoming that PQ champion, right? Neither one of these players have won a PQ, so we will crown a new Planetary Qualifier champion at the end of this match. Brian versus Tata, Team Sekrit versus KTOD. We are just about ready to go. Tata will start with the initiative.
We'll say shout out to Tata. I think despite not winning a PQ, I think he's qualified for the Galactic Championship like 5 different times at this point. So that's kind of an amazing accomplishment in and of itself.
Yeah, no doubt about it. I mean, he's been a PQ finalist multiple times. You mentioned top 4 at the regional qualifier. I think he was top 8 at the sector qualifier.
Yeah.
I mean, he's done it all, right? He's done so much this past year, and can't forget going back to Seattle in March, right? The Bothan Invitational. He was a part of the winning team. The KTOD team ended up winning the 3v3 tournament.
Yeah, a really dominant single set season from that team, to be honest, after multiple top 8s in sectors and regionals, winning Seattle. I mean, it's hard to argue with the results KTOD had this set.
They have been very dominant of late. Now we see R2D2 coming out first for Tata. And it's going to be the X-34 land speeder coming out and ambushing R2.
Yeah, great opening. This lets Brian still take the Tarkin Town if he wants. Which normally when the Ray player starts R2, they're kind of insulated from that Tarkin Town. So this was the best 2-drop that Brian could have in that situation.
Yeah, that is a really good point for sure. The X-34 land speeder being able to ambush, deal that 2 damage, and even with the Ray action ability, giving the experience token only 5 total HP for R2, so Tarkin Town able to take it out. Look at this, it's another R2D2 coming out for Tata on turn 2.
Yeah, this smells a little bit like C-3PO to me as a follow-up, but I haven't been able to see Tata's hand. He could just not have a play, and developing a 2-5 is the best thing for him here.
Action back on Brian. We're going to see the infamous Guerrilla Soldier here. 3 indirect damage being dealt to Tata. And if any of that indirect damage would deal or be dealt to the base, the Guerrilla Soldier would ready. So we'll see what Tata does here with the damage. Really kind of an important decision here, because if you stack up the damage on R2, it does appear that the land speeder could take it out if wanted. Look at it. Look at this. You called it. C-3PO. Tata knows what's on top because of the win plate ability on R2. Aiming 3, getting a blue leader, so getting some card advantage here. And now the land speeder clearing out R2.
Yeah, obviously having the droids together is a great combo, but Brian being able to deal with the second R2 immediately at least means the combo is broken up. I think Todd is probably still like 45% to hit on a blind reveal, but that's a lot better than 100%.
Definitely. We're going to see Tata open up with the Village Protectors, leaving one resource up, so Tata can absolutely take advantage of the Ray action ability during this turn, which would give one of these two ground units an experience token. Now the action back over to Brian with 4 ready resources.
Yeah,
And he's
I
gonna
definitely
start
like
chipping
taking
away.
the shield off here. And you got to do it before Ray pumps that Village Protectors and kills your Guerrilla Soldiers for free.
Yeah, excellent point. Guerrilla Soldier is able to stick around with 1 HP remaining, but Tata does immediately put the experience token onto the Village Protectors, which means it's a 3-3, meaning that the X-34 Land Speeder can't just go in and take it out now.
It's like he might respond with a Kira here, try to slow down that next turn from Tata, and set up a better trade with the Kira going into the Protectors. And I feel like you're obligated to name Blue Leader, which looks like he did. You can't just let that kill your Kira for free.
I think that's absolutely the right call here. Definitely going to impact Tata's next turn. We're going to see C-3PO coming across, and there are options. C-3PO could take out either the Guerrilla Soldier or the X-34 Land Speeder and remain on the board. We'll see also if Tata gets any value off of the on attack ability. So the X-34 Land Speeder defeated, and he named 3, and he's going to get another card here. Fleet Lieutenant to Tata's hand. So C-3PO generating some serious value. A couple extra cards here in game 1.
Yeah, that's a really huge deal. I mean, Quinlan, part of the plan in this matchup is to lean into some of your discard effects at some point, and every time Ray draws a card off this C-3PO, it gets a little bit worse for you.
That's absolutely right. One of my favorite things about this Quinlan Tarkintown deck is all the discard that you have available, the hand hate. Yeah, with C-3PO getting great value, Tata has all kinds of options as to what he can discard with things or off of things like the Force Throw and the Ahsoka. First action on Brian. He is going to go ahead and take out the Village Protectors with the Kira. So Kira remains on the board with 2 HP.
It looks like Tata drew a really important card for this turn, which is the Spark of Hope, and that's going to let him flip this Ray probably a little bit earlier than Brian was expecting, because he did not see that on the Kira last turn, and still develop a Village Protectors of his own if he'd like to.
Excellent point. I did catch a glimpse of that Spark of Hope right before you said that, and yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking. This is really good for Tata here as he can get to Ray. It looks like Tata is going to pay 3 for another copy of Village Protectors. So this one, Brian deals with the first Village Protectors. Now Brian's got to deal with another Shielded Sentinel in the ground arena.
Yeah, that's tough. The second Protector's not as big of a deal, and to be honest, this card's not always the worst for Quinlan, because it's often quite easy to ping the shields off, and we still have Quinlan flip. But it looks like we are going to trade that lands or the Guerrilla Soldiers away before C-3PO can kill it.
And here comes the Spark of Hope, taking the Village Protectors, making it another resource. So that is 6 resources for Tata. Ray now online. Action back over to Brian. Keep in mind, Brian has yet to deploy or spend any resources, and we see Quinlan deployed and Tata quickly deploying Ray. Both leaders out. Village Protectors blocking right now against a potential, something like a Plo Koon. It could come in and ambush and defeat Ray, so the Village Protectors really beneficial in a spot like this.
Yeah, that's a great point. Plo Koon is normally the answer you want to line up to kind of threaten those Ray flips, and the fact that he's kind of gotten stonewalled by back-to-back Village Protectors means Ray got to flip safely, and now it's just going to be a lot harder to kill.
Yeah, that is a great point. Now we see Force Throw, but Tata just discarding a 2-cost card, the 2 damage, going and defeating the Village Protectors. But Ray open here, attacking and defeating Kira. Ray still has 4 HP remaining, so enough to dodge being defeated from Quinlan unless Brian has some kind of pump for Quinlan. Of course, this deck runs both Surprise Strike and the Hotshot DL44 blasters, so there are options.
Yeah, and I think Brian's probably thinking about, this matchup. He got through the first 5 turns, basically at board parity, and now you kind of have to start dealing with the, what is my plan for later in the game once, Luke and Home 1 starts to come down, because, Tata's at 0 damage on base. It's clearly going to be a long game at this point, and you have to deal with those big threats that Ray can present.
You are absolutely right. Now we see Sabine coming out for Brian. Quinlan triggered ability, dealing 1 damage to C3PO, and there is the pump. Surprise Strike played, +3 power to Quinlan. So Quinlan is able to attack and defeat Ray. Sticking on the board with 4 HP remaining. Tata does have the initiative, but like you mentioned, we are getting into the later stages of this game. Tata up to 7 resources. For things like Luke Skywalker becoming an option here, and as we get into the late game, the big plays for Tata can certainly be really important. And look at this, there's the blue leader with Kira off the board. Blue leader now just costing the standard 3, so for 5 total resources, Tata moving it to the ground arena, giving it the 2 experience tokens, a 5/5 ambushing and defeating Quinlan. And blue leader still on the board with a couple HP remaining.
Yeah, blue leader is so amazing in this matchup. Quinlan is a deck that's full of 3 power and 5 health units, even though Quinlan ending up at that stats after attacking the Ray, and it just comes down and answers them so cleanly.
Now it looks like Sabine is going to attack and defeat the C3PO, so the attack goes into C3PO and the on attack ability, 1 damage to Tata's base. First damage on Tata's base here, and look at this, Mon Mothma coming out. Tata gets to search the top 5 cards of his deck for a Rebel card. He's found Luke Skywalker.
Yeah, Luke's a big pickup here. I will say this is a matchup where you normally want to play your 7-drop second. Tata doesn't know what's in Brian's hand, but when you play Luke and they get to kill it with Han Solo unit plus a ping, that feels pretty bad. And the same is true the other way. If you ambush Han Solo and then get it killed by Luke, it feels equally bad. So I'm curious to see how aggressive Tata is with this Luke, now that he knows Brian has 0 cards before he draws up here.
Yeah, Brian using up the final 2 cards in hand. It was a Bamboozle. Bamboozle played, returning the upgrades back to Tata's hand. They were experience tokens, so they just get defeated here. So the blue leader defeated. The Millennium Falcon came out. Of course, the Millennium Falcon piece of junk enters play ready. That was 3 damage to Tata's base. Tata does have the initiative, and as you mentioned, it is a great point. Definitely want to be playing Luke second. Don't want to walk Luke right into potential Han Solo here, and it looks like Millennium Falcon is going to be bounced back to hand, so that does keep the option open for a potential Han Solo at 7 total resources.
And Brian's going to run into a little bit of a problem here by prioritizing that 1 damage to base last turn on the C-3PO trade. He's actually put his Sabine in range where this Mon Mothma can kill it. And I think that's going to force Brian to act first and give Tata information that his Luke is pretty safe to deploy this turn.
That is a really good point for sure. So the action back over to Brian. As you mentioned, Sabine in danger here, just 2 HP remaining. So Sabine is going to attack into Tata's base for 3, bringing the damage total up to 7, but Mon Mothma will quickly attack and defeat Sabine. Just taking a couple damage back, right? It looks like Tata put a 3 damage token on the Mon Mothma. Was I missing something here?
He did put a 3. That should be a 2. Hopefully they catch that, or it doesn't matter. But bad news for Brian is Tata's found a different 7 mana play, so he can keep holding that Luke.
Oh man, this is so good. So good for Tata here. You know, not only is he able to hold the Luke, right, and he's going to find potentially multiple threats to put on the table, but Tata also has a big advantage here just from card advantage, right? Like the U-Wing reinforcement could potentially get multiple cards. You know that Luke is still in hand. And right now, to me, it just feels like card advantage is in Tata's favor. We've got board presence now. Look at this, Bright Hope and Tech. Now, I am curious, does that Mon Mothma get bounced right here?
Tata is a lover of value. He will bounce this Mon Mothma.
He will,
he
yes.
picks it up, yeah. That decision tells you a lot about a person, I think. Is can you resist not bouncing the Mon Mothma with Bright Hope?
Yeah, that has been a play we've seen Tata do several times on stream throughout the top cut. So getting an extra card. Now we're going to see Surprise Strike onto Cassian Andor. Brian just can't let Tech stick to the board. So Cassian attacking and defeating Tech. Now we move on to the next turn here. Just Cassian in play for Brian. Bright Hope for Tata.
Yeah. That turn cycle wasn't the worst from a board advantage perspective for the Quinlan. Like, he comes out, he has a damage Cassian, all Tata has is a Bright Hope. But Tata generated so much card advantage that turn that, you know, as the game keeps going on, it's going to get harder and harder for the Quinlan.
I really do feel like things are already starting to get pretty tough for Brian here. We're going to see Tata swing for 2. First damage on Tarkentown in this game. In quite some time, Tata's been busy taking care of Brian's board, making sure everything's in check here. Now Cassian's going to get in for 3. Tata has 10 damage on his base. See what Tata decides here. Is it going to be that Mon Mothma? There it is. Mon Mothma was bounced back to hand off the Bright Hope. So Mon Mothma is going to search for some more value. We're going to find home 1. My goodness, that Mon Mothma has found Luke Skywalker and home 1. The best 2 targets for Tata.
Yeah, and home 1 is really the card that this matchup often comes down to. Like, a 7/7 in space is insanely hard to deal with as Quinlan, and the fact that it's also a source of card advantage and restore means it's kind of fighting you on every axis that you care about.
Yeah, that is so true. It's, as you mentioned earlier, just so tough for this Quinlan deck to deal with big space units. We're going to see Smuggle play for Brian. He will smuggle in the L337. Quinlan triggered ability, dealing 1 damage to Mon Mothma. Now the action back over to Tata. Looks like he'll play Yoda here. So Yoda coming out for the first time in this finals match.
And this is just really disciplined play from Tata. Like, both players have known he's had the Luke for a while, but every turn he's going to try to delay as much as possible, play a little bit of small ball, and just say, like, I'm not that far behind on board. Until you do something I care about, I will not play this Luke.
Yeah, I mean, no real reason to at this point. We're going to see another tech smuggled into play. Now, Brian had extreme prejudice against that first tech, taking it out as soon as he could. It looks like Brian has just claimed the initiative here. As we move on to the next turn, I do believe Brian picked up a hot shot blaster off the top. So that is an option if he wanted to go in, take out the tech right away. He's got the blaster. It could be put on that Cassian. We'll see if he has the same priority of defeating tech that he had previous turn.
Looks like you called it exactly right. Yeah, tech appears and tech has to die on sight. That's just how it goes in Star Wars Unlimited.
That's absolutely right. I mean, Data already has the card advantage here. You certainly can't let tech stick to the board as well. But here comes the first big play from Tata. Big unit out of hand. It's home one. Home one's going to go and get back the village protectors. Now Tata has a sentinel unit in both arenas. And he has a massive board here, 5 total units. And now these ready units can not only come through this turn and deal some damage, but they're going to start restoring from Tata's base as well.
I think we're kind of starting to develop a spectrum of where Tata loves value. So like, it was enough to bounce Mon Mothma, but not enough to recur tech instead of the much better village protectors. So
that's right. Action on Brian. Brian is going to play Ahsoka here. First time I've seen Ahsoka in this game. Tata will have to discard a card from hand. Quinlan triggered ability, dealing 1 damage to Bright Hope. It's going to be C3PO. With it being a unit, Brian does get to exhaust a unit here. And it is going to be Yoda, because Yoda has essentially Restore 3 here. He has Restore 2 printed, and then that home 1 giving Yoda an additional Restore. So now the action back over to Tata. Does he take out Cassian with Mon Mothma? Looks like that's the play. Mon Mothma got so much value for Tata. He has to be thrilled with the work Mon did. Cassian off the board.
yeah, and I mean, the Ahsoka was obviously great value, but I think the real issue Brian's going to run into is that home one's in play, and it's in play behind a Bright Hope. So it is not going to be dying anytime soon.
Yeah, that really is a good point. Now here comes Force Throw. Force Throw forcing Tata to discard a card from hand with Ahsoka on the board. Bright Hope being discarded. Brian gets to deal 4 damage to one of Tata's units. Now he could defeat one of the ground units, and he is going to take out the Sentinel unit here. Village Protectors defeated. Well, Tata still has 1 ready resource and Bright Hope. Let's see if he values getting in with Bright Hope here. Deal 2 and restore 1. It looks like Tata's just going to claim. I mean, why get in for 2 with Bright Hope when you could just claim and guarantee that 7 with home 1, right?
You get 7 with home 1. You could have Yoda kill this L3 for free and restore your base for 3. Because it's realistically, what is Quinlan going to do to this home 1? Like, he could waylay it, and then you get to play home 1 again, which is the best feeling in the world.
Yeah, no, that's a great point. Tata agrees with you. Better line certainly attacking with Yoda first. Yoda defeating the L337, restoring 3. Tata back down to just 6 damage on Data Vault. Still showing 2 threats in the space arena, including the all-important home 1.
Yeah, we know he still has the Luke in his hand that he revealed 6 turns ago, so it's not like Brian can turn this game on its head with a Han unit now. He's going to put 3 damage into base. It's going to get quickly erased by this home 1 and Bright Hope attacking with Restore.
Yeah, so 7 damage into Tarkin Town. That's 9 damage on Brian's base. As Tata goes back down to just 7 damage on base. Action back over to Brian. Looking at his hand, we can see his hand here. Looks like he's holding on to Surprise Strike, Falcon, and Plo Koon. Certainly nothing that answers the home 1. We're going to see the Millennium Falcon, I believe, coming out here. Not quite. I'm thinking through it a little bit more.
Yeah, it's a really tough call because you kind of have problems in both arenas. You have problems in Tata's hand, and you just kind of have to figure out, the best path to navigate through all of that.
Brian does decide to play the Plo Koon instead, ambushing and defeating Yoda. Tata gets to draw a card, and for the first time, he's been holding it for a while here in Game 1. Luke Skywalker coming out and defeating Ahsoka, giving Ahsoka -6/-6. Now Plo Koon with the only unit on the board, certainly only going to be attacking for 3 here. The coordinate not turned on, but we see L337 for Brian, another unit in the ground arena. But look at this, Fleet Lieutenant going to allow Bright Hope to attack for 4, restoring another damage from Tata's base. 13 damage on Tarkin Town, just 6 damage on Data Vault. My goodness, and this is going to do it. Bryant says, I've seen enough. He scoops it up. We're going to Game 2. Tata with the early lead here in the finals.
Yeah, super well played from Tata. I think the Spark of Hope on the flip turn, turning it into both players' flip turn, kind of really stole the momentum back from Brian. Normally, Quinlan, you're hoping to gain control of the board on your own flip turn and then have Plo Koon to answer the Ray as soon as she flips before she gets that 7 toughness.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, if Brian can dodge the ramp, I'm sure he would love to do that. Yeah, if you can have the Plo Koon set up for Ray, that would make a big difference in this match. Now, as both players going to the sideboard, Brian, the one that's behind here, you feel like there's any of these cards that can come out of the sideboard and improve things for him quite a bit?
Yeah, for sure. I think the biggest thing that most Quinlans have access to, and Brian does have access to, is the Mace Windu 7-drop unit. We saw Tata would frequently have boards full of like Mon Mothma plus Tech plus Akbar, and Mace Windu just kills all of those and does 5 to base. But I expect Brian to sideboard like he would for a grindy matchup here. So bring in his own techs that were so effective for Tata. Maybe bring in some hidden sharpshooters to ambush some of these smaller units as well.
I think all of those cards could really make a big impact here. Brian, we'll see if Brian can climb back into this and force a deciding Game 3. And both of these players have made the top 8 of EQs, multiple top 8 appearances in different planetary qualifiers. And now both of these players looking to finally get the title, win a planetary qualifier. got their day one bye locked up. Now playing for the championship. What a run it's been for both of these players. They both finished 4-1-1 through the 6 rounds of Swiss, and coming into this final match, both of these players have only lost 3 games, 3 total games throughout the day. So it's been great performance for both of these guys. Battling hard. It looks like Brian will opt to give Tata the initiative.
Yeah, that makes sense. I'd really love to see a Sabine unit early out of Brian here if possible. I think the land speeder was good at dealing with the R2, but these village protectors, if Tata gets to play second, are pretty annoying to deal with without the Sabine unit.
I will definitely be interested to see how these two players start this game too. It looks like they're both satisfied with their hand. Brian's ready to go. We talked a little bit about Brian's sideboard. Was there anything in particular you think Tata wants to bring in out of his sideboard for this particular match?
To be honest, I would not be super surprised if Tata did not sideboard at all.
No.
I look at it, I mean, choose sides is a little slow. Confiscate is definitely bad against Quinlan, as is the disruptive burst. I think there's an argument for eager escort fighter if you're worried about, like the A-wing on screen or maybe a Millennium Falcon. And then I think the one card I'd potentially consider is Rival's Fall, because sometimes the Quinlan flip is just like hard to deal with, and it's better to spend inefficient 6 resources and just kill it.
So game 2 officially underway. Much different start here in game 2. It was the Clone Deserter for Tata and Green Squadron A-Wing for Brian. So the Clone Deserter getting that experience token, a 3-4 in the ground arena with Restore. Being able to restore 1 and deal 3 on attack. Now here comes a card. That's something that I do believe came out of the sideboard, Jam Communications, but he's not going to find an event here in Tata's hand to discard.
Yeah, the jams, it's a dicey card to bring in, right? Like, there was a really high upside here, or if Tata had a resupply he was planning on playing, it would have been insane, but missing is pretty brutal, where you really want that card advantage if possible.
And look at this, Tata just dodging all the Quinlan ping ability here, or the Quinlan pings, because he plays another 1-cost unit. This time it's the Moisture Farmer, and the Moisture Farmer getting the experience token. So now we've got 2 buffed up 1-cost units in Tata's ground arena that are restoring. A total of restore 3 right now in the ground arena. And this Sabine unit on Brian's side of the table does not cleanly answer either of them. Have to attack and then pair it with something like Tarkintown if Brian wanted to immediately take one of these units off the board. Brian does have the initiative, so see how he decides to go about it. Looks like we're going to do the max damage with Sabine to the Moisture Farmer, so 3 total damage to Sabine, 2 from Sabine's 2 power, and then 1 with the on attack ability.
I think that's the right play. You got to start chipping these units down that have a lot of toughness. I think you're probably a little bit worried about the Akbar you just saw, because that's representing 3 damage right now out of hand. But you have to stabilize this board. Like, starting A-Wing's not ideal in a matchup where you really want to fight for board advantage.
Now here comes Kira for Brian, so he will get to take a look at Tata's hand once again. We've got the Cargo Juggernaut, Bright Hope, Akbar, and the Village Protectors. What would you call in this spot, Michael?
I think I would probably call the Akbar here. I don't really care about the Bright Hope. Like, that's pretty easily answered by Tarkin Town plus A-Wing if you want. And the Village Protectors should be easy enough to deal with next turn on your Quinlan flip. Looks like Brian disagrees. He is going to try to prioritize some of that space damage, though, and name the Bright Hope.
Bright Hope, the call here. So Bright Hope will cost Tata 7 resources to play until Kira is defeated or taken out of play. Action back over to Brian. So now he has some options, right? He's got the A-Wing in the space arena. He does have Tarkin Town here, which could take out the Moisture Farmer, but not sure that's what he will prioritize here or not.
Yeah. I think we're probably too early in the game to use Tarkin Town on just a restore unit like that. Like, I'd really love to see it used on a unit that's representing a more threatening trade. Like, if this clone deserter hits something, I think that's a reasonable Tarkin Town.
So either Brian claimed or he just passed here. Maybe he just passed, and now we see the... Oh, no, excuse me. It was Tata's play because Kira came out. Tata plays the Village Protectors, and then the A-Wing does get in for 3. I believe Brian has just claimed, and now Tata able to take advantage of the Ray action ability. Now buffing up the Sentinel unit. Village Protectors a 3/3 now with that shield token as well. Tata still has the clone deserter. Either go 3 to base or take out Sabine.
So the Sabine cannot be attacked. I hope they catch
Yep,
that.
that's absolutely right. Yep, they caught it. That is, it's one of those abilities on Sabine that it's very easy to forget about. And I've seen it multiple times on stream over the last couple days where it's exactly what happens. So as long as you have 3 or more aspects amongst your other friendly units, Sabine cannot be attacked. So having Kira and A-Wing in play does protect Sabine here. So Lone Deserter forced to go 3 damage into Tarkin Town, restoring another damage from Tata's base. We move into the next turn. Tata still holding on to quite a bit of restore.
And I think, again, this is going to be a critical turn. Like, the Quinlan flip, it looks like he has a Force Throw in his hand. He needs to clean up the board and make flipping Ray next turn like a threatening proposition.
So first action, Sabine attacking into the Village Protectors. Unfortunately, with the Village Protectors having the experience token, Sabine unable to take out the Village Protectors, defeats the shield with the on-attack ability, and then 2 damage going through. Village Protectors still on the board with 1 HP.
Yeah, it's a good start. I mean, you're setting it up for, you know, an easy kill with a Quinlan ping, so it's going to immediately make John make a decision here. You know, you still have that Kira that's pretty hard to deal with. There's no clean answers.
Tata with the next action looks like he's going to pay 3 resources. And there is the Akbar that he was holding on to last turn. That's going to be 4 damage to Kira, not quite enough to defeat it. Kira still has 1 HP remaining. Now, of course, Tata can take out Kira with any of the 3 ready units in the ground arena. So Kira will make the trade with the Village Protectors.
Yeah, I think that makes sense. You know, use the Kira to kill something a little more threatening before this Moisture Farmer potentially takes her out.
Speaking of the Moisture Farmer, We've got another damage getting into Brian's base. Tata restoring back to 0 damage on the base. Quinlan's deployed. Clone Deserter in for 3. That's 11 damage on Tarkentown. And now we're going to see Ahsoka coming out. Quinlan ability here. 1 damage to the Clone Deserter. And Tata is going to discard Bright Hope. And then the Ray action ability. Where does it go now? It can go to either the Moisture Farmer or the Akbar.
Yeah, I would expect it to go on the Akbar here because the Moisture Farmer still dies to Quinlan even with the experience. And I think Brian has the follow-up Force Throw here. So okay, he's going to target down first, see another card. And then what happens on this Force Throw I think is a really big deal.
Here we go. It's time for Brian to clean up Tata's board, attacking with Quinlan, defeating the Moisture Farmer. Tata, of course, has claimed the initiative, 3 damage to base with Green Squadron A-Wing, and here comes Force Throw. Tata only has 2 cards in hand. It's the Cargo Juggernaut and Luke Skywalker. So this is a guarantee kill on Admiral Akbar. Not to mention, it's a great, it's 2 good cards here, right? Like Tata could play the Juggernaut next turn. You certainly don't want to give up Luke, but he's giving up. Yeah, he's going to give up Luke to have a potential turn next or play next turn. Wow, that's a big time turn. You talked about it, Michael. He needed to turn things around on the Quinlan flip turn. He's done exactly that. He's cleared the board, and he's got 3 units that can swing for a total of 9 still left in play.
Yeah, this puts him in a great spot, and I don't know if he has Plo Koon or not, but I can tell you that is what Tata is thinking about. It's the card you're always worried about from Quinlan, and it's threatening to just immediately kill Ray if you flip.
So here is Cargo Juggernaut. No other Vigilance units in play for Tata, so he does not heal the 4 damage. It is just going to be a 4/6 unit with a shield token in the ground arena. And that is the question. Does Brian have Plo Koon? Does he have the way to immediately take out Ray if she is deployed here this turn? Brian starts to chip away 3 damage with Ahsoka Tano. And what does Tata do? Does he deploy? Does he put Ray out there and just hope that Brian doesn't have the Plo Koon?
So I wouldn't be surprised. Yeah, I think Tata passed here, and I expect him to pass through the entire turn until Brian starts to spend his resources, because I think Tata's very happy if Brian passes back here. You kind of got to play a 6 mana unit for free. But yeah, after everything's tapped, looks like he's calling his bluff and putting him to the test. Do you have the Plo Koon?
Yeah, making him have it here. Does he have it? 12 damage on Tata's base. Brian is not immediately slamming Plo Koon. I don't know if he has it in hand here.
I feel like as a Plo Koon player, it just kind of jumps out of your hand when there's like a really juicy leader kill. So there's no way he had it,
Yeah, and he did not. So Cassian smuggled into play readies. Ray is going to attack into Quinlan here, putting another 3 damage on Quinlan. So now Ray can take out Quinlan next turn for sure. Cargo Juggernaut could also do the job. And look at this. Brian's going to claim the initiative. He is not going to attack with that Cassian.
Yeah, I think that makes sense. I mean, you couldn't kill the Ray anyway at this point, so you might as well draw some cards and see if you find something now that can kill it cleanly. It's like they're
What a
on
game.
7. So this could be a Han Solo potentially.
Going to 7. We know that Tata had to dump the Luke Skywalker just to guarantee that he had the play on the 6 resource turn, the Cargo Juggernaut.
Yeah, and with him looking in the discard, like that's a Luke check. I think he wants to slam Han here, whether he will or not. It looks like he's going to.
So here we go. Han is going to be played. Quinlan triggered ability, taking out the shield token on the Juggernaut, and Han is going to attack and defeat Rey. And now Brian just hoping that Tana did not find another Luke Skywalker, knowing he didn't have one in hand. If he didn't find another one, Brian has to feel pretty good about the spot he's in.
And this kind of feels like the same thing the other way, right? The fact that a Luke didn't immediately jump into play means it probably doesn't exist.
Yeah, no, that's a great point. Now, Fleet Lieutenant coming out. A little bit of action economy for Tata. The Cargo Juggernaut attacks and defeats Quinlan. So 3 damage back onto the Juggernaut, 3 HP remaining, and now we're going to see Ahsoka taking out the Juggernaut, and Ahsoka will stay on the board with 1 HP, but there is the eager escort fighter, so it came in out of Tata's sideboard. Will make the trade with the A-Wing, but now Tata is out of cards. He is officially top decking once again here. Brian has cleared Tata's board, and he is showing 12 damage in the ground arena with Han ready to go.
Yeah, and it's what a difference the 2 flip turns in this game make. You know, each player that won the flip turn, it feels like pulled out to a really decisive advantage that it's hard to come back from.
No doubt. Now, we do see a pretty good find for Tata here, finding the U-Wing reinforcement off the top. Let's see what he finds here. Again, searching the top 10 cards, looking for up to 3 units with a combined cost 7 or less, and plays each of them for free. Now, we do see a Luke there, but Luke, of course, doesn't answer Han right away, would just answer one of the smaller units. And it is going to be Luke, so Luke coming out. We'll see where Tata goes. And Tata's going to take out the Cassian Andor, so Luke in play. We'll see if Brian has an answer for it.
Yeah, I will say now that the Quinlan ping is gone, it's a little bit harder for Han to kill Luke cleanly. I mean, he could have a hotshot blaster. I think I would have liked to see Tata kill that Ahsoka, just because a force throw kind of threatens a really clean kill on Han as well. But I believe Brian is going to overwrite his old Han with a new Han here just to kill the Luke.
Yeah, certainly feels that way, as you did have the Han go into base. So a total of 9 damage into Tata's base. And it's going to be another Han solo. You called it, Quinlan ping plus the Han ambush with 6 power, taking out Luke. We'll go to another turn with Tata not having any units in play.
Yeah, definitely still a great spot for Brian. But all things considered, that's probably a pretty good turn cycle for Tata. Like, you got to take the Cassian off the board. You made your opponent play their second Han Solo. So if you do get to stick with Luke later, it's pretty likely that he lives.
Here comes the blue leader, the full 5 resources blue leader into the ground arena as a 5/5, ambushing and defeating the Force user, Ahsoka. Blue leader still has 2 HP remaining. And now, what is the play for Brian? Of course, Brian could take out that blue leader with Han, but you also have to ask yourself, are we just going to be aggressive here? And there it is, Hotshot Blaster onto Han. That's going to be 8 damage to base, 26 damage on Tata's Data Vault. My goodness. Big hit here for Brian.
And that's check immediately, right? So that looks like Tata had to claim. We got to follow up Guerrilla Soldiers, which is going to push even more damage.
Yeah, the Quinlan ping, 1 damage to blue leader, and all 3 indirect damage going to base. Guerrilla Soldier readies, deals another one. Here comes another unit for Brian, the red 5. 31 damage on base, one swing from any of these units. It's game over, and we're going to do it, Michael. We will have a deciding game 3 in the finals. 2 players looking to become a PQ champion. It all comes down to game 3. This is amazing.
Yeah, what an amazing top 8. You know, the Tata versus Paul Heaver game last round was every single game was good. They were close. I mean, this one's going to a game 3. Both games were pretty interesting in how they played out. I mean, this is a very worthy PQ winner, whoever gets this last game.
There is absolutely no doubt about that statement. Both of these guys playing their hearts out here. What a match this has been. This is what you want to see. The final match, an absolute nail biter, back and forth, going to game 3. I don't think it will matter. I don't think so. But we do have to keep in mind just something to note. You've got the timer now showing we have less than 25 minutes. I believe each game has lasted right about 25 minutes so far. So looks like we should have just enough time to finish this one. We definitely want to see this play out and get a winner without having to go to any kind of tiebreaker.
Yeah, for sure. I think they've been playing at a pretty good pace. We did see Brian went back into the sideboard. I wouldn't be surprised if that was the jam communications coming out. Like, it leaves a bitter taste in your mouth if you ever play that card and don't get to discard anything.
Yeah, that is an excellent point. It felt pretty bad in that last game, earning a card and the resource just to, get nothing there. So when it hits, it could be great, but as you mentioned, it's really a gamble. I think that could be a good call. Maybe go for the more consistency over the gamble play that Jam Communications would be in this particular matchup. So Brian taking the mulligan. Tata satisfied with his hand. He's ready to start it. Guys, keep in mind, at the conclusion of this final game, we will be doing one more giveaway. Close out this stream. We've done several giveaways already today. Ron, the owner of 4 Horsemen Comics and Gaming, has been so generous. The prizing has been amazing. These guys have had tremendous prizing. Some of the best prizing we've seen in a planetary qualifier. And now we've got another giveaway that's going to come to you viewers at the end of this match. So here we go. Game 3, the deciding game 3 of the finals is underway. R2-D2 start for Tata. It's going to be L3-3-7 on Brian's side.
Yeah, and I caught a glimpse of Tata's hand. His hand is stacked for this matchup. He's got the droid combo, he's got a Spark of Hope, and a Rival's Fall, just in case things get a little hairy. So it's going to be up to Brian to kind of deal with this early game well, and make sure you can efficiently kill these 2 droids.
Yeah, that does sound like a very stacked hand. Brian has the initiative, and he is not going to let R2. Oh, no, he can't take out R2-D2. Yeah, with the experience token, I thought he was going to take out R2, but he's one shy. I got a little overzealous there, a little excited. The Hotshot Blaster coming in, it's giving L3 +2, so 4 damage to Data Vault. And now R2 is going to get in to Tarkin Town for 2, and here comes the play you mentioned, C3PO. And now we get big value. Tata knew that Choose Sides was on top, so with the win plate ability on C3PO, he named 7, and he gets to draw Choose Sides. And now we've got the Ray action ability stacking up C3PO as well. Both of these droids becoming 2 5s. which are just enough to dodge being defeated by L337. This is such a good start for Tata here in Game 3.
Yeah, and it's a tough spot for Brian. This is another situation where you see not starting the Sabine unit. Tata's been able to get both of his units up to 5 life, and even the L3 with the blaster can't kill either of them.
Yeah, it's really a tough spot to be in. You can't even take out one of those early plays with the blaster. Now we do have L337 getting into C3PO for 4 total damage here. So L3 just losing the shield token. And now Tata is just going to go ahead, attack and trade. He calls 3, and even though he didn't attack with R2 first, he's still going to get another card off of C3PO. He gets to draw Sundari Peacekeeper. Another exceptional play for Tata.
Yeah, hitting the blind C3PO there is amazing. And yeah, this hand did not get any less good since the last time we saw it. Multiple sources of ramp. Sundari Peacekeeper being a good threat on its own, and then 2 or 3, I guess, high quality answers here as well.
Yeah, such a solid hand right now for Tata. You can't shut down ramp, right? Because Tata could use the resupply. He could use the Spark of Hope. He's got a couple ways to ramp. I guess you could shut down the Peacekeeper if you wanted to this turn to prevent Tata from putting another unit in play. Maybe we can get word from Sonny here what the call was.
Yeah, definitely very curious what he named. Like you said, he can't stop the ramp, so I wouldn't be surprised if he named the Peacekeeper. It's just like, at least that way you know what your opponent's going to do.
And we are getting word from Sonny. Thank you. It was Resupply. So Resupply was named with Kira. So we do have the Sundari Peacekeeper coming out. Ray action ability, making the Peacekeeper a 2/6. That's quite a threatening Peacekeeper here. Will be attacking for 5. Excuse me, for 4. Will be restoring 2. Peacekeeper gets tremendous value and could still get another experience token from Ray.
Yeah, Peacekeeper is really a menace in this Ray deck. It's a very slow unit because it's very easy to attack into, at least because it starts as a 1/5, but even once it gets up to 2/6 and it starts threatening a swing for 4, it's pretty hard to deal with.
Tata was able to get into Tarkentown for a couple damage with R2-D2. Looking at the top card, you could keep it on top or put it on the bottom. And now moving on to turn 4, the 5 resource turn. The Quinlan flip turn. And Brian with the first action, attacking into the threatening Peacekeeper. So the Peacekeeper now with just 3 HP remaining.
And I like this a lot because Tata has a Rival's Fall in hand, so you can't freely flip your Quinlan because that's a good exchange for Tata. So now you're basically saying either buff the Peacekeeper or trade it with Kira, or I'm going to Tarkentown it. So you're kind of forcing Tata into doing something he potentially doesn't want to do to hopefully preserve your Quinlan flip a little bit.
I think if he can protect Quinlan, it would be important, would be quite beneficial. Tata with the next action. And it looks like Tata's just going to trade with Kira here, restoring 2 damage from his base, back down to 2-1.
Yeah, I think that's a good call from Tata because now Brian gets to deploy this Quinlan. I think Tata's probably going to ramp unless he drew something here. I'll say my earlier statement on this turn was a little wrong. I forgot Tata did not ramp last turn, so we're not actually on 6 yet. So it's safe for now. And now we're just going to figure out how to play around that Rival's Fall potentially next turn.
R2-D2 getting into Tarkin Town once again. Another 2 damage from the droid. And Tata shipping the top card of the deck to the bottom. Action back over to Brian. He's got Quinlan deployed. Now, a bit of a tougher situation for Brian, right? Because he doesn't have the units in play this time around. So if Tata does decide to ramp here and deploy Ray this turn, Brian wouldn't have the coordinate turned on from Plo Koon, so it wouldn't be able to defeat Ray right away. So we're just going to go ahead and play another ambush unit, the 2-cost X-34 Land Speeder, Quinlan Ping, plus the ambush for 2. That's 3 damage onto R2-D2. Now has just 2 HP remaining. And we are going to see the ramp. So resupply for Tata going up to 6 resources. Ray very likely going to be coming out here this turn.
Yeah, so threatening the Ray flip now, and we're also going to be threatening a Luke next turn, probably equally important. The nice part is this isn't like a great Ray flip yet, because the Quinlan hitting it before it gets that first experience is still pretty bad for the Ray. So I think hopefully Brian can spend some of these resources and deploy another unit and hold the Ray hostage a little bit.
Now look at this, Tata double ramping on this turn, playing the Spark of Hope right after R2-D2 was defeated with the epic action on Tarkin Town. So Tata up to 7 total resources here. And now we see the Hotshot Blaster smuggled onto Quinlan, and Brian just being aggressive, 5 damage into Tata's base. 7 damage total on now. Does Ray come out? Ray could come out, clean up potentially the land speeder, but then, you've got Quinlan ready to go with 5 power next turn. So interesting choice for Tata to make.
Yeah, I think this is a pretty tough call. I think it's pretty reasonable if he wanted to just claim and start with the Rival's Fall next turn. But yeah, this makes sense where Brian still has no clean kill on the Ray and needs to spend resources of some kind to kill it in one shot.
Ray does get into Tarkin Town for 3 total damage, with Ray getting that experience token from her on attack ability. So Ray a 3/7. Brian has the first action. Keep in mind, Brian now 2 resources behind after Tata double ramps last turn. So something like home 1 now on the table, an option for Tata. And look at this, bamboozle, first action for Brian, exhausting Ray, and it's going to get rid of that experience token. Oh, but such a big response. You talked about it. Rival's Fall in response is going to immediately defeat Brian's leader unit. Great play for Tata here. Now we see Kira coming out. And this could be a good call here, because now he can shut down the home 1, it looks like.
Yeah, super important to lock that home 1 out before Tata gets a chance to play it. You have to make him deal with this Kira, because we saw in game 1, home 1 runs away with it really quickly.
Absolutely. Home 1 will change everything for Tata in this matchup. Tata has the initiative. Ray on the board. Did lose the experience token, but when she attacks, she'll get another experience token. So Ray is going to attack and defeat the land speeder. And another 3 damage off of Tata's base with Restore, back down to just 3 on. And here comes Spark of Rebellion. Let's see what Spark hits here. Still a very solid hand for Tata.
Yeah, this makes sense. Looks like he's going to take the Luke out of his hand. I mean, Tata's hand is good. It's hope he really needs to hope this Mon Mothma doesn't find something crazy like another Luke. That's probably
That's
the worst
right.
case scenario.
Tata has definitely been on fire with the Mon Mothma pools. There's no doubt there. So here comes Yoda. Yoda played into the ground arena. Action back over to Brian. There's 2 damage on Ray, so Ray has 5 HP remaining. Kira is going to, it looks like, get into Ray here, taking 3 back. So now Ray just 2 HP remaining. We'll see if Brian has a way to clean up that Ray. Here comes Mon Mothma, the big potential value play for Tata, searching the top 5 cards for a Rebel. And he finds a Bright Hope. Now, I think if you're Brian, that's a bit of a relief there because you did not want to see another Luke or Home 1.
It is definitely a relief, but I think Brian's also looking at those 4 resources, and he's like, that Mon Mothma's about to go right into his hand and try again next turn.
Yep, that is right. We've seen Tata do it multiple times now. Has to be a favorite play of his. Bright Hope, bounce that Mon Mothma. We do see Tech coming out for Brian, so that's a sideboard card that came in for Brian.
Yeah, Tech definitely good in these grinding matchups. Right now, he's at such a big resource disadvantage. It's probably not going to be the most optimal it can be, but still very hard to deal with, especially for Ray. You know, who has a hard time dealing 5 damage in one swing.
So here it is, the big value play. Bright Hope bouncing Mon Mothma back to hand. So he gets to draw an extra card, then he searches the top 5 for another Rebel. So yeah, I mean, you're exactly right. It wasn't the big threat, but I think if it's not something like Luke Skywalker, the next worst thing was the Bright Hope, right? Because now you just get double value from Mon Mothma. You get an extra card off of Bright Hope's ability.
Yeah, because I mean, now Tata gets to see between drawing a card with Bright Hope, drawing 2 cards for the turn, and playing Mon Mothma, he gets to dig another 8 cards looking for that same Luke. So it's not like it got particularly better for you.
Yeah, so we are once again going to play Bamboozle on Ray. So Ray is exhausted. Once again, losing the experience token. So now just 1 HP remaining on Ray. Action back over to Tata. See what he decides to do with his first action on this turn. There's at least 5 or 6 cards in hand. And that's one thing with this Ray Data Vault deck, right? It's just, it has so many ways to generate card advantage. You generally have so many options, and we've seen that almost every game from Tata other than game 2 of this match. He's got so much to work with as he gets so much value out of things like the C-3PO, the Mon Mothma, the Bright Hope. There's so many ways to generate the card advantage.
Yeah, and I mean, I think every stage of this game has really been a snowball from, you know, Tata opening double droids like R2 and C-3PO. And, you know, it meant Tata had card advantage, so he was insulated from the discard, and Brian was never really able to clean up the board. So, you know, Tata had time to take a turn off and ramp twice, and then he's had time to do Mon Mothma shenanigans, and it's all kind of adding up here.
It really is adding up. Action on Brian. Glitch Protector's out for Tata now. The shielded Sentinel. Tech is going to clean up the shield token, but here comes a really nice play. Admiral Akbar with 4 total units in the ground arena. Tech defeated. Tata just continuing to pour it on. More pressure in the ground arena now, answering Tech. Now we'll see Ahsoka coming out for Brian. Tata will have to discard a card. I believe he was down to 3 cards in hand. So the discard very relevant here because Tata still had ready units. Discards a unit. Brian will have the option to exhaust one of Tata's ready units in play.
Yeah, it looks like he was leaning towards discarding a Fell the Dragon, and probably in order to keep that Yoda unexhausted. They might have paused for us here. Oh no, he ended up discarding the Mon Mothma, it looks like. Yeah.
Okay, so Mon discarded. So now is Brian just deciding what to exhaust here? Because I don't think he's exhausted anything, right?
Yeah, it looks like he's choosing on that exhaust now. I mean, I think the Yoda would make the most sense here. I mean, the Bright Hope's not doing much. Yeah.
So Quinlan triggered ability, 1 damage to Bright Hope. And doesn't look like he exhausted either of them. Unless I'm missing something here, I don't think he used the exhaust ability from Ahsoka. It is a you may. So Tata's going to take the Yoda, attack and defeat Kira. Both units defeated. That's going to be another card for Tata.
Yeah, that's tough. I mean, it's not like the Kira was going to live super long either way, but I mean, you never want to see lost value, right?
Yeah, absolutely. So we're going to move on to the next turn. Tata has, I believe, 11 total resources at this point. Has great presence in the ground arena. Rey still in play. Rey has stuck around for quite some time. She's been exhausted a couple times, but still getting some good value. So Rey is going to attack and trade with Sabine before Brian puts another unit in play and protects Sabine with her additional ability of not being able to be attacked. We're going to see Ahsoka cleaning up the ground sentinel. Something to note as we're in the late stages of this game, Tata has no damage on his base right now.
Yeah, it's winning the tiebreaker as well. And importantly, that Kira getting killed last turn does that home one that he almost surely kept. Like, he wouldn't have resourced that card, and I think that might slam the door here.
So Akbar will chip into Brian's base for 1. And here comes a force throw with Ahsoka in play. So Brian will get the extra value here and deal some damage. It's going to be another Admiral Akbar, so that's 3 damage coming through. And it will be 3 damage on the Bright Hope, it appears. Action back over to Tata at this point. He's got those units in play. You can chip away. Take advantage of your units in play before making a play from hand. But no, he's gonna go straight into maybe home 1. Looks like he's paying 8. And here is the home 1. This is the card that Brian desperately didn't want to see. Village Protectors right back out. Tata with a Sentinel unit in both arenas. We still have Bright Hope ready in the space arena.
Yeah, and Brian follows up with a slightly more sad space unit in the form of an A-Wing compared to the very powerful home 1.
Yeah, I would agree with that statement for sure. A-Wing, definitely a tough follow-up to home 1. We do see Plo Koon coming out as well, taking out the shield token as it ambushes into the Village Protectors. That was the last card in Brian's hand, so Brian is in top deck mode here. Tata has a commanding presence on the board, Sentinels in both arenas. He's got 7 damage with home 1 alone. Just with home 1, 2 swings, and it's game over. So Brian in trouble here. First action from Tata. It's going to be more insult to injury. Blue leader coming in, ambushing in the ground arena with the 2 experience tokens. Blokun defeated. Blue leader still on the board, and that's going to do it. Brian extends the hand. John Tata, a finalist twice, but now a PQ champion. What a match. Congrats to John Tata. What a run from Brian, but we've got a new PQ champion. That was fantastic.
Huge congrats to Tata. Felt like he really procrastinated on doing this as long as he possibly could. He's like, all right, 2 weeks before the next set comes out, I guess I'll win the last PQ of the season and become a PQ winner going into Vegas.
Absolutely. That is super exciting for Tata to finally get the PQ win under his belt. He has been on fire lately. And also, again, a big congrats to Brian from Team Sekrit getting the bye, right? Because Tata already had the bye. It passes over to Brian. So Brian has got the day 1 bye at the Galactic Championship. So even though he didn't get the win in the end, I think this is still a very successful tournament and a successful run for Brian.
Oh, yeah, for sure. I mean, Brian came here with the goal of getting an invite, and he gets to drive back home with that invite in his pocket. So nothing to complain about, really. Plus the amazing prizes that the store was giving out at the 4 Horsemen.
Yeah, absolutely. So great prizing. He's going to walk away with, I think, multiple booster boxes. He's going to get his pick between, I think, the Carbonite booster box and the 2024 convention promo pack. So yeah, great prizing. Definitely a fantastic event that we have had today. Again, big shout out and congrats to John Tata from KTOD taking it all the way, winning this planetary qualifier. Only 1 loss today throughout this tournament, 1 match loss, only lost 4 games. Dominant performance. He is your champion. And now we do have 1 more giveaway. So I think we're going to have a couple things still for you here. We've got, I believe Tata's going to come on for an interview right after the giveaway. So we've got a giveaway first. Looks like we've got some action figures here and some more Carbonite booster boxes or booster packs. And look at this. Oh my goodness, we're throwing in, it looks like a Jump to Lightspeed booster box as well. So someone's about to walk away with all kinds of goodies here. So this is going to be the last giveaway. Now, I believe Michael may have to run. Michael, did you want to say anything before you dip away here? We really appreciate you being on. It's been a great day having you here in the booth.
Yeah, no, I mean, just a huge shout out to you, Josh. Thank you for carrying me and my brother through a whole day of commentary. And then, the 4 Horsemen, they were super accommodating for the stream, and all these giveaways was amazing. And congrats on all our top 8 players.
Yeah, no, it was great having you here. Thank you so much. It was a blast doing commentary with you. And I did say the wrong thing here. It's not a booster box. It's just a pre-release kit. So it's another Jump to Lightspeed pre-release kit along with the Carbonite booster packs and the action figures. So here we are going to do the giveaway, final giveaway of the day. We'll do it the same way that we've been doing it throughout the day. I'm going to ask you guys a question. And then after I ask that question, I'm looking for someone in chat to give me the correct answer in chat. And the first person to put the answer in chat, the correct answer in chat, will walk away with those prizes. So here is the question. And we're gonna lean on Michael here. We just had Michael with me. He just had to sign off. What is Michael from Team Sekrit, who was just commentating with me, what is Michael's favorite leader in Star Wars Unlimited? And if you don't know it, the hint is you can potentially find the answer in the demo video of their YouTube channel. So if you don't know, check out that video and let's see the first person, the intro video of their channel, first person to put the right answer in the chat. Michael's favorite leader in Star Wars Unlimited you're going to walk away with those prizes. Now, we've got an early guess of Quinlan. It's not Quinlan. And look, that surprised me a little bit too, because obviously Michael has had huge success with Quinlan, runner-up at the Richmond sector qualifier. We've got Quinlan, Palp, Darth Vader. No, it's none of those, so we haven't found it yet. See Kira being mentioned here. Nope, none of those. Just throwing out the leaders here. We're trying. Yeah, there it is. Okay, Donovan's got it. Donovan is the first one that posted the correct answer. Mace Windu. Mace is correct. That is Michael's favorite Star Wars Unlimited leader. Unfortunately, it just hasn't been competitive enough for him to actually run in these events. But Mace is the correct answer. Donovan, big congrats. You are the winner of the final giveaway. So what you need to do to claim those prizes is head over to Team Sekrit's Discord, and the link is down in the description. If you're not a part of Sekrit's Discord server already, be sure to join, and then reach out to @SekritSunny. So reach out to Sunny, Sekrit Sunny, on the Team Sekrit Discord server, and he will get you hooked up with all the information, and we'll get you those prizes. So big thanks again to everyone for tuning in today. We've had so many awesome giveaways. It was a fantastic tournament, and can't say thank you enough to Ron and 4 Horsemen Comics and Gaming for providing all of these amazing gifts to give away to our fantastic audience that we've had today. So now I'm going to ask Sunny. Sunny, if you can hear me, are we doing the interview now? Are we doing an interview with John? Yes, I can. We got you, Sunny. All right, sounds good. Yeah, absolutely. So that's what Michael was talking about, right? Because I believe it's kind of the thing in the secret Discord server. The PQ winners have their name highlighted in purple. So now Tata will be able to carry around the purple highlighted name as a PQ winner. Great stuff for sure. All right. John, can you hear me? Yes, I can. We've got you. Well, first off, huge congratulations. I know you've been so close. You've had a runner-up finish twice in other PQs. You've been so close, but you came out on a mission today. Your hometown store, you were super excited about this PQ, and now you've got the win under your belt.
I am a Jedi, like my father before me.
Yeah, so we're getting report from chat that we can't hear John, so I guess they can hear me, but not you, John. See if Sunny can mess around with the settings there. So chat, just let us know.
Oh, there we go.
As soon as you hear any sound coming through,
See
other
if
than
they
myself.
Can, see if they can possibly hear me now. Maybe no one's saying anything in chat, so it must not be.
Tell us the truth. Tell us the truth, John.
Am I in the Discord channel that you guys are? Yeah. Weird.
Chat, can we confirm? Are you able to hear John yet?
There we go. All right, sick.
Okay. So yeah, as we were saying, it's just you've got the PQ win under your belt now, man. How does it feel?
It feels great. I've gotten second twice. Top 8 regional, or top 4 regional, top 8 sector. Finally got that win, so now I can stop being teased by, every Discord. So yeah, it feels great.
Yeah, no, I mean it was a blast to watch you. You had so many terrific plays throughout the top cut. We had you here at the feature table throughout the top cut. Ray Data Vault has kind of been your jam here lately. You know, can you tell the viewers a little bit, like, what made you want to jump onto the Ray Data Vault train to begin with, and now, like, how it's brought you where you're at?
Yeah, so the meta has been, a little skewed either towards very fast decks with Sabine or very slow decks like Hero Control and Villain Control. And Ray Data Vault is very, very good, against those decks. The only decks that can really beat Ray Data Vault right now are like Han 2 Data Vault's pretty good against it, and then like Vader, Jump to Light Speed Vader is very good against it, because it can just avoid what Ray does best, which is just clog up the ground and restore, you know, pretty much everything. So it's just really well positioned. I my one loss was against Hantu Data Vault today, but then I beat it in the top four, so it worked out. But it's just it's a very good deck and really well uh, set going into set 5 as well.
Yeah, that was actually my next question. How do you feel about Ray as we move into the set 5 meta? Do you think this is definitely a deck that's going to stick around and still be very relevant?
Oh yeah, for sure. It gains a lot, and it really doesn't gain any bad matchups per se. Han 2 is probably going to be popular, but it's Han 2 Blue that I think is going to be the popular one. And Ray's pretty good against other blue decks. You gain Keller and Beck, which is very, very good. Your two drops are considerably better, in set 5 with like Gungi and Yaddle. So, there's still a lot of things it can do, and I think it'll be a very good deck in set 5 as well.
Yeah, well, that's great to hear for sure. I mean, you've had some tremendous success with it. Clearly, you have really been piloting that deck so well. It's been a blast to watch you on stream. Now, I got to ask this: what is your favorite line of play with this deck? Now, I'm curious of what it may be, but what is the one line of play that you like the most? Me and Michael were kind of joking about this, about what it could be, but I'm curious to hear if there's one specific line that like really stands out to you that you just love pulling off with this Ray Data Vault deck.
There's nothing that really stands out, I don't think. I really love playing Akbar and just finding really cool lines with Akbar. Like being able to kill like 4 and 5 toughness, units with Akbar is just crazy. And it's like the one thing that Hero Blue Green can't do, right? And now it has Akbar, and that's like you can just shoot down anything. I also, so for like the fun factor, my favorite thing is actually the win with Unity of Purpose. Uh, I got a handful of wins with that today. It's just really unexpected. And like, I mean, I attacked for like 60 damage one game with Unity. It's really fun to play.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think if you can get a big Unity of Purpose play off, it has to feel really good. What Michael and I were talking about, what we thought maybe your favorite is, you're so big on the value, getting these value plays, and you were able to do this so many times where you would Mon Mothma find like a really big play, Luke or Home One, and even in that last game you find Bright Hope, and then you're able to play Bright Hope on the same turn, bounce the Mon Mothma, draw the card, you're able to then replay the Mon Mothma, get more value. So it's like the Bright Hope Mon Mothma value train that you got throughout the top 8 was pretty significant. We kept talking about that particular line of play and how much value you were gaining
Oh,
there.
it's crazy, yeah. Like once this deck gets to 10, 11 resources, you can't outvalue it because like eventually you could have no cards in hand and then just draw Mon Mothma, and then all of a sudden it's like Mon Mothma, Bright Hope, bounce Mon Mothma, draw a card, play Mon Mothma. It's just like it's so crazy when it goes off like that. I love it.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, you already had your day 1 bye at the Galactic Championship, and of course now you've got the PQ win, and we're just a month away from the Galactic Championship. For the day 1 bye, what are your plans? What will you be doing with that day 1 bye? What are you going to take advantage of not having to play on day 1?
I'm just gonna hang out with friends. I mean I might
There
play
you go.
a side event, but it's just almost all of my teammates from K2D are on to day 2 with their buys. I'm very good friends and close with all the other teams, Team Sekrit, Bothan Network, McClunky. We're all real close. We're all real good friends. So I'm just looking forward to hanging out. Maybe go to the pool. Yeah, it'll just be a fun time of hanging out.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, best of luck to you and the rest of your team at the Galactic Championship. And again, big congrats on the win today. Thank you so much for taking the time to do the interview. Is there anything you want to shout out to the viewers before we sign off here?
Yeah, really, I just want to shout out everyone. Team Sekrit showed up here. They're all really great people. Check out their Discord. They ran a great stream. The overlay looked great. Shout out my own teammates from KTOD, and then everyone else who does work for the whole community.
Yeah. Well, John, thank you again. Appreciate your time again. Big congrats and good luck. And I'm sure we'll be seeing you on a stream real soon.
All right. Thanks, Josh.
All right, guys. So that is going to wrap it up for our stream of the West Virginia Planetary Qualifier. What an event it was. So much fun. We had giveaways. We had Conrow brothers, 2 fantastic players in the booth with me. We had got to hear from John Tata. He got his PQ win. So what a day. Thank you again to each and every one of you for tuning in. We certainly appreciate it, and we will see you guys again soon. Until next time, may the force be with you. Take care.